Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Lin Yu had already felt that the Crow Man in front of him was the designer of this dungeon, because its control over this game is too great. Therefore, Lin Yu couldn't help but test it before. In the first two rooms, Lin Yu had implicitly praised the designer of this dungeon, and judging from the slightly happy attitude of the crow at that time, it should be it. The existence that designed such a problem full of traps, whether it is a human or something else, is often a little narcissistic. After confirming that this somewhat narcissistic crow man is the game designer, although its name still needs to be guessed, Lin Yu already has a direction. He exhaled and looked at the crow man. Your name has actually appeared in this game, right? The crow man looked at Lin Yu and nodded. Haha. Yes, it has appeared, and it is the full name. I see, Lin Yu whispered. I am really disrespectful. I didn't expect that there is a god standing in front of me. As he said, the crow man laughed. Haha, it seems that you already know my identity. So which god am I? As the crow man said, Lin Yu grinned. It's very simple. In the second room, the crow, representing the incarnation of change, can transform into the same image as you. It is the one representing the god of change, right? And your performance in this game is also telling the truth and telling lies. As Lin Yu said, the crow man laughed. That's right. You are so smart. Lin Yu, tell your answer quickly. Looking at the crow man, Lin Yu did not answer. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. So, do you really hope that my answer is God of Change? As soon as this question came out, the crow man was silent. After a moment, he laughed from the bottom of his heart again. Haha, it's really hard to trick you. Yeah, after playing a whole game of trap questions, it doesn't make sense that there are no traps at this time. Lin Yu said calmly. The crow man looked at Lin Yu. What else is there? There's also your narcissistic personality and the ambiguous statements in the second room that are deliberately not very rigorous. Lin Yu said, when you introduce 2 and 3 crows, you use the words 2 great gods transformed into crow clones and 3 great gods transformed into crow clones. To be honest, this can be understood as 3 different gods clones. Lin Yu paused here. But it can also be understood as 3 different clones of one god, right? Lin Yu said, opening his hands. Based on your current personality, calling other gods great is really not in line with my observation of you. So my answer is, the name of the game designer is God of Truth, Illusion, and Change. It's probably a name like this. You shouldn't bother me too much about the specific words in order, right? After Lin Yu finished speaking, the crow man smiled and shook his head. Excellent. This is truly wonderful. You are so sharp that it's scary. God of Truth, Illusion, and Change is my name. Congratulations, you answered this question correctly. The crow man said, not bothering Lin Yu too much about the specific words. Let's move on to the next question. The next reward is that you can make a request to me, of course. I can still refuse. By the way, there is a shorter answer to the previous question. It said, and then the feathers on its body fell off piece by piece, revealing an elegant, dark, double-breasted suit, white gloves, and leather shoes. This outfit made Lin Yu feel a little familiar. Then, the crow man raised his hands and took off the crow hood. Lin Yu was stunned when he saw the crow man taking off his hood, because under the crow hood was a face exactly like his. Another answer to the previous question is Lin Yu. His voice was no longer the overlapping timbre of thousands of people, but the same voice as Lin Yu. He smiled gently. First meeting. Although for me, this is the second time. Me 10 years ago. The crow man opposite. No, the Lin Yu opposite said with a smile. Lin Yu felt a little unreal for a moment. It was as if he was suddenly killed last week and suddenly entered this game. Are you me 10 years later? 10 years later, I became a god. The future, Lin Yu nodded. Of course, with the only profession of fraudster, plus my intelligence and your intelligence, it is not difficult to crack this game and become a god. Due to the details, I can't tell you too much about the process, but anyway, it's not that difficult. The God version of Lin Yu said proudly. If I can't reveal too many details, how can you convince me to believe you? After all, you have been lying before. God, Lin Yu sneered. Playing with time is exclusive to gods. I could see you 10 years later because I became a god. You would think that only profession and the trust of 6 people are enough for you to activate the ability to play with time. Retrospection, right? It's because you are destined to become a god in the future, so you can complete that scam. Lin Yu rubbed his head, with some hesitation on his face. I don't quite believe it. If you are true, what kind of torture have I suffered in this game in the past 10 years? How did my personality become like this? God, Lin Yu laughed. In fact, you have only experienced one thing, that is, realizing that you are smarter than most people. Well, I'm actually quite surprised. I almost forgot that I lacked self-awareness 10 years ago. God, Lin Yu said, shrugged at Lin Yu. Anyway, now it's time to make a choice. I know you have doubts about me, the God, Lin Yu said, so it doesn't matter. You can choose to believe me or not. If you believe that I am you in the future, then choose to follow me over there. We will enter the final room, and I will help you get everything you need to become a god. The God, Lin Yu said, pointing to the back of the mist. There's a spiral staircase. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can also take the key and leave. I will still give you enough help, at least so that you don't need to worry too much about survival in the next dozen copies. The God, Lin Yu said. Lin Yu still has some doubts, but the expression on his face has already believed it for 70%. Well, but if you are me and 10 years later, you should know my choice. Then what will I choose? Don't you know it a long time ago? Facing Lin Yu's last question, the God, Lin Yu, waved his hand. No, my second copy 10 years ago was not Deadly Questions but Desert Island Survival. I survived to the end by playing the role of fisherman. Lin Yu recalled. Although my memory was a little blurry because I was near death from drowning, now my memory is gradually becoming clearer. There seems to be something wrong with the bloody text I saw before entering the game this time. The God, Lin Yu, looked at Lin Yu and continued. Gods can change the past, except the fact that you will eventually become a god will not change. Everything can be changed. It's like your retrospective. Lin Yu touched his chin, his eyes filled with belief. Okay, I believe you, but what's the point of doing this? Changing the past will also affect the future. If you become stronger faster, I will also become stronger. Lin Yu said seriously. Lin Yu looked at him and exhaled. Anyway, let me verify it. What is my girlfriend's name? You don't have a girlfriend. The God, Lin Yu, replied immediately. There's always a future, right? Lin Yu asked unwillingly. No. Am I, or you, the one who wants to find a girlfriend? The response from the God, Lin Yu, was decisive. Lin Yu nodded slightly. The answer is correct. I believe you now, but I want to use the reward I got from the last question to make a request to you. Which one of us is following which one? God, Lin Yu said with a smile. You can just mention it. Lin Yu looked at him with a sincere expression. I said, can you stop talking nonsense? The smile on the face of the God, Lin Yu, froze. You still don't believe me? Lin Yu sighed. As expected, I rejected this request. I really turned against Tiangang. In the last dungeon, I played the role of a god. And in this dungeon, the god plays the role of me. The God, Lin Yu, showed a hint of anger when he heard this, and he clenched his fists. I didn't expect that I would be so suspicious 10 years ago. I can tell you your career and everything you did in the first copy. I also know your past very well. You are tracking down the murderer who sent you here. You want to use this game to make money to support your family and support your sister. Your best friend in real life is Shun Bingmiao. Lin Yu sighed. So, you should also know that I love performing. He interrupted the anger of the God, Lin Yu, and said helplessly, I have told you that your acting skills are not as good as that boo forget after 10 years. Even if my acting skills have not improved, they will not be bad enough. This is it. Look at your performance of anger after being distrusted. Your eyebrows twitched too exaggeratedly and your tone of voice was too hasty. Why, after I became a god, I didn't even have the acting skills to immerse myself in my emotions. His voice suddenly raised an octave, and the tail end of his voice trembled as he roared, and his eyes seemed to have flames igniting. You are simply insulting me and insulting my past efforts to hone my acting skills. I demand you to apologize immediately. After finishing speaking, Lin Yu immediately calmed down his emotions and looked as usual. At least you have to act angry to this extent, my dear God, Lin Yu said and waved his hand. Okay, since you can't stop talking nonsense, let's change the request. Can you clear the fog around me and let me choose which way to go? After Lin Yu finished speaking eloquently, Lin Yu across from him applauded gently. I really admire you now, Lin Yu, he said, and then the gray fog around him gradually faded and dispersed. Then, a space that was wider than the second room and comparable to a large central square appeared. The towering dome is 100 meters high, surrounded by gray walls as tall as a mountain cliff. Lin Yu turned around and realized that the spiral staircase behind him was just a decoration. Although it was very high, it was still a long way from the dome. After the fog dissipated, there was a real long staircase hidden deep in the fog on the right side of Lin Yu. A long, wide, and majestic staircase leads to a huge door near the dome that was also covered by fog just now. The door is also gray, but its gray is lighter, as if it was carved from two square boulders. Lin Yu breathed out. Knew it. Sure enough, the choice question in each room is a virtue, and the real answer is not the option given on the surface. I choose this path over here. Lin Yu pointed at the steps and said, Is this an option? Certainly. Lin Yu, on the opposite side, said, and then his whole person turned into gray mist and disappeared into the air. Instead, there was a dull sound that echoed throughout the space. Rumble. The boulders rubbed against the ground, making a thick sound. The two-door stones of the huge gray door opened slightly, revealing a soft light. Lin Yu looked at the long stairs and the open stone door inside. The first two rooms were led by crows. This time you have to climb the stairs by yourself, right? He broke into a trot helplessly. Fortunately, the physical bonus brought by the soldier was still there, so Lin Yu quickly reached the bottom of the stairs. The slope of the stairs was very gentle. Lin Yu took the stairs step by step and soon reached the top of the stairs. That was in front of the door. It still took some physical effort. Lin Yu sighed, thinking that it would be great if he could become an otaku now. However, he was not so greedy. After a short rest in the original place, Lin Yu walked into the gap of the open door. Although it was just a small gap compared to the whole stone door. But because the door was large enough, this small gap could also allow 3 people to walk side by side, hand in hand. Lin Yu walked out of the door. Then, Lin Yu found himself in a wider space. The room here was like a viewing platform. Except for the gray ground under his feet, the surrounding walls were made of transparent crystal material, made into a circular arc shape like landscape glass. Lin Yu looked around and saw that the platform seemed to be in the towering sky, with clouds surging around it, and there were many huge creatures swimming in it. After taking a few steps forward and looking back, a gray crowman stone statue about 100 meters tall stood there. This stone gate that Lin Yu had just walked out of was the lower end of the cane in its right hand. So the last room is the rooftop, Lin Yu muttered. In front of him, the gray mist condensed and turned into the image of a gray crowman again. It looked at Lin Yu and said, Congratulations, Lin Yu. Welcome to the last room of the inverted tower. Lin Yu carefully looked at the gray crowman in front of him. Compared with the crow hood and feather clothes that were obviously worn on the body, just now, the crowman at this moment is more like a real crow transformed into a person. Moreover, he was wearing a straight and elegant gray suit, but the gray was darker than the color of his feathers. If the previous one was an incarnation, this one should be the real body. At least it should be a high-level incarnation. After all, the color of this crowman matches the giant statue that is 100 meters high. Lin Yu's eyes fell on the crowman in front of him again. This place is called Inverted Tower, is it? The crowman nodded. Yes, this is the Inverted Tower. However, this is only your second copy, and you may not understand what this name means. It said, and Lin Yu nodded. Then I will go out and find out what this place represents. since this is the last room, then tell me your question." A smile appeared on the face of the Crow Man, or the God of Change. In fact, reaching this last room should be considered a bonus level. After all, if you can see through my mini puzzles and come here, there is no point in testing and making things difficult. So, the 3 questions in this level. Although answering right is still better than answering wrong, the moment you're asked, you have already gained something. The difference is just how much you gain. The Crow Man said with a polite smile. Lin Yu looked at the Crow Man and nodded. "Really? I don't believe it." The Crow Man was helpless. "You guys, although being vigilant is a good thing, you are really a little too vigilant." "Forget it. You will know when you hear the question," the Crow Man said, clearing his throat. Then, "Lin Yu, please listen to the first question. Why is your profession in the death game a cheater instead of an actor?" The Crow Man finished the first question. Lin Yu looked at the Crow Man in surprise. This guy didn't lie. The moment he heard this question, Lin Yu had indeed gained something, because this was the question he was confused about. While browsing the forum, Lin Yu saw the profession of actor in the strategy guide. Although it is relatively rare, it still exists. The professional ability of actor is rule type, and each game can obtain an identity that is conducive to playing the game. The identity here is not a profession. For example, if Lin Yu's profession is really an actor, then he will probably get an identity of a human explorer in the first dungeon, which will allow him to get 1 more letter than others. In the dungeon with more NPCs, actor is a very powerful profession. But Lin Yu did not awaken this profession, but awakened the only profession cheater. Although he thought that the statement that the essence of performance is fraud was correct, but that was all. He shouldn't have awakened the trickster. It's just that Lin Yu had no clue all along. But at this moment, this question appeared again, and Lin Yu felt that he had caught a clue. Just as the Crow Man in the form of the God of Change said, it is a reward for it to ask this question. A god asking this question is a hint in itself. Lin Yu exhaled. He remembered the opportunity when he first entered this game. A mysterious girl from the Psychological Society, whose identity was unknown, shot him. At his deathbed, that light and floating word echoed again at this moment, deafening. "May you be seen by the gods." This sentence was not her crazy talk, but a prophecy that came true at this moment. Recalling the first copy, when he successfully retraced and heard the exclamation, "It's really wonderful," that sentence did not come from anywhere in the world, as if it sounded directly in his soul. Just now, the God of Change also reminded himself again. There's a hint hidden in the lies and deceptions he wove. Playing with time is exclusive to gods. Indeed, now that he has activated the ability of the trickster more and more, Lin Yu has become more and more aware of the belief required for realization. Now thinking about it, the retrospection at that time was indeed incredible. Just relying on the belief of 6 people, even if they deceive themselves, is it really enough to reverse time? Adding up all the details, all the links seem to be connected together in the end, including this copy in front of him. Although this is only the second copy, but Lin Yu is still very sure that it is a rare thing for the god to come down in person. Lin Yu looked at the gray crow in front of him and said, "I'm not sure about the answer to this question, but I think it should be related to my potential in God." According to the bloody words, the condition for entering the death game after death should be a strong desire for life. In profession, everyone generally believes that it is closely related to real-life experience. Lin Yu paused for a moment. But this is only the most superficial part. I think the deeper reason is related to why this game was born. This death game was indeed created by God. And some people in reality seem to be able to tell what kind of people have potential in this game, said Lin Yu. Sighing, to be honest, I was forced to come in by them. He recalled the ninja who was sent by the Psychology Society to test him. The other party enthusiastically invited him to join the Psychology Society organization, and at the same time, he was a little skeptical at first about his awakening of the soldier. But the other party's attitude made Lin Yu realize something. So, in this game, Although most people's awakening professions are related to their own experiences, and most professions cannot be distinguished at the beginning. But if someone has too much potential, it is possible to get the attention of the gods and awaken the only profession. So, from the beginning, my starting point is different from other players. Lin Yu exhaled and looked at the god of change. This trickster's only profession should be given to me by you or other gods. Lin Yu said calmly. God of change laughed. The answer is basically correct, although there are many key omissions and the final conclusion is wrong. But I can get 85 points. Chevron underscore left. Is the conclusion wrong, and is there a key omission? Hearing that the god of change gave him an 85-point evaluation, Lin Yu was not particularly happy, but frowned slightly. In other words, isn't this fraudster profession the result of divine intervention? Also, what was omitted? Lin Yu was a little curious. What did I miss? What is the real answer? Lin Yu looked at the gray crow man. The latter smiled and shook his head. You have to explore this on your own in the future. Don't be too greedy, Lin Yu. You are already far ahead of others by knowing the role of potential and God in this game in the second copy. If this continues, they will complain. The crow man said, and changed the subject before Lin Yu continued to ask. Okay, Lin Yu, you answered the first reward and punishment question correctly, so you will get a reward. Now, you can ask me a secret hidden by someone, which can be any secret of anyone. Lin Yu couldn't help but tisk when he heard this reward. Sure enough, you watched the whole first copy. This is clearly the ability that he lied about when he played the role of a detective in the first copy. The ability of a real detective is not this. Lin Yu muttered, and then looked at the crow man. Can I choose you? Sorry, I'm not someone, I'm a god. The god of change rejected Lin Yu. Lin Yu was not surprised by this answer. Okay, let me think about it. If it were the previous Lin Yu, this question would not be easy to choose. After all, his social circle is very simple, and Lin Yu has no desire to spy on the secrets of relatives, friends, and classmates. But now, Lin Yu really has two guys he wants to investigate. One is the Buwang he just met. The other one, naturally, it was the murderer who killed Lin Yu, the mysterious schoolmate. As for the latter, Lin Yu knew that the other party was probably from the psychological society and killed him because he saw his potential. But Lin Yu knew very little about her information and what kind of person she was. As for Buwang, Lin Yu had been with her for a whole copy and had already figured out some of the personality and characteristics of this quirky and neurotic girl. Her professional thief probably came from her mischievous personality and kleptomania. Her true identity should be a rich girl in Jiangcheng. The jacket and sneakers on her are both expensive branded goods, and the black jacket is even made of anti-cut fabric. She should still be in high school with good grades and should be a good girl in front of her parents. When Buwang held the utility knife, her hand subconsciously held a pen, and the calluses on her fingers did not fade away. With this information, even if he doesn't ask Shen Bingmiao for help, Lin Yu feels that he can find some clues about Buwang's identity after he goes out. But Lin Yu still prefers to use this question on Buwang, because even if the real identity of the schoolmate is unknown, at least Lin Yu has basically known the organization to which the other party belongs as a player and the purpose of killing him. The other party looks strong, and revenge is not in a hurry. But Lin Yu has no idea what purpose Buwang has in approaching him and which organization he belongs to. That's right, although he used a lie detector in the end, Lin Yu still didn't believe what Buwang said. This thief is also good at lying with the truth. The number of copies she is clear may be right, but she is definitely not approaching him without purpose and just for fun. When Lin Yu first saw the bicycle stolen by Buwang and the note left on the shared bicycle, he clearly realized one thing. This is an evaluation. Even though Buwang really likes to play pranks, everything she does, the evaluation sense used to test her reaction is too strong. Especially, this guy left almost at the same time as Ninja. As a senior player, how could she not recognize the smoke of Ninja? So, even if Lin Yu was not sure whether this was a test and evaluation, and whether someone was secretly observing him, for the sake of caution, he still acted irritable irritable, and fooled around. And later, Lin Yu also consolidated his personality in time and showed his ability as a soldier. And the facts proved Lin Yu's guess at the time was correct. After encountering Bawang in this copy, the other party really knew his soldier profession in advance. This means the other party was indeed secretly observing him. Therefore, it is even more impossible for Lin Yu to believe that it was a coincidence that the other party came to this copy. It was mentioned in the forum that there are many kinds of props that can allow people to team up to participate in the same copy together. That it is not impossible that there are props that can allow people to join the dungeon of a specific player. Even if Bawang mentioned Tiangong at the end, Lin Yu still believed that Bawang's target is definitely himself. The reason is very simple. Tiangong knew that he was from the northwest as soon as he heard his accent. Bawang stole his things probably just by chance. In fact, it was precisely because of Bawang's intentional or unintentional misleading that Lin Yu was more convinced that the other party was likely to come for him. Therefore, Lin Yu also further showed his personality to Bawang in this copy. Based on the previous irritable personality, he extended the characteristics of good at solving puzzles, strong revenge, and extremely conceited. But no matter how he disguised and concealed himself, when he realized that in addition to this psychological society, there might be some other organization targeting him, Lin Yu became more uneasy. After all, Bawang said that she was not from the psychological society, which was the truth tested by the lie detector. After thinking about it, Lin Yu decided to ask about Bawang. He couldn't keep this enemy is dark and I am bright pretending. So, Lin Yu looked at the gray crow man and spoke. I want to ask about the secret of the player whose profession is thief in this game. What is her purpose in approaching me? The god of change laughed. I guess that there's about an 80% chance that you will ask her. But that girl is really interesting. She even tried to steal something from me before leaving. Let me tell you, she is a member of the Free Alliance. In order to evaluate whether you are suitable to join the Free Alliance for the organization, she used props to join this copy. Free Alliance? Hearing the crowman's words, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, and then recalled it. This is also one of the 3 organizations that appear together with the Psychological Society and were banned from the forum. Lin Yu was a little helpless and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Okay, I just finished a dungeon, and I'm being targeted by 2 such troublesome organizations. Lin Yu sighed with emotion from the bottom of his heart. Is my potential so great? It actually attracted both organizations to want him to join. No, considering that the Tiangong just invited me. I co-authored 3 organizations that were blacklisted by the forum, and they all invited me. Lin Yu sighed. Things are really getting more and more troublesome. Now, as a newcomer who has just passed 2 dungeons, he doesn't even know what the factions of the Game of Death players are, but he has already been targeted by 3 well-known organizations that are obviously not decent. This is not a good thing. Sure enough, after going out, you still have to disguise yourself as soon as possible and do as much research as possible. We need to find out what's going on with the upgrade as soon as possible. Lin Yu thought to himself and looked at the gray crow man again. Okay, is it time to move on to the next question? Lin Yu asked, and the gray crow man nodded. The crow man smiled and said, Okay, let's move on to the second question. Of all the information I told you in this room, there is only one sentence that is false. Do you know which one it is? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes when he heard the crow man's question. This second question is a bit interesting. Unlike the first question, Lin Yu could think of many things in an instant as soon as he heard it. But if we take this sentence as the premise to deduce what the crow man said before, about himself, about gods, about the game of death, if any sentence is false, Lin Yu can get many different answers and results. But this question, Lin Yu breathed out. Now I can only rely on pure guesswork. I guess you give me a score of 85. Lin Yu looked at the crow man. The crow man narrowed his eyes. Oh, what's your reason? My reason is that I think my answer is quite perfect, Lin Yu said calmly. You must not be able to help but give me 100 points in your heart. At least 98 points. The crow man was stunned for a moment after hearing Lin Yu's words, and then laughed. Ah ha ha, wrong answer. But your answer is very interesting, so I still want to give you a reward. You can ask me a question in any game. If I know the answer, I will give you a clear and true answer. Not limited to this game, the Crow Man said, raising his right hand and snapping his fingers lightly. Snapped. The slender fingers made a sound, and Lin Yu felt a sharp pain on his right wrist. Above it, a simple drawing of a gray crow emerged, as if carved into his skin. If you have a question you want to ask, just press your left index finger on it, and ask me a question. The Crow Man said as Lin Yu gently stroked the skin. Okay, now I kind of believe this is a bonus level, he muttered, then looked at the Crow Man. So, is it time to enter the final choice question? Lin Yu asked, and the Crow Man nodded. Of course, but this time, you don't choose the way of leaving, but choose the proper rewards you want to get. Crow Man said. He spread his hands. In his two hands, the gray mist condensed into two capsules, one red and one blue. In my open hand, there are two props that can benefit you a lot. Whether you choose the left hand or the right hand in front of you, you can get the same prop reward and leave the current instance. Now, please choose. Which of my hands should you choose? Please point to it and tell me. The Crow Man whispered. Lin Yu looked at the red pills and blue pills in Crow Man's hand, and he was stunned. You God, have you ever seen The Matrix? I have also dabbled in human entertainment works. The Crow Man nodded slightly. Rather, it is precisely because of the many creative ideas of you humans that this game becomes more and more rich and interesting. Is that prop a capsule? Lin Yu touched his chin. If you have watched The Matrix from a lucky point of view, you should choose red. If you choose blue, I feel like you might stay in the death game forever. The Crow Man laughed. There is no such thing. Both capsules have nothing to do with whether you can leave this copy. Lin Yu also laughed. Yes, because no matter which side you choose, you can't live without. You bastard God, you said it was a bonus level at the end, and you were holding back the last question in the last room, right? Just now, right? Both of the happy questions made me relax my vigilance. He smiled as he spoke, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. You didn't even say quack. Are you afraid that I would find out that the only lie you told in this room was actually hidden in the third question? No wonder I can't find any clue to your second question. I feel like everything you say is false, but you have a good conscience. Only one sentence you tell a lie is true. No matter whether you choose the left hand or the right hand in front of you, you'll get the same item as a reward. This sentence must be heard in reverse. Lin Yu said, looking at the two hands spread out by the gray Crow Man in front of him. No matter which hand you choose, you won't get any props, and you won't be able to leave the current instance, right? The gray Crow Man laughed softly when he heard Lin Yu's rhetorical question. Now, what about your choice? You played the same trick 4 times, and it's really easy to guess. Lin Yu sighed. You also deliberately said the last sentence. You must point your finger to the hand I chose instead of saying left hand and right hand. Lin Yu pointed to the sky above his head. Above the sky, the towering gray Crow Man statue holds a cane in his right hand, and the other hand is spread out flat. I choose the statue's open hand. Lin Yu raised his hands above his head and said calmly. The Crow Man laughed. I didn't lie to you even in the end. No wonder you got the profession of fraudster. The sound was like rolling thunder coming from above Lin Yu's head. The huge Crow Man statue leaned down and placed the huge palm of his left hand in front of Lin Yu. On top lied 2 huge props, a row of cold teeth and a bright red tongue. The gray Crow Man behind him turned into smoke and disappeared. The Crow Man statue spoke again. Lin Yu, congratulations on answering the last choice question correctly. This is your reward. Choose one from among them. The name is Teeth of Prophecy. The name is Deceitful Tongue. After making your choice, I will send you away from this copy. Lin Yu looked at the 2 props in the hands of the Crow Man statue and took a step forward. Can I see how they work? As Lin Yu spoke, the crow statue spoke again, its voice low, majestic, and grand. Sure. After receiving the god's permission, Lin Yu took another step forward and approached the huge palm. Both props were about the same size as Lin Yu. Lin Yu stretched out his hand and touched the next 2 props. Teeth of Prophecy feels slightly hard and cold, while Tongue of Deception feels warm and soft. It not only looks like real teeth and tongue, but also makes Lin Yu feel that it really represents truth and lies. Like other props, the function descriptions of these two props also emerged after being touched by Lin Yu. Teeth of prophecy. After activation, the truth of your next established fact will definitely be believed. It can only be used once in each game. This prop will disappear after being used 3 times. Lying tongue. After activation, your next possible lie will definitely come true. It can only be used once in each game. This prop will disappear after 3 uses. Looking at the descriptions of Teeth of Prophecy and Tongue of Deception, Lin Yu is slightly stunned. This is simply a prop tailor-made for the fraudster like me. Lying tongue. Needless to say, this is equivalent to being able to ignore the conditions required by the liar to make the lie come true, and forcibly activate the effect of a lie to come true. Even, there is no need for a defrauded object. Teeth of Prophecy may not seem as strong as Tongue of Deception at first glance. After all, truth is inherently true, and the probability of being distrusted is very small. However, Lin Yu realized in this game how useful it is to use truth to deceive people. Moreover, a truth that must be believed by others, if used properly, is enough to become a prerequisite for many lies. Therefore, looking at these two props, Lin Yu was confused. What should I do? I want it all, he said with emotion. Then, Lin Yu looked up at the gray crow man and suddenly realized something. Well, I got this prop. Can I try out? The gray crow man statue looked down at Lin Yu and narrowed his eyes, as if he knew what Lin Yu wanted to do. You want both, don't you? If you choose Teeth of Prophecy, I can let you try it once. If you choose Tongue of Deception, you can't. Lin Yu looked at the statue of the gray crow man and grinned. It doesn't matter. The Teeth of Prophecy is enough. If you give me the Tongue of Deception, it would be too easy for me to take these 2 things. Lin Yu said calmly. The crow man became even more curious after hearing Lin Yu's speech. Very good. Let me see what you will do. The effect of Teeth of Prophecy will also be effective on me. The gray crow man whispered and waved slightly. The row of Senhin's teeth turned into the size of normal teeth and then flew into Lin Yu's mouth. Lin Yu only felt his teeth cool down slightly and then returned to normal. At the same time, a feeling naturally emerged in his heart, just like when he first got a career. As long as you recite Teeth of Prophecy silently and hope to activate the ability, will the next sentence take effect? Lin Yu understood, and then looked up at the statue of the crow man. He opened his mouth, revealing Senhin's white, neat and sharp teeth, spoke in a low voice, and spoke the truth he had prepared. When I receive prop rewards in all dungeons, I receive double the prop rewards. This is the ability of the game administrator I gained. The words spoken to loudly speak as a prophecy. This is the truth of an established fact. When Lin Yu received rewards in all the past dungeons, he indeed received twice the rewards. However, this is also a scam. In this sentence, Lin Yu concealed the fact that he only experienced 1 copy and obtained double props, and he achieved this by defrauding Chunjua. This is the scam of deceiving people with the truth, coupled with the definitely believed effect of Teeth of Prophecy. Lin Yu felt the surging power of belief coming from before his eyes. The power from a god completely turned his double reward when he gets it into a complete reality. The deceitful tongue on the giant palm also shrunk and submerged into Lin Yu's mouth, merging with his original tongue. Lin Yu flicked his tongue lightly and made a crisp sound. Just like when Teeth of Prophecy was fused, Lin Yu didn't feel any discomfort at this moment. He obtained a prop called Deceitful Tongue. The gray crow man was in a daze for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise. That's it. It looked at Lin Yu and praised. You had this idea from the beginning, right? Even if I asked you to try Deceitful Tongue, you would choose Teeth of Prophecy. Of course, the difference is quite big after all. Lin Yu nodded and smiled. After the scam just now comes true, it will not only allow him to obtain the Deceitful Tongue. What Lin Yu said was all copies. Although I don't know where the upper limit of the possible realization of Tongue of Deception is, It is very likely that it exceeds the upper limit of this item if I could get double props in every death game in the future. And the trust from a god is enough to make Lin Yu's audacious lie come true. Although Tooth of Prophecy may not work for a god, Lin Yu just deliberately used rhetoric to successfully arouse the curiosity of the Crow Man and made the God of Change take the initiative to promise that Tooth of Prophecy will work for me. Of course, Lin Yu still has a gambling element. After all, the Crow Man may have witnessed his last game throughout. So, Lin Yu is also testing and gambling. Gambling on whether the effect of Tooth of Prophecy can be strong enough to change the established cognition. Facts have proved that the effect of Tooth of Prophecy is indeed not weaker than Tongue of Deception. As long as the rhetoric is appropriate, it can even make people ignore the real facts. The Crow Man sighed. You're the first one who dares to use the gods like this. I wonder why you were chosen by the death game. You don't look afraid of death. Lin Yu shook his head. No, on the contrary, I am afraid of death. So of course I must seize this high-yield and rare opportunity of using gods. You won't kill me anyway, right? Lin Yu said, and the Crow Man snorted coldly. That's hard to say. The statue suddenly raised its palm and slapped Lin Yu. The huge palm, like a mountain, brought a frenzy of wind and pressed in the direction of Lin Yu. Lin Yu calmly looked up at the palm that was approaching him at a high speed. See you later, respected God of Change. He didn't dodge or even avoid his eyes. At the moment when the palm was about to touch Lin Yu, he felt his eyes go black and he lost consciousness. Then, congratulations on passing the game, Fatal Questions and Answers. The reward for this game are being settled for you. You have received the basic reward, 7 days of survival time. In this game, you have received 2 additional item rewards. Item Prophecy Toothbound. Item Deceitful Tonguebound. Lin Yu exhaled. Sure enough, they won't kill me. But let's put the matter of God aside for now. At this moment, Lin Yu has more important things to do. Although the 3 of them left the dungeon earlier than Lin Yu, as Lin Yu expected, the clearance time of leaving the dungeon will not affect the settlement space. They still entered the settlement space at the same time as him. After all, the remaining 3 people also looked like they had just come to their senses at this time. Tiangong looked around blankly and found that someone was missing. He also saw the blood stains on April and looked at her with interest. Haha, I can't believe that after a whole game of harmony, one person actually died at the end. It was still a couple turning against each other. April looked at Tiangong coldly. It's none of your business. Having heard the name Tiangong before, April was still a little afraid of this member of the Predator. However, since killing number 8 just now, April's character seems to have undergone some changes. Tiangong was choked by April and raised his hands helplessly. Okay, my fault. This really shouldn't be a good memory. And Lin Yu also looked at Don't Forget. After it was confirmed that this guy was from the Freedom Alliance, Lin Yu naturally had to implement his own personality even more. Tisk, it's a pity that I couldn't completely keep you in the copy this time. Lin Yu looked dissatisfied and indignant, and looked at Forget. Don't Forget smiled and said, Oh, didn't you have fun? The game of death is a game. Enjoying the game is the most important thing, isn't it? Lin Yu shook his head. I can't enjoy this kind of game. I just think that the farther away from a lunatic like you, the better, he said with a headache. Don't forget, he laughed out loud. What a pity. You have been targeted by me. I told you, I will pester you even harder. Lin Yu heard this and threatened in a cold voice. Next time I see you, I might kill you. Then I really, wait and see. Don't forget, he said with a laugh. Then, settlement time is over. Lin Yu returned to reality again. Opening his eyes, he woke up from the huge wooden bathtub. Wow! Lin Yu stood up from the still warm water in the barrel, water drops rolling down his clean skin. Finally, through the dialogue in the settlement space, Lin Yu got a little clearer. If you don't forget your own evaluation, you may be qualified. Even if he behaves like revengeful, impulsive, irritable, and insidious, and even shows obvious hostility to not forgetting, the other party still seems to think that he is qualified. The reason is probably because of the ability I showed in the last copy. So, the Freedom Alliance probably only selects members based on their potential and doesn't care much about the relationships between members or their personalities. This shows that either this organization is very loose like its name, either it is that the managers of this organization are confident in resolving conflicts among members. Lin Yu thought in his heart. In any case, this Freedom Alliance does have the same moral character as the Psychological Association, and there's a reason why it was banned from the forum. But Lin Yu feels that the current Freedom Alliance is still slightly better. At least don't forget didn't really hurt him, and the mysterious schoolgirl from the Psychological Society really killed him with one shot. Thinking of this, Lin Yu touched his chin. This is also reflected in the reactions of other players in this game. The forum seems to be a trustworthy organization. After all, even Tiangong and Boohoo, who were not allowed to go to the forum, had a forum ID from the beginning. After April and number 8 heard the name Tiangong being removed from the forum, they instantly became wary of him. Even Tiangong himself didn't argue anything. This shows that the forum should be a very credible and authoritative organization among most players. The reliable information that Lin Yu had seen about the two organizations, forum and order, before was all from the forum posts. How can information from the same source be credible? Now, after actually seeing the reactions of several senior players, Lin Yu finally let down his guard a little bit about the forum. In the same way, tycoons who have been certified by the forum may also be more credible. Maybe we can try to make some insinuations with him and find out about the mysterious woman from the Psychological Society. And the Freedom Alliances, don't forget. Lin Yu thought about it and decided to find another opportunity to contact the tycoon. Of course, there will be no fake props for sale this week. Lin Yu now has a more reliable way to make money than selling fake props, which is the reward post on the forum. Since the organization forum is reliable, the people they offer bounties to are likely to be worthy of death. Then why not find some damn guy within your ability to kill and earn some extra money? Let's ask the tycoon in detail about the reward. It's best to ask about the upgrade thing. Although Lin Yu has decided not to sell fake props for the time being, he is more or less a big customer in the tycoon's place based on the last order. Moreover, with the permanent buff of double reward, even if he never sells fakes again in the future, he can always sell real goods. Therefore, he shouldn't mind asking the tycoon a few questions. Thinking of this, Lin Yu took off his wet clothes, dried his body with a bath towel, and changed into the clean clothes he had prepared. He decided to send a message to the tycoon to contact him now. Lin Yu picked up the mobile phone on the bathroom sink and turned on the screen. The time at this time was just 5 minutes after midnight. Just like last time, he woke up just 1 minute after midnight. It took almost 4 minutes to wipe his body just now. But at this moment, Lin Yu suddenly realized that the blood words in front of him seemed different from before. Latest start time to next game. 6 days, 23 hours, 54 minutes. Note, in the next game copy, you'll get an additional upgrade trial task. Lin Yu was a little confused. Upgrade trial. He was still struggling before, wondering whether he should ask the tycoon about the upgrade while asking about other things. Now it seems he might have to investigate the upgrade first. Even if he doesn't get a satisfactory answer from the tycoon, Lin Yu is ready to use the precious questioning opportunity given to him by the god of change. Chevron_left. He calls himself Jiu Shui, and his occupation is soldier. He is impulsive, irritable, and vengeful, but he is thoughtful and has unique insights in solving puzzles and setting traps using game rules. His potential should be A+ to S-. In the actual game, he did not see through my identity and purpose, but found that I was secretly observing something before, which caused me some trouble in the copy. My opinion is, if he passes the upgrade, he may be absorbed into the organization. In a single-family villa on the outskirts of Jiangqing, a girl in a swimsuit and a bath towel sat by the swimming pool, holding a tablet in her hand. Beside her, a wet jacket and sweatpants were thrown aside. After saving the file on the tablet, she dragged it to a group chat of 11 people to upload it. Soon, many people appeared in the silent group chat of 11 people. Magician, is this the end of the evaluation? The speed is good. Thumbs up. Embarkershian. With an irritable personality and grudges, she shouldn't join this psychology society, right? After all, the psychology society killed her. AAA building materials Lao Wu. But we have to be careful of orders snatching people. After all, they are soldiers. Chef. SS soldiers? No wonder the psychology society attaches so much importance to it and sent that guy to Jiangsheng. Magician. Really? A master like me is only a prisoner. Who are you? You are a useless snack that was chased and beaten by the administrator of Haiqing. AAA building materials Lao Wu. Seriously, should we make an exception and invite him first? This kind of potential can't be promoted through upgrading, right? Chef, wait a little longer. Anyway, this kind of potential, maybe the 8th copy can be promoted. Maybe it can even be the 7th. In that case, it's just a month or more. Magician, I agree with the god of cooking flowers. Prisoner, I also think what the god of cooking said makes sense. We can observe him for a while. Embarkershian, there's one thing I care about. Why does he call himself Jiu Shui? After all, there are rumors that the guy is also from Jiangsheng and may be the administrator of Jiangsheng. Magician, I think it's just a coincidence, sweating. God of cooking. If it's not a coincidence, then it's a big trouble. Braised Carp King. Regardless of whether the coincidence or not, let's get in touch with him more during this period to confirm it. In the future, it's best to confirm his upgrade time and make sure he won't join the order. Seeing the speech of the person named Braised Carp King, with a little fire dragon as his avatar, the girl picked up the tablet again. Thief Anian. That's going to cost more? This kid is dangerous to begin with, and now he's related to the administrator. I can't do this job without paying more. Red Braised Carp King. No problem. I will send you the exquisite gloves before the next dungeon. Looking at the message of Red Braised Carp King, the girl's mouth drew a smile. She turned off the tablet, feeling very happy. Great, I can actually get the exquisite gloves. Carp is also a big spender. But that kid is really worth it. I hope he can pass the upgrade smoothly. Sure enough, the forum seems to be deliberately concealing the news about the upgrade. Lin Yu put down his phone. By looking through the posts in the forum, Lin Yu confirmed one thing. Although there are many posts and strategies in the forum, it is very rare to mention upgrade. Even if it is mentioned, it is just a brief mention, without going into it. On the contrary, many bounty commissions will have posts like the next dungeon will start the trial. Please help me get through safely. This made Lin Yu even more confused about what the trial was. After confirming that he could not find any information by searching further, Lin Yu turned on his phone. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message to the contact named Harmony Brings Wealth in the list. Are you there? A few seconds later, the tycoon replied, Oh, it's the newcomer who sold a bunch of props. Congratulations on passing the 2nd copy. Are there any props to sell this time? Lin Yu looked at the tycoon's enthusiastic message and felt emotional. He is indeed a businessman who treats customers with enthusiasm. Sorry, there are no props to sell this time. But I want to ask you something. Lin Yu edited the message and sent it. The tycoon replied quickly. Okay, what do you want to ask? If it is not convenient to talk about it online, you can come to the restaurant to find me at any time. But when you come, be careful to hide yourself. Lin Yu looked at the message from the tycoon and thought for a moment. Okay, I'll be there later. At present, the tycoon is the most trustworthy of the players he has met. Although it is dark now, all the players have just returned from the dungeon and basically will not run around. For Lin Yu, this is the best time to move around. So Lin Yu quickly changed his clothes, covered his face, and walked out of the house. This time, he did not ride his own bicycle, but scanned a shared bicycle to go out. The shared bicycle is not as smooth as his own bicycle. It took Lin Yu some time to get to Changming Street, where he had been before. After returning the shared bicycle, Lin Yu walked near the abandoned restaurant. Just when Lin Yu was about to think of a way to open the door again, the window on the 2nd floor suddenly opened. Boy, come up. The man in a bright blue suit stood by the window and lowered the hanging metal ladder. Lin Yu looked at the ladder and was stunned for a moment, then climbed up on hands and feet, stepped on the windowsill, and jumped into the house. After Lin Yu entered the house, The tycoon closed the window, and Lin Yu took off his mask. He returned to this luxurious office again. The tycoon turned around and took out some loose tea leaves in a plastic bag from the cabinet and brewed it for Lin Yu, making a pleased gesture. "Sit down, kid. What are you trying to find out? You're in such a hurry. You just finished the dungeon and you ran towards me. What? Did something happen in the dungeon?" Looking at the calm tycoon, Lin Yu sat on the sofa and took a sip of tea, then breathed a long sigh of relief. "Something's happened." Lin Yu made a confused and scared look and spoke. "Do you know about the Predators and the Freedom Alliance? They are the two organizations that are prohibited from entering on the top notice of the forum. I met their people in the last dungeon, and they seemed a bit difficult to offend, and I offended one of them. Will I get into trouble?" After the tycoon heard the two organization names popping out of Lin Yu's mouth, his expression suddenly became much more serious. "Predator and Freedom Alliance? Tell me more about the specific situation." Lin Yu nodded. "My last copy was of the puzzle type, so it wasn't too confrontational. After entering the dungeon, we exchanged identities and introduced ourselves. Two of the players felt a little strange to me, but I didn't particularly care at the time. It wasn't until the end that they revealed their true identities because of the puzzle. One of them is a god from a predator." After hearing this, the tycoon was a little enlightened. "Oh, the super newcomer who just joined the Predator has 2 brushes. If you look through the forum, you should be able to find him on the bounty list," said the tycoon. "Is he targeting you? If I remember correctly, he is probably from the northwest, so don't worry too much." The tycoon waved his hands calmly. Lin Yu shook his head. "It's not. On the contrary, he is quite friendly to me. On the contrary, it was the guy from the Freedom Alliance who was very hostile to me." The tycoon also looked a little serious. "Freedom Alliance? It's rare enough that you can meet them. To be honest, as for the Freedom Alliance, there is a high probability that it is a fake." Lin Yu shook his head. "Probably not, because she did not claim to be from the Freedom Alliance, but I confirmed it myself through some means." "But why do you say it's most likely a fake?" The tycoon shook his head. "Tell me about her characteristics first." "She's a girl, not too tall. She wears sunglasses and a jacket. She seems to be a thief by profession. She has a bad personality, and her accent sounds like a local from Jiangcheng." After Lin Yu finished speaking, the tycoon suddenly realized. "What you met is the great thief Yin." Lin Yu was a little surprised when he heard this name. Yin. I never forget it. So that's what her self-proclaimed ID means. He was thinking in his mind, but his expression showed confusion. "Is this a famous guy?" "She is very famous. Before she joined the Freedom Alliance forum and was cleared, her ID in Yin was quite famous. Basically, everyone who participated in the dungeon with her had to throw 1 or 2 props at her in your hands. And even if you leave the instance, those props will not come back." Lin Yu was shocked when he heard the tycoon's words. Was her skill stolen permanently? Normally, the props stolen by the thief skill in the dungeon will be automatically returned to the original owner after the dungeon ends. If the skill is activated in reality, it will be automatically returned at the start of the next instance. Although items that are not props are stolen forever, but for props, the ability of the thief is not permanent. In the dungeon before, I don't forget, Orin Yin showed the Tiangong prop she stole. Lin Yu thought she just wanted to play with it or see the effect of this prop. Unexpectedly, she actually has the ability to permanently steal other people's props. The tycoon said solemnly. Her profession is indeed a thief, probably achieved with the help of a certain prop. The forum's evaluation of her at that time was there are many thieves, but there is only one master thief. After the tycoon finished speaking, Lin Yu showed even more concern. So powerful? Then if she and her organization target me, won't I be dead? The tycoon shook his head. Don't worry too much. Although the thief has a bad character, so far, she rarely takes the initiative to kill someone. This guy likes to play tricks on others and play pranks. You may indeed get into trouble if you are targeted by her, but normally your life will not be in danger. The tycoon said, paused, and added, As for the Freedom Alliance, there's no need to worry. Although this organization is famous, its numbers are small. So far, it has only 9 confirmed members. As the tycoon said, Lin Yu was stunned. So few? How many members should there be in a normal organization? Seeing Lin Yu's confused look, the tycoon continued to answer patiently. The largest number of people is the large organization order, which probably has more than 500 people and nearly 1,000 people. Almost every larger city has more than 10 members of order. Secondly, several well-known national organizations should have about a few hundred members. The larger ones are 400 to 500, the smaller ones are 100 or 200. Predator Psychological Society, Players Mutual Aid Association, Night Watch, etc. are all about this size. Relatively well-known organizations in a certain area are generally small and medium-sized. For example, the Jiangantang, founded by me in Jiangsheng, has probably close to 100 members. Finally, there are various small organizations, but there must be at least 20 or 30 people in order to be generally recognized by players as an organization. Only the Freedom Alliance is a special case. The tycoon gave Lin Yu a popular science guide. After hearing what the tycoon said, Lin Yu thought for a moment and then spoke. Then, why is the Freedom Alliance a special case? Because the criteria for joining it is to successfully upgrade, the tycoon said calmly. Although there are only 9 people at the moment, each of these 9 people are very famous strong men, just like the thief Red. Hearing the tycoon's words, Lin Yu was secretly happy. The topic has finally reached a higher level. He is worried about how to naturally lead the topic to it. Now that the tycoon took the initiative to bring it up, it was naturally the best thing for Lin Yu. Therefore, Lin Yu put on a confused expression and spoke. Upgrade? Didn't you say before that the measure of strength is the number of copies passed? Many posts on the forum also mention the matter of upgrading. So what exactly is it? Lin Yu asked naturally. The tycoon looked at Lin Yu, picked up the tea on the table, and took a leisurely sip. Yes, the number of copies passed is an important criterion for distinguishing a player's strength, but that is relative to players of the same level. After going through 2 dungeons and getting so many props, you should have noticed, when you get prop reward, there will be a prompt in the settlement space that what you got is a non-exclusive prop reward, right? The so-called leveling up means that before a certain copy starts, you will be prompted to start the leveling up trial, so that when you get to this copy, you will get some additional mission conditions besides the clearance conditions. These additional tasks are optional, but whether you do these tasks or not, the difficulty of this dungeon will be greatly increased for you. Even if you compare the players who participate in the same dungeon with you, the difficulty level will be extraordinarily high. However, if you successfully survived this dungeon and completed the additional tasks, then congratulations, you have completed a level up and changed from an ordinary player to a first-level player. The reason for these differences is that among the rewards you receive, there will be an exclusive prop. Compared with ordinary props, it is equivalent to opening up a second professional ability for your profession. And this new exclusive prop can often match your original professional abilities very well, producing the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Therefore, there is a qualitative gap between players who have completed the upgrade and those who have not. Qualitative change. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly when he heard what the tycoon said. In the last dungeon, neither Anian nor Tiangong used their professional abilities much. Not to mention the abilities after upgrading. Even the original abilities of Thief and Craftsman were not used much. But based on what the tycoon said, Lin Yu could still imagine that players who have completed upgrading do have a great advantage over ordinary players. Looking at Lin Yu's thoughtful expression, the tycoon laughed. Okay, don't be too ambitious. After all, it's still a long way to go before you reach upgrading. Lin Yu was a little surprised when the tycoon said this. Very early? He will face upgrading next week. But Lin Yu remained calm on the surface. Really? How long will it take? The tycoon smiled when he heard Lin Yu's words. For normal players, they will encounter their first upgrade dungeon in the 9th or 10th dungeon. It depends on the performance in the previous dungeons. When the death game thinks you are ready, it will open the upgrade dungeon for you. People with higher potential are in the 9th dungeon, and those with lower potential are in the 10th dungeon. Of course, there are also a few people with great potential who have shown their talents, and they will get the upgrade prompt in the 8th dungeon. There are very few geniuses who will start the upgrade in the 7th dungeon. The tycoon said, looking at Lin Yu. To be honest, I don't think you should wait until the 9th or 10th dungeon. But even if you're a genius and get the qualification for upgrade in the 7th dungeon, it will be a month later, so there is no rush. Lin Yu smiled and nodded and said, that's right. But he was extremely shocked in his heart. He didn't wait until the 9th or 10th dungeon. From the tycoon's tone, it is rare to have a dungeon upgrade in the 7th dungeon. He's the 3rd one. Lin Yu immediately made up his mind that this matter must be kept secret. He was a newcomer who had been targeted by 3 very bad organizations. If he revealed any special features, he would never be able to live in peace. Some people like to be in the spotlight by nature, and they could be like fish in water, even in danger. But Lin Yu is not like that. Except when he likes the feeling of being the center of attention during performances, he is still very low-key in his daily life. What's more, these players and organizations of the death game are more crazy than each other, and Lin Yu doesn't want to be paid too much attention by them. So Lin Yu coughed lightly. Well, it seemed that there's really no rush to worry about this matter. But I'm very curious. You just said that the level up task is optional. So, what will happen if you don't do it? Oh, nothing will happen. The tycoon took a sip of tea and smacked his lips gently. It will just come again after 10 copies. So, many people fail to complete the level up the first time, and even only a few can complete the level up the second time. Of course, even if you don't do the level up task itself will make your copy more difficult. Those who can survive are also a kind of strength. At this point, the tycoon laughed. This is why there is rarely any information and strategies about level up on the forum. This is a tacit understanding between various organizations. Lin Yu also took a sip of the teacup. What do you mean? The tycoon laughed. You've been to the forum, and you should know that although there are many professions in the death game, excluding those extremely special, unique professions, there are actually no more than 100 known professions. And some of these professions are not unique, but are also relatively rare. Excluding those, there are actually only more than 50 common professions. Lin Yu nodded slightly. In the past week, he has almost memorized more than 50 common professions and more than 20 relatively rare professions. He knows the tycoon's words better than the average new player. And the tycoon's words also made Lin Yu vaguely understand. So, is it possible that the level-up tasks of the same profession have strong similarities? As Lin Yu said, the tycoon laughed. Yes, although the upgrade tasks will be slightly adjusted according to the next dungeon. The tasks of the same profession are basically the same. Therefore, many organizations have rich experience in how to survive the upgrade dungeon and complete the upgrade task. Therefore, the best way for players with average qualifications to survive the upgrade dungeon is to join an organization, the tycoon said calmly. After joining the organization, you could get experience on how to survive and even enjoy the services of experienced veterans in the organization who help with the upgrade dungeon at a very favorable price. Some large organizations, such as Order, are even a free benefit, and you only need to pay the cost price of the team props. And players with higher qualifications and aspirations who want to complete the upgrade task as soon as possible and more safely can also get a lot of useful experience. Although the upgrade task cannot be completed once the team is formed and the organization cannot be relied on to help in the dungeon, the role of experience and guidance outside the dungeon is still immeasurable. What's more, after each profession is upgraded, it will also differentiate into 2 different branches. How to choose a branch is also very valuable information for players who want to go further. When the tycoon said this, Lin Yu understood. Understand. Thank you, Lin Yu said, and also understood the tycoon's purpose. Since the last time, Lin Yu could feel that this uncle seemed to want to win him over and recruit him. And through these inquiries, in addition to getting a lot of information about the death game and the current situation of the players, Lin Yu also confirmed one thing. This tycoon is definitely well informed. He even knows something about the organization Psychological Society. So, Did the other party recognize the business card? Recalling the tycoon's micro-expressions at the time, although this old and sophisticated uncle has good acting skills, any traces of performance cannot escape Lin Yu's eyes. The other party definitely recognized the origin of the business card, so he knew early on that he was being targeted by the psychological society. Moreover, judging from the uncle's understanding of the psychological society, he probably knew that the psychological society was targeting newcomers, most likely because the newcomers had high potential. But given that the goodwill released by the tycoon was real, Lin Yu simply did not expose it. However, he was still somewhat curious about the tycoon's purpose. And just now, when introducing himself this time, the tycoon mentioned the organization he founded, Jiang Hall, which made Lin Yu completely understand. This uncle definitely wants me to join his organization. Sure enough, the tycoon coughed lightly and spoke. Ahem, brother, I won't be polite to you. I'll speak frankly to you. I hope you join our Jiang Hall. Hearing the invitation from the tycoon, Lin Yu had already prepared in his heart, but he still showed a look of shock on his face. It is better to say that he prepared for this shocked expression, and he prepared it very carefully. This is not an ordinary shock, but 3 parts of doubt, 3 parts of flattery, and 4 parts of disbelief. Anyone who sees the expression on Lin Yu's face at this moment will naturally think that Lin Yu has such emotions in his heart at this time. The tycoon is no exception. He looked at Lin Yu's expression and felt a little proud. Don't rush to reply me. You can think about it. Although our Jiang'an Club is only a local organization in Jiangxing, I still have the confidence to say that it is one of the best. What's more, you should have seen some statements about me on the forum. I am able to host the Jiangsheng Assembly recognized by the forum, so I naturally have some strength. Our Jiang'an Club is also one of the cooperative organizations of Ordered. In other words, in the territory of Jiangsheng, our Jiang'an Club can represent order to a certain extent. The tycoon said proudly. Looking at the tycoon's smug look, Lin Yu added some yearning and reverence to his shock. So powerful. I saw on the forum that Order is the most powerful organization. Those 3 organizations that were removed from the forum have to go around when they see Order, Lin Yu said, and the tycoon nodded calmly. That's right. So outside of the game, as long as it's in Jiangsheng, whether it's the Predators or the Free Alliance, even if the Psychological Society is included, if they want to move you, I can protect you. Of course, the premise is that you join our Jiang'an Club, the tycoon said seriously. Lin Yu looked at the tycoon's appearance and once again increased the doubt on his face. But, according to you, wouldn't it be better for me to join Order directly? As he said, the tycoon laughed. Do you think there is no threshold for Order to recruit people? Although this organization has a large number of people, the recruitment is very strict. Not only do they have to examine your strength, but also your character. There are many rules after joining. If the Circle of Death game players is compared to a world of martial arts, Order is the leader of the righteous path today, the tycoon said, stretching out his hand and gesturing. Although Lin Yu didn't know what he was gesturing, he still nodded. I understand. The people inside must not only be strong, but also be upright, right? As Lin Yu said this, the tycoon showed a teachable look. Yes, relatively speaking, although our Jiang'an Club also has rules, they are basically the basic ones such as not to kill people at will in reality and not to betray the organization, the tycoon said, looking at Lin Yu. Besides, if a young talent like you joins now, there will be many benefits. The middle-aged uncle winked and said, for example, the strategy of upgrading, but I can't use that now. Lin Yu said casually. This sentence is a lie. Lin Yu knew that he would probably not use in the future. Just now the tycoon said, the experience strategy of each organization is summarized based on the tasks of the same profession. But Lin Yu knew that he got the only profession, Fraudster. The only profession. Where can I find a reference for this? What's more, he was particularly special. The level-up trial that was opened in the 3rd dungeon, according to the tycoon, it was probably something he had never heard of. Therefore, these level-up strategies were dispensable to Lin Yu. The tycoon laughed after hearing Lin Yu's words. So I said, don't rush to decide. Wait a few dungeons and see. You'll know when the time comes. It's great to have an organization. The tycoon said here. Lin Yu nodded and interrupted him. Thank you for your kindness, tycoon. Then I'll consider it. The tycoon was a man of standard, and after hearing Lin Yu's words, he knew that he was a little uninterested. I was a little abrupt. It seems that you also think highly of yourself. You should want to join some big organization. The tycoon sighed. However, local organizations like ours also have the advantages of local organizations, and I'm actually not weak. Have you not seen the bounty section of the forum? The tycoon asked. Lin Yu nodded. Although I was indeed tempted by the bounty, I never understood what upgrade was, and I didn't know how strong other players were, so I didn't look at it to prevent myself from being envious. Lin Yu paused. Now that I know, I am even less interested in watching. After all, you also said that there's a qualitative difference between players who have not upgraded and those who have upgraded. Lin Yu was telling the truth. He wanted to make money, but he was not in such a hurry. He could take certain risks, but the risks should not be too big. The tycoon smiled. Let's take a look. The name of this forum section should indeed be changed. It's called a bounty, but there is actually a ranking function now. At first, Busybody counted the total credit points of the extraordinary people who were bountied above and made a forum. And then someone joked that why the forum didn't make a function to evaluate the strength of high-end players. As a result, the forum was actually created. A ranking list of 100 was created. Although everyone was very controversial at the beginning and didn't know how it was ranked, this ranking function has been released for more than half a year. And through various things, everyone is more accepting. At least the ranking error should be within 3 or 5 places. Of course, if the people on the list have a forum account, they can choose to remain anonymous. The tycoon said, and Lin Yu understood. It sounds like you were on that list. The tycoon laughed. Take a look. Lin Yu took out his mobile phone and opened the forum. Afterwards, he opened the reward section and really found a pinned post titled Player Ranking Real-Time Update in this section. The publisher is the official account of the forum. After Lin Yu clicked it, the names and organizations appeared on the black bottom forum. First place, General, Organization Order. Second place, Fortune Teller, Organization Predator. Third place, Grandmaster, Organization Order. Fourth place, Anonymous Player. Lin Yu scrolled down, but didn't find the tycoon in the top 10. He swiped down hard, and the page scrolled quickly. The tycoon glanced at the screen in front of him, and when he saw the text scrolling, he spoke up. Hey, past. Past. Lin Yu heard the tycoon's words and flipped back. He found the tycoon quickly. 27th place, Tycoon, Organization Jiang'an Club. Lin Yu was slightly shocked. Wow, among all the players, you are ranked 27th. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the tycoon waved his hand very humbly. It's a national player. Foreign servers don't participate in the forum rankings. Although the tycoon acted modestly, Lin Yu could still feel the pride in his heart. Probably being ranked 27th in the country by the forum is something that this middle-aged man is extremely proud of. And after throwing this matter out, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel more aware. The tycoon valued himself more than he thought. It should not just be because of the props sold last time. Combined with the eager attitude of the Freedom Alliance towards him, it was not difficult for Lin Yu to guess. Probably being killed by someone from this psychological society and entering the death game and leaving a business card is a very reliable certification. Because of this, Lin Yu became more calm. He has been acting so hard for the tycoon since just now. What he wants is more information and thoroughly understand the tycoon's cards and attitude. Sure enough, Lin Yu was still silent. The tycoon couldn't help but speak again. How is it? After reading this ranking, what do you think? Yes, I want to join the order even more. Lin Yu said very sincerely. In the ranking list, just now, there were 2 order people in the top 3 and 4 order people in the top 20. 8 within the first 50 miles. In this list of 100 people, his order family accounts for 15 people. It's not an exaggeration to say that this order organization is a dominant one. The order is so strong. Even if there are more rules, it won't be intolerable. After hearing what Lin Yu said, The tycoon was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Ah ha ha ha. This idea is indeed impeccable. But I still say the same thing. Don't worry. Big organizations also have their disadvantages. Although order looks powerful, after all, it is the leader of the righteous path and has a heavy burden. Otherwise, it would not be with our Jiang'an society cooperate. Furthermore, joining the Jiang'an society, although the help in upgrading, we may indeed not be as good as a large organization like Order, but so be it. The tycoon said, knocking on the table. We really have a lot of benefits. For example, props from the Jiangsheng Gathering and our Jiang'an Club can be purchased for your own use at a 30 to 10% discount. There is also a free team prop given out every month. Also, it seems to me, brother, that you are a college student, right? We can give you an internship stamp, and you can even come to work in our company after graduation. I will pay you 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, a non-responsible basic salary of more than 10,000 yuan, weekends off, but you actually don't even have to work. As the tycoon said, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Everything else was fine, but the internship stamp and the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund really made Lin Yu's heart beat. This is almost the most tempting item for Lin Yu. He couldn't even imagine that if he graduated and worked in a local company in Jiangsheng, he would get weekend breaks, 5 social insurances, and 1 housing fund, and a basic salary of 10,000 plus. How sunny and cheerful Lin Zhao would become. Although Lin Zhao supported Lin Yu's actor dream, with actions and words, Lin Yu knew from the bottom of his heart that his sister still hoped that he could find a stable job. Moreover, this job of a tycoon does not affect his continued pursuit of his dream in the entertainment industry. Dare I ask, brother, what is your company? Lin Yu asked cautiously. Qingsheng, our own listed catering group in Jiangsheng. The tycoon laughed and extended his hand to Lin Yu. My father has some shares in Qingsheng, and my eldest brother also hold an important position in Qingsheng. After hearing this, Lin Yu took a deep breath. Still, Qingsheng. Jiangsheng people have grown up eating their milk and fast food. Lin Yu could imagine that if he joined Qingsheng to work, he would not be able to show off to all the old men and women in the community. However, Lin Yu quickly calmed down. Looking at the tycoon's hand covered with rings, bracelets, and jewels, he also felt a little emotional. No wonder this guy was so willing to give me money last time. He is a rich second-generation co-author. Seeing that he was a little older and dressed in a flamboyant way, I originally thought he was a nouveau riche, but I didn't expect him to be an old dandy with no taste. Lin Yu's thoughts were flowing. He held the tycoon's hand and swallowed his saliva. I'll think about it again. He replied again. Although it was still think about it, the tycoon also heard the changes in Lin Yu's words and spoke with a smile. Okay, I'll wait for your reply. Lin Yu stood up and then left the restaurant. After walking out of the restaurant, Lin Yu's expression calmed down. Organization. Although the conditions offered by the tycoon just now were tempting enough, Lin Yu just sighed a little and acted according to his own feelings. He will not join the Jiang'an society for money. Of course, this does not mean that the tycoon's guess about Lin Yu is right. Lin Yu didn't really want to join the order. To be precise, Lin Yu did not intend to join any organization. Because of the existence of the profession of deceiver, Lin Yu had already made preparations in his heart. He can't have a real companion. There is a circle between the players of the death game, or, as the tycoon puts it, it is like a jianghu. This is not good news for Lin Yu. His career is doomed, and the more others know about him, the more disadvantageous it will be to him. Therefore, it is impossible for Lin Yu to actually join an organization. Unless one day, I have some means to change my identity at will without letting anyone know. Otherwise, these organizations and cooperating with them is the upper limit. Thinking of this, Lin Yu also took out his mobile phone and opened a chat window. Shuangmu, President, are you asleep? The chat box responded to the message almost instantly. Jiu Shui, no money, love, no encore. Lin Yu felt helpless when he saw the message from Shun Bingmiao. Shuangmu, no, I have something to ask you, and someone else needs you to check. Jiu Shui, oh, I was scared to death. Did you fall asleep at night? Jiu Shui, I thought you wanted to confess, borrow money, or perform an encore. Jiu just opening the box. Tell me, which beehole did you encounter in the game again? Lin Yu couldn't help but feel speechless after seeing the news about Shun Bingmiao. Senior sister is still so lively. He edited the message and sent it. Shuangmu. None. The person we want to check this time is a celebrity. Shuangmu, a relative of a senior executive or shareholder of Qingsheng Group, a man in his 30s or less than 40. I have his WeChat account. Jiu are you crazy? Rich people who open boxes can easily be found. Jiu this belongs to a listed company. What do you want to do? Are you considering marrying into a rich family now? Then don't look for old men. Jiu damn, you can't just say this, right? Lin Yu is helpless. Senior Shun Bingmiao is good at everything, but sometimes she goes too far. Shuangmu. No, I'm just curious whether he is reliable or not. I don't need any specific private information. Just help me find out if this person has any bad news, criminal records, etc. Okay? Shuangmu. It's best to have a simple growth trajectory, such as where you went to school, what kind of work you did, etc. Lin Yu replied. With this information, he can slightly outline and profile some of the tycoon's deeper traits by writing a biography. This is also an application of an actor's skills in reality. Although after actually meeting the tycoon, he already felt that this guy was more trustworthy. Even if Lin Yu didn't plan to join the Jiang'an Club, he still felt that he could have a friendly relationship with him. But Lin Yu still thought it was better to be cautious. Jiu this is simple, but it feels like you want to write a biography of this person. Looking at the message from Shun Bingmiao, Lin Yu couldn't help but admire the sensitivity of his senior sister and president again. However, he was also prepared. Shuangmu, it's not a biography, but I'm planning to try my hand at writing a script recently, and I plan to write it based on him for fun. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's thoughts changed slightly. Shuangmu, by the way, if you want to check. Senior sister, do you know that some of the big entrepreneurs in our Jiang city have daughters who are almost 16 or 17 years old? Most likely they're only children, and their grades may be comparable in all aspects. Excellent. Shuangmu, if it's convenient for you, can you help me check the ones that meet the requirements? After Lin Yu sent it, Shun Bingmiao immediately replied with a shocked panda head emoticon. Jiu what are you going to do? Jiu in order to prove that I am not fishing for an uncle, I changed my life to fishing for a rich woman, right? Jiu you also specifically emphasize that you must be 16 or 17 years old. Lin Yu, you are too perverted. Jiu no wonder there are so many fans in the school, and you don't even look at them. Has the shelf life of the co-author been expired? Jiu if you become popular in the future, and it is reported that you are a fan of Underage House Collapse, please don't say that you are from the Jiangxing Media Drama Club. I can't afford to embarrass this person. Lin Yu was even more helpless. Shuangmu, you misunderstood the president. There's a reason for this. Please listen to my explanation. Shun Bingmiao sent an emoticon. It's a panda head with ears pricked up. Jiu you'd better explain to me clearly, otherwise I will clean up the house. Shuangmu, it's a long story, so I'll cut it short. Lin Yu thought for a while and decided to remove the game of death part and say it with mixed truth and falsehood. Shuangmu, that's right, I met a girl at an offline party last week who looked like a girl from a rich family, but she might have kleptomania. Jiu did she steal your underwear? Those may be students from the nearby Jiangda High School and your fans who have been coveting your beauty for a long time. Shuangmu, no, she stole my bicycle key and took my bike away. Jiu huh? Shuangmu, yes, and as soon as I found out, I chased her and locked her up again at the next intersection. So I said she might have kleptomania. 9 waters, 6. Jiu this is so ridiculous, but it sounds true. Jiu let me check it for you and see if I can find anything. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the news about Shun Bingmiao. With the help of the president, finding the personal information of a Nian is not a complete needle in a haystack. After Lin Yu asked Shun Bingmiao for information about the investigation, he rode the shared bicycle back home again. Because he said hello to Lin Zhao before going out this time, saying that he was going to talk about shooting So this time Lin Yu did not stay at home to guard Lin Yu, but went to bed early. After Lin Yu returned to his quiet home, he lay on the bed and continued to think about what he had seen during the day. Call. In the darkness, Lin Yu stretched out his hand to the sky and opened his 10 fingers. After this copy and the conversation with the tycoon just now, Lin Yu is more confirmed. The quiet life has indeed gone far away from me. Even his life at the moment may be more exciting than the average death game player. After all, normal players only need to worry about dungeons once a week in the early stage. But I have only passed 2 dungeons, and the 3rd dungeon is about to challenge the level up. Moreover, 1 or 2 of those organizations are also staring at themselves. Even the last copy, even the gods came in person. Lin Yu felt increasingly troubled by this. They say I have potential, but what the hell is this potential? Everyone treats him as a rare thing, evaluating, inviting, testing, and wooing him. But Lin Yu feels that he has clear self-awareness. He is just a college student who loves acting, neither a genius nor a madman. Although he actually survived 2 dungeons, only Lin Yu himself knew how much he was walking on thin ice. Originally, I thought that a guy like me wouldn't be able to survive even 1 chapter of that kind of infinite online novel. Lin Yu sighed. From now on, we can only take 1 step at a time. Just treat the rest of your life as a stage and perform to your heart's content. Anyway, my career also requires me to perform. Lin Yu muttered, and the phone beside his pillow vibrated slightly. Buzz dash. Opening the phone, I found 2 files sent by Shun Bingyao. The file name of one is Hejutsai. After opening it, the tycoon's mugshot will be placed on top. Lin Yu took a brief look and found that Shun Bingyao was indeed very efficient in poaching this guy who was even half a public figure. The life trajectory of the tycoon uncle is vividly displayed on the page. After finishing a private aristocratic middle school, he stuffed his money to study at Jiangsheng University, Sino-Foreign Cooperation College. It seems that I had some disagreements with my family during college, so I went out to start a business and then lost my pants. It seemed that the abandoned restaurant was bought by the tycoon in a fit of enthusiasm and wanted to run it, but in the end, Lin Yu had already seen the result. We still have offices now. It's quite nostalgic. It should focus on feelings. Lin Yu commented in his heart. Even the reason for the failure of starting a business was that he was too emotionally attached and was dragged down by his classmates and friends who lacked ability. Of course, it's inappropriate to say it's a drag, and the tycoon himself is probably not good at doing business. Now that the other party is evaluating himself, Lin Yu also feels that he should reciprocate and evaluate the tycoon and others more. Maybe in the future, when dealing with tycoons, we should take more of the emotional route. In short, after looking at the tycoon's life trajectory, it is basically similar to what Lin Yu expected. He's a guy who could be trusted a little bit, and he values feelings more than I thought. Think about the name Zhang Antong carefully. It sounded a lot like the Tonko in some young and dangerous cartoons. Lin Yu closed the tycoon's profile page. Then he clicked on another document. The name of this document. It's called Lin Yin. When Lin Yu saw the name of the file, he already made a guess in his mind. And sure enough, after clicking on this file, what caught his eye was a familiar face. A young and immature high school girl. Her face is full of purity and liveliness. She has a cute little sister's hair, straight bangs, and a slight paired dimple at the corner of her mouth. Just like Bai Yueguang, who has average academic performance and has a good relationship with everyone in school, is the existence of Bai Yueguang in the hearts of many boys. However, Lin Yu looked at those eyes that were as smart as nocturnal animals and let out a soft hiss. Young boy's acting skills are quite good. I almost can't recognize him based on his temperament in this photo. Of course, this girl is the master thief, a Nian who has a prominent reputation in the game of death. Lin Yu continued to read her personal introduction, a senior student at Jiangsheng Shengla Private Middle School. Then, he saw Lin Yin's family background. Both parents are professors in universities, and their names often appear in textbooks. At the same time, his father also serves as a research and development consultant for a large international company. If we only look at assets, the Lin Yin family is not as good as the tycoon family, but it can be considered a rich family. At least it can be confirmed that Lin Yin's profession of stealing and thief should really be a hobby. Lin Yu touched his chin and felt that the image of this little thief girl was gradually becoming more fleshed out. In this way, her actions in the death game, including joining the somewhat deviant Freedom Alliance, is it because her real life is too depressing? After all, according to Lin Yu's observation, top-level intellectual families whose parents are both professors are either very open and enlightened or very repressed. Lin Yin should be the latter. Maybe this can be used. Lin Yu silently memorized the analysis and evaluation of Lin Yin. The next time I meet this girl, I will try to find a way to confirm it. It would be best if I could scare the other party. Lin Yu thought about it and then put down his phone. Of course, these are things to consider later. The most important thing to consider now is the issue of upgrading and tomorrow's morning 8. Lin Yu thought of tomorrow's class schedule, and his back teeth ached. It's really hard to say which one is more difficult, morning 8 or the death game. He sighed, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. On the other side of Jiangcheng Underground, a small girl in white pajamas hugged her knees and sat on a black ergonomic chair. In the spacious room, the air conditioner was turned on very high. The water-cooled chassis hummed, and the cold light of LED lights and more than 10 display screens illuminated the room, making the room look cold and futuristic. Light blue and green light reflected on the girl's face, outlining her mostly cute face. Windows were open one after another, some with short messages, some with codes, and some even with pictures and videos. Her eyes moved rapidly at a speed that clearly exceeded the physiological limit of humans, looking at the information rolling by, biting her thumb. Very good. All organizations and people have spent this week safely. There is no new movement in the psychological society, and Zhigang has left Jiangcheng. The night watcher is still the same. It's a pity that the general didn't catch the fortune teller last week, and this week he really disappeared completely. It seems that the ranking doesn't need to be updated. The girl tapped the keyboard lightly and closed dozens of windows. Then, there was only one chat window left on the screen in the middle. Her eyes fell on this chat window, and the girl's eyes stayed on it, no longer moving quickly. But my dear Ace, I didn't expect that you would become the biggest variable recently. In the following time, although Lin Yu obtained some information, Lin Yu did not take any new actions rashly. Before completing the upgrade, Lin Yu will not take the initiative to contact those organization-related matters. After all, the school curriculum is also very busy. 2 classes have midterm assignments due, and one of them is a group assignment. The old professor in the acting class asked them to read Shakespeare's plays on a whim, saying that it was related to the final exam. This also required a lot of effort for Lin Yu. After recently asking Shan Bingmiao to conduct repeated investigations, the president had to summon Lin Yu. Lin Yu had always refused to record the club promotion recording activities, but now he had to agree to Shan Bingmiao. Welcome to all juniors and juniors to join the Jiangxing University Drama Club. My name is Lin Yu, and I'll be waiting for you in the drama club. Under many practical matters soon, 7 days passed in a flash. It's Tuesday again. It was still just after 12 noon when a prompt popped up. It's less than 24 hours before the latest start time of the next game. Please put yourself in a sub-zero temperature environment before midnight tonight and wait to enter the game. Seeing this prompt, Lin Yu touched his chin. Below zero? It's not easy to find such conditions. Lin Yu's first thought was to clean out the refrigerator at home and get in. But just forget about locking the door in the toilet before. The house Lin Yu lives in now is a small apartment, and the kitchen is relatively small, so the refrigerator is placed in the dining room. If he emptied the refrigerator and got in the middle of the night, he would definitely be picked up by Lin Zhao and scolded. Therefore, Lin Yu started to think, we need to find a cold storage or something like that. He muttered, then thought, usually there are more restaurants in this kind of place, right? Sister's restaurant? No, absolutely not. That from the tycoon? It doesn't work either. The tycoon's restaurant has been abandoned for who knows how long. Moreover, Lin Yu didn't really want to have a close relationship with the tycoon. After thinking about it, Lin Yu came up with the best plan. It seems that the only option is to try the school cafeteria. Lin Yu thought of the most suitable option so far. As a student of Jiangxing University of Communication, it is reasonable for him to show up at school in the middle of the night, right? Even telling her sister that she would stay at school and take some photos would completely save Lin Zhao from worrying. As for how to sneak into the cold storage or freezer of the school cafeteria, Lin Yu quickly came up with a complete plan in his mind. The first canteen and the second canteen are excluded first. They are directly operated by the school. The cold storage is built elsewhere, and the ingredients are all brought in by truck in the morning. The fourth cafeteria closes late and is too close to the library. Those roll kings might see me. After doing the math, Canteen 3 is the most suitable. Not only is it contracted out, but its location is also relatively remote. The most important thing is that the third dining hall has a back door with only an old-fashioned padlock. Lin Yu thought of this, and then went to the third dining hall to check. It's mealtime now, so it's not unreasonable for Lin Yu to go to San Canteen. After ordering a meal at the window of the braised chicken in San Canteen and eating it hastily, Lin Yu also saw the scene in the kitchen through the window. Huge freezers are displayed in separate windows, which is definitely more than enough for one person. Moreover, it is very easy to enter the cafeteria and enter the kitchen. Although the windows are equipped with iron curtains, due to trust in the character of college students and the surveillance within the school, few windows will actually pull down the iron curtains after closing. Therefore, Lin Yu confirmed again that it should be feasible to find a freezer in the San Canteen to enter the game. Thinking of this, Lin Yu also edited the text message again and sent it to his sister Lin Zhao. I'm doing group homework at school tonight. I plan to stay up late with my classmates and won't go back. Lin Zhao has always been supportive of academic matters. Okay, don't tire yourself out. Lin Zhao's message was quickly replied to. After getting Lin Zhao's approval, Lin Yu also began to continue studying in school. Taking this opportunity, he also went to the library and took the opportunity to read many of Shakespeare's plays recommended by the professor. Although Lin Yu studied it in high school, after studying acting for 2 years and performing several performances on stage, my mentality is different when I read it again. Shakespeare is truly a genius. He was able to write such a wonderful drama hundreds of years ago in the Middle Ages. Lin Yu sighed with emotion. He couldn't even imagine how shocked and eager he would be if he were a drama actor born in the European Middle Ages and read these groundbreaking scripts for the first time, besides those classic epic dramas and current mediocre scripts. Soon, the night became quiet. As the famous saxophone music played as the library closed, Lin Yu also realized, it's 11 o'clock. He calmly put the complete works of Shakespeare back on the bookshelf, and then left the library with the flow of people. Then, when most of the people were rushing towards the dormitory, they quietly turned onto another path and headed towards the third cafeteria. As Lin Yu expected, the San Canteen near the sports ground was quiet at night. Except for a few young lovers walking hand in hand, there was no one there. There was no one at the back door of the third canteen next to the school staff carport. Lin Yu walked to the back door of the third canteen very smoothly and found something unexpectedly. Wow, the door is not locked yet. He looked at the door lock that was only hung in vain with some surprise. It seems that the unprotected of the third canteen is more serious than he imagined. Not only is the iron curtain of the window not closed, but even the door lock is only hung in vain. Originally, he was going to try to poke it with a wire according to the tutorial he learned online, and then break it violently if it doesn't work. Now, there's no such worry. Lin Yu quietly opened the door, slipped in, and closed the door again. After entering the third canteen, Lin Yu went straight to a window selling dumplings. This dumpling shop is a well-known pre-made dish in the school. All dumplings are quick frozen, but because its price is really affordable and you can buy 4 dumplings and get a box drink for free, so the business is still hot. His freezer is naturally the largest in the entire kitchen, and there is no partition. Lin Yu opened the door of the freezer, and there were large bags of dumplings lying inside. Lin Yu took out 2 of the bags, took out his mobile phone, edited a timed text message, and sent it to Shun Bingmiao. I'm trapped in a freezer at the dumpling window of the third canteen. Save me. After sending it at 0:05 and confirming that the power and signal were correct, Lin Yu placed the two mobile phones on the table outside. Although this freezer looks like it can be opened from the inside, Lin Yu is still afraid that something unexpected will happen later. Don't pass the death game and freeze to death in it. It will be bad. At night, 11:50, after getting into the freezer and closing the heavy freezer door, Lin Yu felt a slight chill in his body. After seeing the entry requirement for this copy, he went to the drama club to get a thick coat before going to the library in the afternoon. At this moment, with the mask, Lin Yu's outfit is indeed enough to cope with the cold winter in Jiangxing. But even so, Lin Yu's exposed skin still felt a slight tingling sensation. After all, it's a freezer, and the cooling effect is really amazing. Lin Yu exhaled and tried to open the freezer door in the dark. There is no problem. It can indeed be opened from the inside. However, Lin Yu still did not cancel the scheduled message on the mobile phone outside. It can be opened now, but what if? Anyway, if he comes out smoothly, he can also manually cancel the text message of the freezer. So, Lin Yu was not panicked. He stayed in the freezer, and soon time passed by. Lin Yu also gradually showed some symptoms of shivering and hypothermia. His consciousness gradually blurred. Then, when Lin Yu felt that he was about to fall asleep, blood words appeared. Joining the game soon. Game name, Winter Mountains. Clearance condition, survive for 7 days. Number of players in this game, 13 people. It is detected that you will participate in the upgrade trial in this game, and now load a special task for you. Upgrade Task 1. In this game, tell different and absolutely contradictory lies to each player participating in the game, and activate the Deception Master professional ability to make it true. Until the end of the game, no lie will be exposed or discovered. Upgrade Task 2. Find the cheater hidden in this game and discover the cheater's scam. Complete both tasks to complete this upgrade trial. The task is not mandatory to complete. Many more blood words appeared than before. Lin Yu's consciousness gradually began to recover. Is this the upgrade task? It is indeed highly related to the profession of fraudster. Lin Yu understood. The first task is to lie to everyone, and each lie must be different and contradict each other. In other words, he has to tell 12 lies and make all 12 lies come true and not be discovered. The second task is a bit confusing. Find the cheater and discover the cheater's scam. Cheater is obviously a specific reference, but what does it refer to? Lin Yu knows that there is indeed a profession called cheater in the death game. There are not many, but it is still a relatively common profession. Of course, although it sounds very similar to the same type of fraudster, the professional abilities are completely different. The profession of cheater is a typical rule-based profession, and the effect is to randomly create a false rule that is beneficial to oneself and take effect for a period of time, and the specific duration depends on the duration of the copy. It sounds like a trickster's come true, but the ability of a trickster cannot control what the rules are. But on the other hand, a trickster does not need to make others believe or even have a trickster target. People of this profession only need to activate their abilities to make it effective. Lin Yu subconsciously thought at first that there was another trickster among the 13 players besides himself. But after thinking about it carefully, I always feel that this possibility exists, but is not great. Because a trickster is not a trickster, there is no need to deliberately conceal his profession. This dungeon, called Winter Mountains, is a typical survival game at first glance, and most of them are required to cooperate in groups. Therefore, most players will cooperate and tell each other their identities. Even if the guy with the profession of trickster has a bad personality and likes to deceive people by nature, just like the thief Anian who met before. But it is difficult for him to hide it. After all, the rules created by the trickster activating his ability will be known to all players. It is not easy to conceal one's occupation. Thinking about this, Lin Yu temporarily felt that there was no clue for the second task. We still have to wait for the game to proceed and get more information before we can make further analysis. Lin Yu thought about it and quickly formulated a strategy for this copy. Let's do the first task while ensuring my own safety and collect clues about the swindler. When Lin Yu thought of this, he was completely awake. His senses suddenly became clear. The whistling cold wind blew past his ears, and his face was hurt by the wind and snow mixed with ice particles. He opened his eyes and saw that everything around him was white. He was in a broken wooden house that was collapsed by the wind and snow, lying on a simple wooden bed in the last corner of the wooden house that did not collapse. A middle-aged man with a fur hat and an old coat and a rough physique sat at the entrance of the house. Hearing the sound of Lin Yu waking up, the middle-aged man turned around, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face, which had turned purple due to years of cold. "Oh, you woke up. I thought you were frozen to death." Lin Yu looked at the other person and got up from the wooden bed, with some guesses in his mind. Judging from his appearance and speech, he should be a game NPC. Lin Yu hurriedly verified it according to the method taught on the forum. He tried to talk to the other person about the death game, but just like when facing ordinary people in reality, he couldn't tell any information about the death game. This is one of the ways to quickly verify whether you are a player or an NPC. Although some game NPCs are able to realize that they are playing a game. For example, the Crow Man in the last game. After all, he is simply the incarnation of a god. However, in most death game copies, the game NPCs do not know that they are playing the role of NPCs in a game, nor do they know that some players from other worlds have broken into their lives. They will introduce the rules and guide the players through the game in a more reasonable way, just like the letter that Lin Yu saw in the first copy. Although the person who wrote the letter was not seen, the person who wrote the letter was a typical NPC. Of course, some of them may be hostile to the player, or even the existence that the player needs to fight against. However, Lin Yu looked at the rough uncle in front of him and made a vague guess in his heart. This is probably a more friendly NPC. He held the pistol in his arms calmly, looked at the other party, and asked, "Who are you?" Faced with Lin Yu's vigilant question, the burly uncle laughed. "Like you, I am a gold digger who came to the mountain to search for treasure. I just didn't expect the heavy snow that closed the mountain to come so quickly." The burly uncle said, blew on his hand, and continued. "Even the abandoned village marked on this map as a temporary resting place has been crushed. It seems that we have to find a new base for making a fire as soon as possible. There should be other camps, caves, and the like nearby. It's okay during the day, but the wind and snow will get stronger at night, and we may encounter chat, which will be bad." Lin Yu frowned slightly. "What is chat?" The uncle looked at Lin Yu in surprise. "You don't even know this, and you came to this winter mountain to search for treasure? Chat is the most terrifying existence you need to face in the mountains besides this extreme climate." He answered seriously. "Legend has it that there are all kinds of snow monsters living in this Jidong mountain, feeding on humans. The leader of these monsters, and the most powerful one, is called Chat. No one knows what Chat looks like. Everyone who has seen Chat is dead. People who haven't seen it face to face are also scared crazy. Some say it is 10 meters tall with claws and fangs, while others say it is moving ice and rocks. But what is certain is that Chat is definitely not something that humans can resist." As the rough uncle said, Lin Yu pretended to be surprised and scared and asked, "Snow monster? Chat? What should we do then?" The rough uncle was fooled. Only the burning fire can help humans avoid being attacked by Chat at night. At the same time, it is not recommended to travel in groups in Jidong Mountain. If there are more than 3 people, the probability of being targeted by Chat or snow monsters will increase. Within a stronghold, the number of people should not exceed 2 people. As the rough uncle said, he looked at Lin Yu with some doubts. "Why did you come to Jidong Mountain to look for treasure without knowing anything?" Lin Yu said embarrassedly, "Actually, I'm not here to look for treasure. I just got lost and strayed into this place. Is there any treasure in this mountain?" Lin Yu asked sincerely. Looking at Lin Yu's sincere and curious face, the uncle was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. How could you get lost and get deep into Jidong Mountain? The wind and snow have never stopped in this place. You can tell from one look that you shouldn't continue to go in. But soon, the uncle was relieved. "Forget it. You look silly and you don't seem like a clear-headed person. When the snow and wind are at their worst every year in Jidong Mountain, a black paste can be dug out from the snow. That thing is a good fuel. It is called black gold oil by the elders, and we civilians call it black oil. After a little refining, it can be made into an ointment that can heal various injuries. The rough uncle said, with a look of longing on his face. No one knows where this black oil comes from. We only know that it only appears in the snow of Jidong Mountain. And every time it appears, it is packed in a wooden box or crate, which is very strange. That is why the process of searching for black oil is called treasure hunting. Some people say that this may be a gift from the gods to mortals. Some say that this is a product of old civilization blown by the wind and snow. And some say this thing may be related to Chata. But the origin is not important. What is important is that this thing, a big box of it, can really guarantee your wealth and glory. The rough uncle said, and his expression became excited. Okay, since this base has been broken, I should hurry up and find the next base. As he said, the uncle took out a crumpled map from his arms. It would be pitiful if you died in the mountains. I'll give you a map. You can also find a base, just don't go in the same direction as me. Our current location is the location of B6 written in green ink. The more people there are, the greater the probability of being targeted by the Yeti in chat. The uncle said, then waved goodbye to Lin Yu and left in one direction. Lin Yu unfolded the map and glanced at it. Although the map was very simple, he still understood it. There were many small and colorful codes densely written on this map. There were annotations in the lower right corner. Red represents areas where Yeti activities are frequent. Green represents temporary bases where fires can be made for the night. Black represents areas where a large amount of black oil has been found before. The abandoned B6 base where Lin Yu is located in the lower left corner of the middle of the map. Compared with the terrain in reality, the uncle went to the east on the right. There are many more strongholds than expected, and there are about 100 on the map. In contrast, there are not so many red and black areas. There are only 8 areas where Yeti frequently move around. Even if the circled area is much larger than the stronghold, it still accounts for less than a quarter of the map area. As for the black areas, there are only 3 very small circles, and they are all within the 3 red areas. However, according to the annotations on the map, black oil can be found everywhere, and Yeti will not only move around in those dangerous red areas. So, the first step in this game is to find a stronghold. If you have a leisurely time, you can look for black oil, and you can probably get some proper rewards at the end of the settlement. Lin Yu thought clearly in his heart. This survival copy isn't too difficult. Although the environment is extremely cold, and there's a powerful monster that cannot be resisted head-on. However, with the numerous strongholds and the monster's action patterns that only need to be lit on fire and act alone to avoid being attacked with a high probability, it is not difficult to clear this dungeon. However, Lin Yu has to consider more than just clearing the customs. He still has 2 upgrading tasks to do. I originally thought that the difficulty of the first task was how to lie to everyone at the same time without being exposed. Now it seems that I made a mistake. Lin Yu took out a breath and sighed. Although there are 13 players in this dungeon, it seems that in order to avoid everyone is gathering firewood. Shangshang turned finding a stronghold to survive in the extremely harsh environment into a division of labor and cooperation, and use a monster named Chat. All players are forced not to stay together for too long. As for Lin Yu, although the 2 people colluded with each other, the probability of seeing through his lies became lower, but it has become more difficult to find other people. How to find people has become a thorny problem. We have to find a way to find other players. Even if you can't meet anyone, Lin Yu is still lying to you. Thinking of this, Lin Yu realized something, and then hurriedly caught up with the rugged uncle who had just left. Hey, uncle, wait a minute. Hearing Lin Yu's voice and following him, the rough uncle looked at Lin Yu with some annoyance. I told you, if you follow me like this, it's easy to attract snow monsters and Chat. In Winter Mountain, it's best to act alone. And it's getting dark now, so we don't have much time to waste. As he spoke, Lin Yu wiped the ice particles on his face with his hands. Well, I'm actually not here to act with you. I just have something to ask. Are there many people like you who come to treasure hunt in the Winter Mountains? Lin Yu asked in a low voice. Only a dozen or so. After all, not everyone has the courage to enter Jidong Mountain. The rough uncle looked at Lin Yu in confusion. Why do you ask this? Oh, I want to know how to find other people. My friend and I got separated. I plan to take him and get out of this damn place quickly. Lin Yu said seriously. Well, Jidong Mountain can be accessed from all directions. You could tell by looking at the map. The four slopes of this mountain are very gentle, mainly because of the heavy wind and snow. But it's not easy to leave. It's easy to get in, but hard to get out. We all stayed until the wind and snow subsided. When the snow and wind were still strong, if you wanted to leave early, you would easily be chatted. Take a look. Even if you don't die, the best outcome would be to be driven crazy by chat. The rough uncle warned. It's okay, uncle. I'm actually very good at mountain climbing, and I'm very tolerant of freezing. Then chat might not be able to catch up with me. Lin Yu said seriously. You know, even in this level of wind and snow, he can also walk on flat ground, walk as fast as he can, and even run at full speed. The rough uncle looked at the serious Lin Yu with some disbelief. Are you lying? How fast can you run in this situation? Lin Yu spread his hands. Isn't it proof that I caught up with you? The uncle was still doubtful. But actually, I didn't go very far. Seeing that the uncle still didn't believe it, Lin Yu spoke after thinking. Well, I don't want to tell you, uncle, at first, but because of my kindness before, I couldn't bear to hide it from you. Actually, I was specially hired by the masters to remap this area. Lin Yu picked up his uncle's map and flicked it gently. As he just said, the temporary stronghold at B6 has expired. I came here this time just to recheck which strongholds are no longer usable. So, actually, I can be considered a professional. I am specifically responsible for mapping such extreme environments. Lin Yu said and handed the map back to the uncle before he could react. If you don't believe me, you can test me. I already know this map by heart. As long as you can recite it, you should be able to believe that I am a professional hired by the great master. Lin Yu said, and the uncle subconsciously took the map. Seriously, he then didn't think much and began to inspect Lin Yu. Then, the nearest temporary strongholds next to B6 are C2 on the right, A7 on the top, and E3 on the bottom. Closer is A12 on the bottom right, and then E9 on the left. Lin Yu said calmly. The uncle was shocked. You really remember it. Where is B11? The terrain in the center left of the map should be at the entrance of a valley. Lin Yu still answered calmly. The uncle was completely shocked and speechless at this moment. I believe you. You are really here to survey and map the map. The rough uncle didn't realize that because of Lin Yu's words, he subconsciously connected the fact that he could memorize a map with the fact that Lin Yu must be a map surveyor. In addition, it is indeed a rare thing to be able to memorize a map. After all, the map is messy, and the fact that the rough uncle carries it with him is enough to prove that a person who specializes in treasure hunting, cannot actually memorize it accurately. Therefore, at this moment, the uncle almost completely believed Lin Yu's statement. I didn't expect that those masters would be so kind. Listening to the uncle's words, Lin Yu looked like the water is very deep here. Don't ask about it. He shook his head and said, No, it's not for your sake. It's just that the big men are not satisfied with the production speed of black gold oil. Lin Yu said, and the rough uncle also believed it. I see, but if you are willing to tell me this news, it is already very valuable. The rugged uncle looked at Lin Yu gratefully. It doesn't matter. It was your act of kindness that touched me. Lin Yu said seriously, but since you also know the value of this news, don't let the news leak. He said seriously, and the uncle nodded quickly. Definitely, I still know this. He said, making a zipper movement with his mouth, showing a don't worry expression. Then, Lin Yu waved his hand. Okay, you go about your business. I have to run to a few more strongholds. Although I have fast feet, I still have to run when I have to. He said, then turned and walked into the snow. After leaving, Lin Yu immediately felt that his steps were much lighter. The joints that were originally frozen were now much more flexible. The pace that was originally 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow has become smoother. It seemed that all of a sudden, Lin Yu had mastered some kind of force-generating technique that could allow him to walk quickly in the snow. Lin Yu sighed. Sure enough, the NPC can also activate the ability. The reason why Lin Yu could walk so fast at this moment was naturally because the rough uncle believed what Lin Yu had just said. And the uncle's belief was enough to support the content of Lin Yu's words to come true. After all, being able to walk quickly in the snow is not something that is difficult to achieve. Lin Yu deliberately turned back to find the uncle and said a few more words, naturally in order to gain a faster movement ability and facilitate him to find other players. He walked quickly in the snow, and according to the map in his mind, he soon found the next base. A 7 above. Okay. Passing through the vast wind and snow, Lin Yu saw a small but sturdy wooden house. The door of the wooden house was closed but not locked. Lin Yu pushed hard and pushed it open with a bang. The furnishings inside were simple, with a stove and a pot. There were some unburned charcoals in the stove, and the pot was empty. So that's how it is. Do we still have to collect food and fuel ourselves? Lin Yu thought, stroking his chin. As for where to find food and fuel, it was also mentioned on the map. There were buried wood and signs of snow mountain biological activity around most of the strongholds. It was also one of the bases for building strongholds. Of course, the supplies near a stronghold were not enough to support a person's survival for 7 days. However, for Lin Yu, he did not plan to settle down in the stronghold and spend the first day. Although he could still feel the sky getting darker through the wind and snow, and the uncle mentioned that time is running out. But Lin Yu still planned to continue looking for people. In 7 days, he had to find 12 players. He had to find at least one every day. Although I ran fast, it was really cold. Walking in the thicker and thicker snow, Lin Yu felt that his body temperature was losing little by little. He has already visited the 3 strongholds near the original abandoned stronghold and has not met anyone, nor has he found any trace of anyone entering those strongholds. According to Lin Yu's opinion, the start of other players in this game should be similar to his own. Therefore, they should find a stronghold to make a fire as soon as possible. Looking for someone in a vast, snow-capped mountain is like looking for a needle in a haystack, but looking at it this way. If you look for them at various bases, I'm afraid the efficiency will increase a lot. Although there are nearly 100 strongholds, it is still better than expanding to the entire snow mountain. But he couldn't find it 3 times in a row, which made Lin Yu vaguely have some unfavorable guesses. Could it be that the 13 players in this dungeon are all very far apart from each other initially? Lin Yu took out the map again. Although he already remembered it as familiar, he couldn't help but take it out again to confirm. If you take the point B6, where you initially entered the game as the center point of a fan-shaped area, and then divide the entire map into equal parts, Lin Yu quickly discovered something. There are exactly 12 strongholds that can be connected to form an approximately complete circle. These 12 strongholds can even divide this full circle into 12 30-degree sectors, and each one is located at the center point of this sector. If you add the center of the circle, it is exactly 13 points. The most important is, among these 12 sectors, all the strongholds are evenly divided. There are exactly 8 strongholds in each sector, no more and no less. There are 96 strongholds in total, including the center of the circle. There are 97. If we assume that the initial points of each stronghold are abandoned, the remaining 7 points correspond to the 7 days option. Lin Yu breathed out. Coincidence? No, not necessarily. A map is given as a prompt at the beginning, probably to deliberately prompt you to discover this. Lin Yu always felt that he had touched something. But anyway, let's go to the nearest sector first. Because Lin Yu has been walking upwards, he has reached the edge of the next fan-shaped area at this moment. He took a few more quick steps and approached the central stronghold of this area. But before he got there, Lin Yu found a figure in the wind and snow in another stronghold closest to the center stronghold, trying hard to sweep the snow back and forth with his feet to find wood. Lin Yu approached the figure and found that it was a fat, middle-aged woman wearing a large flowered jacket and having curly hair. Hello. Lin Yu walked forward quickly and greeted the other party. The middle-aged woman was startled when she heard Lin Yu's voice saying hello, and then looked at Lin Yu. Oh my God, you scare me to death. What's wrong with you? This child walks quietly. Then, the middle-aged woman reacted. Are you a player? Yes, I'm a player. My forum ID is Aaron, and my profession is soldier. What do you call me? The ant heard Lin Yu's words and looked up and down. Soldier? Why are you so fair? You don't look like that. Lin Yu smiled. I'm a natural born, and I'm a civilian in the army, but this game still judges me as a soldier. Lin Yu said with a bright smile and a friendly voice. When the ant, whose face was red with cold, heard Lin Yu's explanation, the belief in her body instantly made Lin Yu's lie come true. Oh, it turns out he is really a soldier. These eyes are so handsome. This young man is from the art troupe, right? The ant looked at Lin Yu with curiosity. Do you have a partner? My daughter should be about the same age as you, and she's not bad looking either. She just graduated from college, and she went to the engineering university. Lin Yu quickly interrupted the ant. Okay, take it in, Annie. We are in the game of death. We'll talk about it later. He was a little helpless. Because of Lin Yu's good looks, after attending Jiangshan University of Communication in the past few years, he was often targeted for introduction by the elders and ants in the community. Although Lin Yu refused on the grounds that he was just a sophomore and didn't think about this, he still couldn't resist the enthusiastic attitude of those uncles and aunts who said, let's try it first. I didn't expect that even in the game of death, I wouldn't be able to escape this script. And this ant is more enthusiastic than the previous ones combined, probably because of the false identity of soldier. However, after Lin Yu's reminder, the ant also reacted. She patted her forehead and said annoyed, Oh, this guy, you are so handsome, my ant. I was so confused that I forgot the occasion. Now that you are participating in the game of death, it is not suitable for my daughter. Lin Yu was even more helpless. Auntie, that's not what I'm talking about. What I mean is, should we talk about games first? What is your occupation? Lin Yu asked, and the middle-aged woman also completely came to her senses. Oh, I'm so sorry, young man. My forum ID is Hua Kai Fuge. I have just passed 5 dungeons. In our organization, everyone likes to call me Sister Hua. You could just call me the same. My profession is a businessman. Sister Hua said carelessly. Lin Yu quickly recalled the professional abilities of the merchant. This is also a very common information-based occupation. The vendor can quickly get 3 to 5 pieces of information about the non-exclusive props in the instance in each game. Most of the vendors are very good auxiliaries. After all, you can find 3 to 5 props in the dungeon at the beginning of each game, which is very helpful for passing the level. Most of the props that can be found in the game are directly beneficial to clearing the current copy. It's like the one-sentence lie detector Lin Yu got. Therefore, after hearing Sister Hua's words, Lin Yu naturally asked, Sister Hua, can you share the information about the props you got? Hearing Lin Yu's question, Sister Hua became cautious. Oh, Aaron, why do you ask about this directly? Lin Yu looked at the cautious Sister Hua and laughed again. This copy should be obviously a survival type. There is no antagonism between players. It's impossible to tell. Sister Hua shook her head and said, Some NPC just told me that it's best not to act in a group this time. So most of those props cannot be used together. Although there is no life and death confrontation between us, we are not necessarily in the same group. Hearing what Sister Hua said, Lin Yu shook his head. Sister Hua, this is wrong. You've taken the words of those NPCs astray. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Sister Hua was a little confused. Where did this come from? Lin Yu looked at Sister Hua and said, Sister Hua, have you got the map? No. Why do you still have a map? Sister Hua said a little confused. Lin Yu knew it in his heart. Sure enough, not every player got the map props that the rough uncle gave him. I got a map from the initial NPC, Lin Yu said, taking out the map from his arms. On it is the number of strongholds, Lin Yu said and showed the map to Sister Hua. This is the number of strongholds. Look, there are almost 100 strongholds. So, although we are restricted by monsters and cannot move together, the sufficient supplies mean that there is no absolute competition between us. Lin Yu said seriously, I know you still think that props should be held for your own use first, but you haven't gone to get them yet, which means those props shouldn't be easy to get, right? As a soldier, I have strong physical fitness, so if you can trust me, why not tell me the information about one or two of the props? If I have a chance to get it, I will give it to you. And this frank attitude and rhetoric also moved Sister Hua, who was already somewhat enthusiastic. Young man, what you said makes sense, so I'll tell you the one that should be most useful to you first. Sister Hua said, pointing in the direction of true north. Walking about 3 kilometers over there, there's a prop called Black Oil Torch buried under a stone. The effect of that thing is that it will not go out no matter what, and it can provide constant warmth and light. With that thing in hand, even if you go out at night, you won't be targeted by monsters. After Sister Hua made up her mind, she felt much more relaxed. She directly told Lin Yu the information about a prop in detail. Lin Yu nodded understandingly. Understood, if I get it, I will come back to help you collect some supplies in return. He also smiled and said. Later, Lin Yu also waved goodbye to Sister Hua. Okay, Sister Hua, since some NPCs have emphasized this point, let's not stay together for too long. Lin Yu said, and Sister Hua nodded. Okay, Aaron, be careful on the road. Sister Hua waved her hand. Later, Lin Yu walked into the wind and snow. With the bonus of 5 times the physical fitness of the soldier and the blessing of deceiving the rough uncle, Lin Yu was moving faster at this moment. His physical strength and endurance were greatly improved, making him not feel tired at all. Even in the mountains with snowstorms, Lin Yu can truly walk on flat ground. And with the previous experience of finding Sister Hua, Lin Yu also believed that his analysis of the map was reasonable. Therefore, he headed to the next sector area, nonstop. After finding 2 strongholds around the center point stronghold, Lin Yu was not surprised to find a young man sweeping the snow back and forth with a large broom. Seeing the figure approaching quickly in the wind and snow, the young man also took the same defensive posture as Sister Hua. Wow, who is this? Lin Yu looked at the chubby man wearing a white down jacket that looked like a Michelin tire man and coughed lightly. Player, it's a player. After hearing that Lin Yu claimed to be a player, the man in the white down jacket remained on guard. Player? Then do you want to steal my firewood? In any case, brother, how can I steal your firewood? Lin Yu said with a smile. I'm just looking for a stronghold. My forum ID is Yongai Xiaoi, and my occupation is otaku. What kind of threat does the profession of otaku pose? What's more, I'm an otaku. Don't you believe that I'm very innocent? As Lin Yu said this, the man in the white down jacket immediately let go of his guard. Oh, it turns out you're an otaku, the man in the white down jacket nodded. I was shocked. Seeing you running so fast in the snow, I thought you were weird. My ID is Dolphin, my occupation is student, and I have passed 6 dungeons. How many have you passed? Yongai Xiaoi, the man in the white down jacket said, and Lin Yu said casually. 1 less than you, Brother Dolphin. This is my 5th copy. Speaking of which, Brother Dolphin, where did you fix this broom? Lin Yu said very eagerly. The dolphin scratched his head. I asked the NPC for it at the beginning, so that it would be easier to find things buried under the snow. He also gave me some food and water and pointed out the directions of several strongholds. After all, I am a student, so I get these things after activating my ability. Lin Yu suddenly realized, Brother Dolphin, you are so decisive. You activated your ability directly and gained so much at once. This is the first time I have seen someone who can use his student ability like this. This copy feels like you are stable. Dolphin was a little embarrassed to be praised by Lin Yu like this. Oh, if anything, I'm afraid that if he leaves and there are no NPCs, I won't be able to use this ability anymore. As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel a little carried away. You otaku should actually be stable. Dolphin looked at Lin Yu and said kindly, after all, this kind of dungeon that prefers pure survival is very suitable for otakus. If you want to find a stronghold, I suggest you go east. He pointed out a few strongholds to me at that time, and there are 2 more over there. Look for them. Saying that, the dolphin felt a little sorry. It's a pity that the monsters in this dungeon seem to be targeting people who are in a group. Otherwise, I really want to act with you. Hearing Dolphin say this, Lin Yu also echoed. Yes, Brother Dolphin, what a pity. I won't stay any longer. We don't have any fighting ability. It would be bad if we encounter a monster. Lin Yu said sincerely, turned around and said goodbye, and walked into the wind and snow. Feeling the belief pouring in and the scam coming true, Lin Yu let out a breath. Sure enough, this upgrade mission can even be regarded as a teaching of advanced skills for the trickster profession. At this moment, Lin Yu once again discovered the power of his only profession, deceiver, because at this moment, he actually possesses the two abilities of soldier and otaku at the same time. Just stop and your physical strength will recover quickly. Two lies that are absolutely contradictory to each other can still be effective at the same time as long as they are not exposed. This was Lin Yu's strategy for completing his first upgrade mission. Just tell everyone a different identity. If it takes effect, it not only means that Lin Yu can complete the upgrade task. Moreover, he can also obtain 12 different identities and professions in this game. The blizzard continues, and the sky is getting darker. It might only be a matter of time before it gets completely dark. But Lin Yu, who had not found a stronghold or started collecting firewood, did not panic. Because after bidding farewell to Sister Hua, he walked north. Therefore, this means that he is closer to the props given by Sister Hua at this moment. Certainly, the most important thing is that now Lin Yu has the professional blessing of a soldier and hold a map in his hand. Even if he immediately finds a stronghold to grab some firewood, he still has plenty of time. But Lin Yu didn't want to waste this evening. It was precisely because Chart and the snow monster would appear at night that Lin Yu didn't want to delay it too long. The conditions of his upgrade mission have already stated that he must tell different lies to players who participate in each game. But what if a player dies before that happens? Lin Yu felt that since the upgrade task was difficult, he would probably be sentenced to failure. So, there was a difficulty hidden in his first upgrade mission. That is, Lin Yu must race against time to meet everyone and lie successfully before someone dies. Although the information Sister Hua got about the black oil torch was very vague, Lin Yu could roughly guess where it was based on the map. On the map, it is a few kilometers due north of the stronghold that Sister Hua mentioned just now, which is also northwest of the stronghold where the dolphins were just now. It is an area marked in red with high-frequency activity of snow monsters. Although Sister Hua doesn't have a map this prop, she's really hard to get. But fortunately, Lin Yu is now a soldier after all, and he also has a must-hit revolver. Although there is only one bullet, Lin Yu felt it was enough. Since there is a monster named Chart, let's clearly say that monster is invincible. That means that as an ordinary snow monster ruled by Chat, it is likely that it can be killed. If the soldier's physical fitness is combined with the pistol, it shouldn't be a problem to kill one. Certainly, it's better not to meet them. Lin Yu thought of this and quickened his pace again. He began to run at full speed on the snow. Soon, Lin Yu realized that he had stepped into the red zone, because on the ground, on the snow that was constantly being thrown up by a new layer of floating snow and ice and sand by the storm, there appeared a series of heavy footprints with the snow compacted into ice. The footprint was 3 or 4 times the normal size with clear edges and only 3 toes. This does not appear to be human footprints. It rightly belongs to Yeti. Lin Yu breathed out. Phew, this thing is difficult to deal with just by looking at its footprints. He sighed. A primate or primate-like creature that is larger and stronger than a human is always extremely dangerous. The sky was getting darker and darker, making the originally howling wind sound like a whimper. Lin Yu looked at the direction in which the footprints extended and calmly chose another direction perpendicular to it. I hope to find that stone as soon as possible. Lin Yu crossed these footprints and was still moving quickly, but his footsteps could be much lighter. Although I don't know if the snow monster locates itself by sound, it never hurts to be careful. As the sky began to obviously affect visibility, Lin Yu was thinking about whether to give up. In the wind and snow in the distance, Lin Yu faintly saw a raised black shadow. The shape is relatively regular and seems to be like a rock. Although he's been running around in the mountain, perhaps due to the polishing and burying by wind and snow, this solstice mountain has always been relatively flat, without any obvious raised stones. But here, there's a huge rock that suddenly rises. It should be right here. Lin Yu understood in his heart and took 2 steps closer to the giant rock. This huge rock looks like a square stone inserted diagonally into the ground. So there is an area below where the snow is obviously thinner. Lin Yu walked under the rock, stepped back and forth a few times, and soon felt that he had stepped on something. He leaned down to sweep away the snow, and soon found a torch made of black metal. The torch head was very delicate, much more delicate than Lin Yu imagined, a hollow cylinder with flame-like patterns carved on it. After touching it, you will see the prompt of the prop. Black oil torch, a torch that can burn in various environments, providing constant temperature and light. It can effectively drive away monsters that are afraid of fire. Note, in this game, it has a miraculous effect on dispelling snow monsters. Sister Hua is indeed sincere. Even the effect of this prop is basically true to her words. Lin Yu bent down and tried to pick up the torch, but found that he couldn't pick it up. He recalled the foot feeling just now, frowned, and swept the snow again. TSK. As expected, the torch was held in one hand. The hand had long been frozen, and the fingers and the end of the torch were stuck together, so Lin Yu couldn't pick it up at once. But, fortunately, Lin Yu is now a soldier and has no shortage of strength. He broke it hard, and there was a crisp breaking sound from below. Crack! Several fingers were torn off, and Lin Yu took them off the end of the torch. The black metal torch was cold and smooth to the touch, and it was a bit cold. Lin Yu rubbed and scraped the place where his fingers had just touched on the rocks beside him to remove the dead skin stuck on it. Then, Lin Yu studied how to light the torch. You can't ask me to bring my own fire, Lin Yu muttered. If that's the case, it will be bad luck. However, since the description of this torch says can burn in various situations, its ignition method should not be too primitive. Sure enough, Lin Yu quickly found a gap at the end of the torch. The gap was very thin, and if there were not a few ice chips stuck in it, Lin Yu would not be able to see it. Lin Yu studied it a little and figured it out. That's it. He rotated the black column onto the gap, and then the whole torch made a subtle bang sound. A ray of white light flashed on the hollow torch above, and then the pale flame burst out from the top of the torch, burning quietly, emitting a soft and cold light that was not dazzling, illuminating the surrounding snow. Afterwards, the temperature of the entire torch became a little warm, and holding the torch, Lin Yu's hands were warm. Lin Yu was quite surprised. What a fun thing. I really have to thank Sister Hua for this. After saying that, Lin Yu looked at his fingers on the ground. Thank you too, brother. But how did you die here with such a good torch? He thought with some curiosity. In order to investigate the cause of death so that he could have a place to stay, Lin Yu squatted down with the torch in his hand, and then cleared the snow covering the body. As the snow was cleared, Lin Yu's face became a little solemn. The cause of death of the body was still unclear. The whole body looked like there was no obvious external injury, but the gray face was frozen with a horrified expression. Lin Yu had seen the face of this corpse before. It was the rough uncle he met at the beginning. Even the clothes were exactly the same. Oh, there's a surprise. Lin Yu looked at the corpse and muttered to himself. The corpse in front of me looked frozen solid, and it must have been dead for a while. Combining the information of the vendor is something you will get from the beginning of the game. There is no doubt that the corpse died before he saw the rough uncle. From this, Lin Yu couldn't help but have new thoughts. So, what was the NPC I met before? He felt a little shuddering. At the same time, Lin Yu also had very strong doubts about whether the NPC was well-intentioned. That thing may not be a person, and even if most of what he says is helpful to someone, there may be 1 or 2 fatal lies mixed in it. Combined with this, the second upgrade mission is a bit of a reminder. The liar is probably not a certain player, but a certain thing in this game. Lin Yu rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. The fear was fleeting, replaced by a sense of helplessness. Confrontation, puzzle solving, survival. I have seen 3 of the 4 types of dungeons now. Why do I have to compete with the game itself in each one? I have to check the authenticity of these 2 rules myself. Fake. It would be fine if there was no forum, but Lin Yu went to the forum to read the guide. He knows very well that the NPCs that most people encounter in the game and the in-game rules that appear are basically very misleading. Puzzle-type copies may be slightly more misleading, but not all of them will. It's better to be here. Except for the first words that enter the game, you have to be careful everywhere. Lin Yu sighed. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality. No matter what the mystery is in this copy, was it a disguised monster, a wandering soul, or a twin or clone that he first encountered? Now, he will continue to implement his first plan step by step. Anyway, no analysis can be done here. Lin Yu raised the torch, turned around, and walked into the wind and snow, leaving the stiff corpse. The night is still long and cannot be wasted. Wait for me when I have gathered 12 professions. It doesn't matter who you are, charter or buffet. Lin Yu muttered and moved forward slowly in the darkness. Although the visibility was reduced in the wind and snow, for Lin Yu, it was not enough to make him get lost. After all, years of drama performances have allowed him to grasp his strides very accurately, and the stronghold and stronghold on the map are not far apart. Lin Yu can constantly correct his direction based on how far he goes and whether he encounters a stronghold. At least Lin Yu could confirm based on what he had seen so far that the map given by the NPC, the rough uncle of unknown origin, had not been tampered with. Soon, Lin Yu arrived at the next sector area. But the difference is, this time he found no signs of human activity at the stronghold near the center point of this sector. As soon as Lin Yu entered this fan-shaped area, he discovered the wooden house with the light in the window on the edge. He held the torch and quickly arrived at the door of the stronghold. Boom! Lin Yu knocked on the door. Soon, a strong man opened the door crack. Who is it? Lin Yu saw the man behind the door, holding an iron rod and looking at him alertly. Seeing the other party's vigilant look, Lin Yu quickly spoke. Don't worry. I'm a player. What should you worry about, player? The man said coldly. Didn't you receive the NPC prompt? Wandering around at night and being with others is very dangerous. The dark eyes behind the crack in the door were still alert. I got it. Don't worry. I just had a question. Although I don't know what your profession is, I am a teacher. I am also an English teacher in reality. What kind of evil can there be in the profession of teacher? I got key information that is useful to all players and that you would be best to know, and I want to share it with you. Lin Yu said calmly, but the environment was night after all, and the man was still a little doubtful. Teacher? Yes, teacher. My forum ID is Old Sue. Just call me Xiao Su /. The man looked Lin Yu up and down. You're not that old. You don't look the same, and your temperament is different. Lin Yu spoke quickly. I'm not the kind of middle school or primary school teacher you think of. I'm a teacher at an after-school tutoring agency. I specialize in teaching spoken English. Lord, what fools these mortals be! As he spoke, Lin Yu said a famous line from Shakespeare's play, A Midsummer Night's Dream. It was originally a quite classic line. Before entering this copy, Lin Yu had just seen it once. Therefore, speaking it with standard pronunciation and contagious emotions will make most men believe it in an instant. Very standard Cockney accent, and the paragraph just now was from William Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream. The standard of your tutoring institution is quite high. As the man spoke, the crack in the door opened a little wider, revealing his thin face in his early 30s. He wore professional snow goggles on his face and a cold-proof down jacket from the well-known and expensive Goose brand. Lin Yu had just caught a glimpse of the other person's outfit through the crack in the door, so he deliberately said that he was an English teacher. The man with the demeanor of a social elite continued to speak. Xiao Su, right? You can call me Karen. I am a member of the Player Mutual Aid Association, and my profession is lawyer. Do you have anything to share? Lin Yu smiled. At this moment, the teacher profession came true, and a prompt message about this game appeared in his mind. Chat is not alive, and being alone will only reduce the probability of being discovered by chat. Looking at this information, although Lin Yu was shocked, he did not show it. He spoke to Karen. Brother Karen, it's like this. Did you encounter a bearded uncle NPC at the beginning, claiming to be here to hunt for treasure? He said. Karen nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. Any questions? Karen asked, puzzled. Lin Yu also confirmed one thing through Karen's answer. The NPC that all of them encountered is likely to be the same. So, Lin Yu answered, "It's like this, Brother Karen. Each of us encountered a similar NPC, and the initial information he gave was mixed with a piece of false information." Lin Yu didn't intend to tell Karen the real information he got through the profession of teacher. The reason is quite simple. The information the teacher received was not enough to support his behavior of holding a torch in the middle of the night and braving the wind and snow to report the news one by one. Especially the man in front of him has an arrogant social management style, which shows that he is not stupid. And such people are often selfish and conceited. So in order for him to always believe, Lin Yu must give a reason for Karen to believe. Of course, Lin Yu didn't feel like he was lying. Since that rugged old man may not be a human being, naturally we can't believe everything he said at the beginning. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Yu's words, Karen frowned slightly. So, were any of the tips given by the NPC at the beginning false? Then, Karen looked at Lin Yu. "This message is crucial. If you encounter difficulties during the rest of the game, I will also help you," Karen said seriously. Lin Yu laughed. "Thank you so much, Brother Karen," he said, then took a step back. "Brother Karen, in that case, I will take the first step. After all, it's night now. If you stay here for a long time, I'm afraid I'll be hit by the monster." After Lin Yu finished speaking, Karen closed the door with a bang. Then, Lin Yu turned around, and his expression turned cold. "Call. I got another career." Although this time the teacher is not like the previous soldiers and otakus, he has an ability that is always effective and can help Lin Yu move. But the information obtained by the teacher just now is also very crucial. In this winter mountain, full of mysteries, the teacher's message made Lin Yu feel even more chilled down his back. Chad is not alive. Being alone can only reduce the probability of being discovered by Chart. Although these two pieces of news had some revelations for Lin Yu, the content of the revelations also made Lin Yu's scalp numb. Isn't Chad alive? Once something is dead, Lin Yu's sense of security brought by the soldier's physique and pistol is greatly reduced, combined with a rough uncle who was suspected to be a dead man at the beginning. Now, it's hard to say whether Chat has an entity or not. The second reminder from the teacher made Lin Yu even more worried. Can we only reduce the probability rather than eliminate? This means that even if a person is alone, there is still a chance of being found by Chat. Lin Yu realized, now I had to hurry up. What if someone is killed by Chat tonight? Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but speed up his pace again. Soon, Lin Yu arrived in front of the next stronghold wooden house. Look at the light coming from the window. Lin Yu spat, showed a ferocious look on his face, touched the snow on his face, and then pushed open the door of the wooden house. After Lin Yu opened the door, the fat woman who was eating baked potatoes around the stove stood up. What are you doing?" Like everyone she met before, the fat woman spoke in a panic. But this time, Lin Yu didn't choose to show weakness or comfort like before. Instead, he spat and spoke with a sullen expression. "What a bad luck. I finally found a stronghold, but someone took it over." He looked at the other party sinisterly, with a completely fierce look. "Hey, you guy, give me something to eat." The fat woman looked at Lin Yu, then took out a brick and lifted it up. "I'm warning you, don't act rashly. Don't force me and you to fight to the death," she said, her voice trembling. Lin Yu looked at her with interest, with cruelty and teasing in his eyes. "Oh, what is your profession? Do you want to fight me to the death?" "My profession is soldier," the fat woman said with a trembling voice. Lin Yu laughed exaggeratedly, and the laughter was extremely harsh. "Soldier? Ha ha! Do you think I will believe you?" The fat woman bit her lower lip and said with some annoyance and fear, "Okay, my profession is home girl, but the brick in my hand is genuine. Don't act rashly. And I have already passed 7 dungeons. This is not my only prop. Be careful. I will risk my life with you." Lin Yu nodded slightly when he heard this. Otaku and otaku can basically be regarded as the same profession. The only difference in abilities is that otaku recovers physical strength and injuries more slowly, but it has one more function than otaku that can reduce consumption when stationary. In other words, although the homegirl recovers faster, she still needs to collect a lot of food and water like ordinary people. And the pile of baked potatoes piled beside the stove of the chubby woman in front of her was proof of that. This woman probably spent most of her time looking for food. Lin Yu looked at the other party and spoke coldly. Death-defying? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Go to the forum and ask around, when did I, sixth master, ever give in? You're a house girl, and you still dare to challenge me, a rogue? I'll beat you to death with a torch. Have you ever had a fight? Do you know how to use this brick? Lin Yu said, shaking the torch in his hand. The face of the otaku girl changed slightly, and then she took a step back, her momentum weakened a lot. You, she stammered and couldn't speak. Lin Yu spat on the ground. Okay, stop nagging. I'm not going to occupy your house, and I'm not going to kill you, so I just want to share some potatoes with you. What's wrong? Hearing Lin Yu suddenly let go, the fat woman was suddenly a little stunned. Then, she said in a daze, Really, big brother? Aren't you here to occupy my house or plan to kill me? Psycho, what's the benefit of killing you? Lin Yu sighed. Although I'm a thug, I'm not a murderer. I'm really convinced. After emphasizing his profession again, Lin Yu felt that the other party believed it naturally. Soon, Lin Yu felt that he had gained the ability of a thug. The fourth profession, got it. Lin Yu exhaled and said, stretching out his hand, I said food. Give me food, and I'll leave right away. The fat woman woke up, as if from a dream, quickly took 2 potatoes, and threw them to Lin Yu from a distance. She asked hesitantly, Are you really going to leave? But it's dark outside. You'll encounter monsters, right? It's easier to encounter monsters when 2 people stay together, Lin Yu said unceremoniously. And you idiot, I've already said that I'm a thug. I've long ignored the rule that going out at night will increase the probability of danger. After saying goodbye to the fat woman, Lin Yu, who was chewing potatoes, rushed to the next place without stopping. I got a rule immunity, but now I don't even know what rules exist in this game, so I'll save it first. Lin Yu muttered, and then came to 2 strongholds one after another. Dong dong. Hello, I'm a player. You can call me Xia Tian. My profession is veterinarian. I want to use my ability to see if I could try to communicate with those snow monsters. Brother, my ID is Lao Yao, and my profession is thief. Hey, brother, don't worry. I'm not here to steal anything. I'm just walking around looking for something to eat, and I just collect firewood during the day. A little dizzy from hunger. The next 2 players Lin Yu met. One had an ID called Fiyun, and his occupation was journalist. The other ID is called Level 8 Great Wind, and his occupation is coder. Neither of them has any frontal combat effectiveness. The ability of the reporter is enhanced, which specifically increases the reporter's movement speed. When moving towards humans, this movement speed will be strengthened again. The code farmer is a skill type. After activating the skill, he can gain a lot of physical strength and energy in a short time without having to eat or sleep. At the same time, he can greatly increase his thinking speed, but he will be weak for a long time after the ability ends. Lin Yu simply chatted a few words with different tones and expressions, and then left after getting the 2 professions of veterinary surgeon and thief. The next 6 false identities created using the first copy as a template have been used up. Lin Yu rubbed his brows while walking on the road. In the second copy, artisan and student, it's of no use. Doctor might consider getting one in case he gets hurt or something. The 6 professions in the first dungeon are all quite useful in this dungeon. But does the doctor have to act like April? Most of that girl's interactions in the last dungeon were with her boyfriend. For a while, Lin Yu really didn't know how to act like she was alone. This character is also purely original. Lin Yu slowed down his pace slightly. At this moment, the blizzard gradually diminished, and the night became darker in the second half of the night. Lin Yu also successfully found the 7th stronghold. There was also a faint light of fire coming from the windows of the 7th stronghold. Lin Yu gently knocked on the door. Soon, a lazy voice came from the door. Coming. Lin Yu adjusted his mentality, stood and exhaled, and was about to play the role of a medical student. The door opened, revealing the face of a young man. This man was wearing a knitted sweater jacket, cotton trousers, and a fluffy red woolen hat. He had a thin body, a high-nose bridge, deep-set eye sockets, and very three-dimensional facial features. Minority? Mixed race? Lin Yu thought in his mind, and the man in the woolen hat with three-dimensional features spoke impatiently. Hey, why are you knocking on the phone at night when you're up at night? Damn it. A standard Hunan dialect sentence caused Lin Yu's brain to shut down for 3 seconds. It took him a long time before he said the words he had prepared. Hello. My form ID is May, and my occupation is... Before Lin Yu could say anything, the other party interrupted him. Wait a minute, brother. The originally sleepy man raised his hand, his eyes gleaming like lightning. Don't tell me in a hurry. Let me introduce a detective to guess. Lin Yu looked at the man in front of him, a little surprised. Your profession is detective? The professional ability of detective is not to explore the secrets of other people's hearts. Although it is also skill-based, the detective's actual ability is to prompt the player to find a clue about the current question. No mistake, the man in the woolen hat said proudly. I'm the most famous rookie detective player on the forum, with the ID name 4below. I have experienced 16 dungeons and still maintain a record of victory. I am destined to become the strongest detective player. If you lose even one of the 16 copies, I won't be able to see you anymore. Lin Yu sighed and said, however, it seems that the ID 4below has indeed been seen before. It seems to be an active user of the forum. Ignoring Lin Yu's words, 4below, wearing a woolen hat, pushed up the non-existent glasses on his face and spoke in a low voice. I can see that you have a good appearance and temperament, but the clothes you wear are not expensive, and you may not be too rich, and you are running around in the snow alone at night, without any fear, which shows that you often stay up late. I know, your profession is security. In reality, I'm afraid you are also working as a security guard in a high-end community or somewhere. For Polo analyzed it carefully in his Hunan accent. Lin Yu breathed out. What a mess, it's completely wrong. Are you really a detective? In reality, you must be just a guy who has read too many detective novels. Forpolo's expression changed drastically. Shinshio, you don't care what I do in real life. My gaming profession is indeed a detective anyway. Lin Yu nodded. I believe you are indeed a detective, but I am really not a security guard. My profession is doctor, he said seriously, and Forpolo suddenly understood. Then I was right. The doctor works night shift, so you do move at night. Forpoyo said, belief immediately emerged, and Lin Yu immediately had the profession of doctor. In this regard, Lin Yu could only say, ah, yes. After hearing that the other party was a detective at first, Lin Yu had already prepared that this might be the toughest and hardest guy to fool. He almost wanted to give up playing doctor and start playing actor instead. After all, if calculated according to conventional occupations, Lin Yu would probably really be an actor. Lin Yu also knows everything about acting better than medicine. If this detective suddenly said, I'll test you on how to treat trigeminal neuralgia, Lin Yu wouldn't be able to stop sweating on the spot. But this detective turned out to be the simplest and easiest to trust among the 7 players I have met so far. It seems that the awakening of career is indeed only related to life experience and has nothing to do with personal ability. Anyway, doctor, what are you doing running around in the middle of the night? Oh, well, I have this torch, so I won't be targeted by monsters when traveling at night. Lin Yu said casually, so I plan to walk around in case someone gets hurt on the first day or something. That's right, brother. What a kind-hearted doctor. Forpolo was in awe and said seriously. After saying goodbye to Forpolo, Lin Yu continued to move forward. The sky was already light and the wind and snow had weakened a lot. With the experience of a whole night, Lin Yu's journey was getting smoother and smoother. He quickly found the 5 people in the remaining strongholds and completed the negotiations with them. The next 5 professions he obtained were Enhanced Postman, ability to ignore terrain and environment and maintain fast movement. Enhanced Fighter, improve reaction speed and gain bonus in fighting skills. Information-based Chef, prompts the location and eating methods of ingredients in the copy. Skill-based Social Animal. After activating the skill, Add a calm state to forcibly eliminate any negative emotions. Rule-based official can explain and supplement a rule to change its scope and method of effectiveness. The 5 people he met did not question Lin Yu too much. After obtaining a full 12 professions, Lin Yu, holding a torch after saying goodbye to the last person, instantly reduced a lot of survival pressure. After obtaining the postman, Lin Yu ran more than twice as fast as before. With the ability of the chef, Lin Yu could directly see the food buried under the snow. The potatoes buried below were actually cooked and edible. Not only potatoes, but also tomatoes, corn. There were even very rare biscuits and chocolates. However, although these foods were all ready to eat, according to the ingredient tips obtained by the chef, Lin Yu discovered another strange place in this copy. All these foods were alive. For this reason, he even observed a little bit. When buried in the snow, those vegetables or biscuits would move slowly, like crawling under the snow. This reminded Lin Yu of the tips he got from the map at the beginning. There are signs of wood and biological activity near the base, which will provide you with fuel and food. Originally, Lin Yu thought that this was a mislabeling of some kind of map. Now it seems these vegetables and even processed foods are actually living things. Of course, Lin Yu no longer feels that there is anything to be afraid of. He is already immune to this. In short, the first mission has been mostly successful. The next step is to make sure that it is not exposed. In this part, Lin Yu does not think it will be difficult, because when playing each different profession to deceive, Lin Yu has made different personalities and temperaments for the profession. This is not only to increase persuasiveness and make them quickly believe that their profession is true. The information exchange between people based only on language is very low and vague. The important thing is that even if they meet each other and even talk about the players they met last night, they may not realize that they're talking about the same person. A very friendly otaku and a teacher who is good at English cannot go together. All the common points can only be a little handsome, not short, and other unspecialized characteristics. In the next time, Lin Yu will definitely avoid appearing in occasions where the other two meet, of course, based on the original mechanism of this game. This should be avoided. Unless there is another occasion where everyone has to gather together, Lin Yu can't think of how he can be exposed. Lin Yu sighed in his heart, returned to his original starting point, and took out the map again. Next, it's time to focus on solving the second upgrade task. In this second upgrade task, there is no doubt that it is closely related to all the suspicious points of this game itself. These strongholds that are too neatly distributed and the map that can be divided equally. The NPC that has been dead for a long time and everyone is suspected to be the same. The monster named Chat that is also dead. And the living food that has just been discovered. Although other players seem to have not noticed it yet, they only think that this is a survival copy that only needs to overcome the severe cold and beware of snow monsters. But Lin Yu is very clear. This copy is very wrong. Although the type seems to be a survival type, it seems to hide some weird settings. Anyway, let's go to the center point first. Lin Yu exhaled and looked at the center part of the map. There happened to be a stronghold there. It was like a piece dropped from the Tianyuan on the Go board. It was impossible to ignore it, although there might be some extreme danger there. But now, with the blessing of 12 professions, Lin Yu didn't feel very scared. What's more, it was daytime and the wind and snow had decreased. Before the night of the second day came, Lin Yu wanted to go and have a look. For such a place, of course, the sooner you go after sufficient preparation, the better. After all, you know that there is something wrong with that place, but you still leave it alone. Lin Yu couldn't sleep well. He hadn't slept all night yesterday and was still rushing in the wind and snow. If it weren't for the physical recovery of the otaku and the super physical fitness of the soldier, Lin Yu felt that he should have fainted now. Lin Yu yawned. It's better to find out the truth as soon as possible so that we can rest earlier. He muttered in a low voice and walked towards the center in the wind and snow. Comparing the terrain and other strongholds marked on the map, Lin Yu quickly approached the central area. As he slowly approached the central area, the snow became thicker and thicker, almost submerging Lin Yu's waist. If it weren't for the ability of the postman, Lin Yu would probably have been unable to move at this time. But the postman, combined with the ability of the soldier, plus the initial deception of the NPC, is still effective, which allows Lin Yu to maintain a fast speed in the heavy snow. Soon, Lin Yu saw a small house in the distance that was almost half submerged in the snow. Lin Yu exhaled and narrowed his eyes. It's really different. After seeing nearly 20 strongholds yesterday, Lin Yu has discovered that these stronghold huts look basically the same simple, old, and even somewhat dilapidated wooden huts, with only simple stoves as furniture. However, although this hut submerged in the snow is not big, there's also a layer of wood on the outside. But the wood eroded by the snow is a little broken, revealing the material under the layer of wood of the hut, some kind of black matte metal. If the previous ones are like temporary wooden houses, then this one seems to be called a shelter. After clearing the snow from the door, Lin Yu pushed open the heavy metal door covered with wood and entered the hut. The furnishings in the house are obviously different from all previous strongholds. Workbench-style tables and chairs, spacious single beds covered with quilts, single wardrobes, wall-mounted bookcases. There is even a special wine cabinet and a stove with pots and pans. There are many iron cans on the stove. Although most of the furniture is covered with dust, it can be seen someone actually lived here. Unlike those temporary strongholds, they're not for people to live in at all. Whoever has a decent house should have a stove. By observing this room, Lin Yu could roughly draw a conclusion. The person who lives here is probably a serious and self-disciplined intellectual. He muttered. After all, the bed was neatly made and the tables and chairs were arranged neatly. It was almost like someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Even the books on the bookshelf and the wine in the wine cabinet are arranged in order of high and low. At the same time, although no one has used them for a long time, the metal handle of the wine cabinet door is relatively new, and the metal door handle of the bookcase has been polished to a smooth and bright color. From this, it is not difficult to conclude that for him, drinking is an occasional drink, but reading should be something he reads every night. And after getting close to the bookshelf, you will find some English book titles written on the spines of these books. The Death Game is inseparable from reality after all. At least the languages are the same. It's just that the English titles are a bit confusing to read. Literally translated, it probably means the principles of happy mechanics, exceptionally good angry gears, crazy wrench, stupid tires. And when I opened the bookcase and took out the books, what I saw after opening them was large areas of black paint. Wherever there seemed to be some kind of illustration, it was completely blacked out one. Lin Yu could only roughly judge from the remaining words and the layout of the book. This all seems to be some kind of academic work. All these books point to a subject that Lin Yu cannot understand for the time being. This made Lin Yu think again. So, this is what the owner of this room reads every night. And the black stripes are so neat and straight, it is very likely that the owners of these books blackened them intentionally. Then why did he do this? Is he destroying these books in disguise? Lin Yu breathed out. But there are better ways to destroy a book, like setting it on fire. Lin Yu stroked the flat footers of these books and thought. These books must have been read frequently, but there are still no missing pages or curled edges. This explains. The owner of this book not only loves tidiness, but also probably loves books very much and is a natural book lover. The image of a young male scholar living alone in the ice and snow became increasingly clear and complete in Lin Yu's mind. As for why it is a young man, because the clothes displayed in the wardrobe in this room are all men's coats. The colors are relatively plain, but the styles are all slim-fitting, and the pants are also stiff and straight, more suitable for young people. And then, Lin Yu stuffed all these books back into the cabinet. Then, he looked at the workbench. On the wooden workbench, there was a lot of residual pencil dust around the edges. Although the owner here has wiped it carefully, the pencil dust stuck in the cracks of the table and seeping into the small texture gaps is not so easy to clean up. Lin Yu could tell by the fact that there was only pencil dust all around. Perhaps this table was once used for drawing? If it is just for simple writing, the pencil is not commonly used, and it is difficult to appear around the table. Lin Yu gently knocked on the table. wanting to see if there was any hidden compartment under the obviously heavy table. And just then, boom, the door was pushed open. At the door, a young man wearing a red woolen hat and handsome facial features appeared. He looked at Lin Yu in the room, a little surprised, and then he reacted. "Oh, you're the doctor I saw before, May." The person who came was none other than Detective Polo. He looked at Lin Yu, rubbed his hands, and looked very excited. "Zen didn't expect to meet you here. It seems that you are also very keen, May." Polo sighed. "You came here because you discovered the strangeness here, right?" Lin Yu looked at Polo and quickly switched to the personality he had faced with the detective last night. A more serious and responsible night shift doctor. He coughed twice and said, "I happen to be mostly." Lin Yu continued to ask, "Speaking of which, how did you find out there was a problem here?" "Of course it's because I followed your example and walked around today, and then I found that these strongholds are too regular." Polo waved his hand and said, "Although they seem to be scattered in a haphazard manner, they are very well distributed. There is a pattern. I went to at least 3 places, and next to each abandoned stronghold, there are almost exactly 7 strongholds. If you look down from above, you will find that all the strongholds are distributed in a perfect circle, and according to my inference, the current stronghold is the center of the circle." Lin Yu looked at Polo with some surprise. He was somewhat amazed by Polo's spatial thinking ability. Lin Yu took out the map. "You still have a pair of brushes, Detective. I got the map from the NPC, so I was able to discover the clues and make this judgment." Lin Yu said, took out the map and showed it to Polo. The detective glanced at it, then calmly waved his hand. "Sprinkle some water. You're stupid, but you're a doctor and you're pretty good at reading clues from a map." Lin Yu nodded. "But with the help of the map, I can find more things than you. Have you noticed that not only do all the strongholds on this map happen to fall within a full circle, but this full circle also happens to be able to be divided into 12 30-degree sectors?" Lin Yu said sincerely. Polo glanced at it and then nodded in surprise. "It's true. This is an interesting discovery." Lin Yu took a breath and then said, "Although I am a doctor, but I am no worse than a detective like you. Rather, doctor and detective are the best partners, right?" When Polo heard this, he laughed. "What you said is that a doctor can treat others and should be the best partner with anyone." Lin Yu smiled when he heard his answer. "I see." Lin Yu suddenly took out the one-sentence lie detector and said, "I have a prop here that functions as a lie detector." After finishing speaking, Lin Yu threw the lie detector towards Polo. Crack! The polygraph hit Polo and fell to the ground. Polo subconsciously hid for a moment, then looked at the lie detector on the ground and raised his head in astonishment. What are you doing? See if you have a physical body," Lin Yu said, already holding another prop in his hand. The moment Polo lowered his head, Lin Yu had already held the Sure revolver in his hand and pointed the gun at Polo. How could someone whose name is Polo not understand the story between a doctor and a detective? But I'm still glad that you are real fake. Or, chat. In the beginning, Lin Yu actually did not doubt Polo's identity. After all, Lin Yu easily chatted with the other party about information related to the game of death, such as professions. And even though this detective analyzed his career for the first time when they met, but he is indeed a true detective. Game of Death gives out occupations and will never give them randomly. What's more, the ability of the detective profession itself can also allow people to quickly get clues. But the explanation given by Polo is precisely the least credible one, because there is not enough time. No matter how talented a detective he is, if he wants to get the conclusion that there are exactly 7 strongholds next to each abandoned stronghold, he still has to visit at least 16 strongholds. But he's not that fast. But if that's the case, Lin Yu may not be able to rule out whether this below used some kind of prop to move quickly or increase the observation field of view. Therefore, Lin Yu chose to take out the map for further testing. After marching all night last night, Lin Yu had already determined one thing. There are gaps in this map. There are 13 players in this game. However, on this map, even if the center point of the circle is included, there are only 97 strongholds and 12 abandoned strongholds. But Lin Yu did meet the other 12 players throughout the night last night. At first, after Lin Yu discovered that the distribution of all strongholds on the map could be drawn as a circle divided into 12 equal parts, he suspected that there might be a player in the center point. After actually walking through it last night, Lin Yu had confirmed, when drawing this map, the area of each sector was expanded just a little more. After dividing into 12 equal parts, it hides an entire fan area. And the area that was covered and hidden happened to be the area where Polo was located. Lin Yu hadn't noticed it when he walked there, because the area where Polo was located happened to have a very similar composition to his next area. After being pointed at by Lin Yu with a gun, Polo raised his hands in panic. I'm not a chart, I'm a player. Seeing Polo's extremely real fear, Lin Yu could recognize it. The other party is not acting. But this does not mean that the other party is genuine. After all, the rough uncle he met before was not acting. Whether it is the rough uncle or Polo at this moment, these two guys firmly believe that they are themselves. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lin Yu's previous deception to that rough uncle to be believed and come true. So, Lin Yu looked at Polo, not stingy with the bullet in his hand. A very experienced player on the forum posted a strategy guide. According to statistics, whether it is a survival or a fight-type dungeon, the moment when encountering a monster in the dungeon has the highest mortality rate. This is often the first time you encounter a monster. Therefore, Lin Yu did not rely on the physical fitness brought by his soldier and the fighting skills brought by his goon to step forward and confront the opponent head-on. He just shot. Boom! After the gunfire, Below fell to the ground in shock, his face still filled with incredible horror before his death. Even Lin Yu, who was very sure that the other party was definitely a fake, couldn't help but murmur at this moment. Did he really kill by mistake? However, it doesn't matter even if you kill someone by mistake. You can't kill yourself, right? But then, two things confirmed that Lin Yu's judgment was not wrong. The first is Belo's corpse on the ground. He melted quickly. The color of the whole person first faded and became dark, then the texture became soft, and then the shape began to look like a viscous, non-Newtonian fluid. Soon, the black liquid infiltrated and flowed underground. The whole process takes only a few seconds and happens very quickly. However, Lin Yu had been staring at Belo's body for a long time, so he did not miss any details. The second evidence is Lin Yu still has the ability of a doctor at this moment. So, the Polo I met at the beginning was the real thing, and this one is fake. Although it is not certain that this is chat disguised, but no matter who it is, its disguise method is to create a copy that can imitate behavior. And based on Polo's reaction just now, it seems that this copy is not the kind that can copy memories. It can probably only imitate what he has already shown. Lin Yu breathed out, pulled out his chair, and sat on the workbench. So, the real strongholds are not 97, but 105. Lin Yu thought and spread the map on the workbench. There's a pen holder on the side of the workbench, and there's an unused pencil in it. Lin Yu took out the pencil and drew 2 dotted lines on the workbench to mark the 13th area that was erased. This area should be exactly north of the entire map. If there is an undrawn area here, the initial point is in the center, and Polo's stronghold was here last night. I also passed by one. Lin Yu drew 3 dots. Then he was stunned. Lin Yu suddenly realized that the standard of all the previous bases was a combination of 5 letters from A to E and numbers from 1 to 12. But if the current center point of the area where Polo is located is marked as a 13, Lin Yu connected a 1 to a 13 from the bottom, like the dot connecting bookbot in elementary school. It became a perfect arc. Next is to connect B1 to B12. Although there are 2 dots missing at the beginning, if 2 dots are added to the missing area 13, it will become a connected lowercase h. The part connected to C is in the shape of the letter E. The part connected to D is in the shape of A. The part of E is in the shape of a connected T. Although these letters overlap, if you add the arc at the beginning and regard it as the letter C, these letters in the order of A to E can form a word. C, H, E, A, Cheat. Chinese can be translated as deception, scam. Lin Yu exhaled. So that's how it is. Hiding this area is to prevent people from connecting these letters. When this word appeared on the map, everything seemed to be connected. The monster chat that the uncle mentioned at the beginning may also be called cheat. Then, since the base on this map reminds us that this is all a scam, the cheater who let me in the upgrade mission is probably the one who set up this scam. Lin Yu murmured. Although it is still unclear who the liar refers to, the second upgrade mission is finally not without a clue. Sitting in the room, looking at the map in his hand, Lin Yu let out a long breath. Moreover, after moving his eyes away from the puzzle of the upgrade mission, Lin Yu also realized that he now has a great advantage in this mission. Anyway, this room should be the warmest one. I don't need to collect fuel and food extra. What's more, there should be other clues hidden in this room. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but regret it. If I had known earlier, I would have made a detective my profession. Lin Yu sighed. If there was a detective, it would be able to indicate where there was something wrong in this room. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly realized something. Wait, although the fault below just now was a fake, so he didn't have any detective abilities. But there is really a detective in this copy. As soon as Lin Yu had this idea, he began to weigh the pros and cons. First, if he could get 4 below and let him use his detective ability to help him investigate this room, then he would inevitably have to stay with 4 below for a long time in the future. The other party looked like a good person, but you could not know a person's heart by his appearance. Although Lin Yu showed friendliness to each of the other 12 players he met, Lin Yu knew from the bottom of his heart, this dungeon was not actually a cooperative dungeon. Although there was no very clear confrontation and there was no reward for killing other players at the rule level. But in an extreme environment, one less supply is a reward in itself. He had to be on guard. What's more, even if 4 below had no ill will towards him throughout the whole process, just letting 4 below know what he was doing, Lin Yu had to think carefully about whether it was worth it. After all, the more 4 below knew and the more he understood himself, the more likely he was to doubt himself. Moreover, if the subsequent puzzle involves the truth of this copy, and this truth happens to be related to his upgrade task, if there is any possibility that the other party may know that his profession may be a fraudster, Lin Yu absolutely does not want to see it. As for the fact that 2 people together are more likely to attract chat, this does not make Lin Yu worry much. This can hardly be called a problem. Lin Yu thought of this and tapped his fingers on the table. Tap, tap, tap. After thinking for a long time, Lin Yu suddenly sighed. What a pig brain, completely stuck in a fixed mindset. He sighed, and then suddenly felt enlightened. I can just use up his ability and then silence him, right? Lin Yu thought of this, and his mood suddenly became cheerful. In this way, even if Fault Below has the intention to harm him, he doesn't have to worry. Of course, it is not impossible to let Lin Yu search this room carefully. But in that case, I don't know how long it will take. For Lin Yu, this is unacceptable. Although 7 days is a lot of time. But Lin Yu didn't dare to gamble on his plenty of time without knowing how many mysteries were waiting for him in the follow-up. Lin Yu exhaled. Thinking of this, Lin Yu also prepared for the next action. After eating 2 bites of food to replenish his physical strength, Lin Yu chose to take a short rest first. He was really too tired after a long journey, and just now he had a real encounter with chat. Most importantly, Lin Yu's brain has been running at high speed and tense, and he is a little mentally fatigued at the moment. There is even a slight brain fog phenomenon. So, Lin Yu thinks he should take a breath. Dash. Time is tight is one thing, physical condition is another. Lin Yu still knows how to prioritize. In the current situation, although time should be saved, rest should always be guaranteed to a minimum. After all, the duration of this copy is as long as 7 days. Lin Yu can't not sleep at all. He lay on the wooden bed. What Lin Yu was most pleased about in this small house was that there was even a small wooden clock next to the bed. At first, Lin Yu even thought that this thing was broken. But after sitting on the bed, he found out. This thing is even running. Lin Yu picked up the clock and took a look. The current time on the clock is about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Sleep for about 15 to 20 minutes. Lin Yu yawned and thought. Go out at about 3:30, try to find a detective for Polo as soon as possible, and bring him back to work as a coolie tonight. After planning the next itinerary, Lin Yu lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Lin Yu was not worried about oversleeping without an alarm clock. He had the ability to set an alarm clock for himself since he was a child. Before going to bed, Lin Yu could wake up as long as he wanted before going to bed. So far, Lin Yu has not made any mistakes. Of course, it is not accurate to the minute level. But Lin Yu can basically achieve an error within 10 minutes. So Lin Yu, who was lying on the bed, closed his eyes, slowly relaxed his muscles, and began to take deep abdominal breaths. Oh, Lin Yu lay on the bed, breathing evenly. Just a few seconds later, Lin Yu fell asleep, and soon, Lin Yu opened his eyes again and found himself in a snowy land. Lin Yu, who felt slightly cold, was a little confused. What's going on? Why am I outside? Aren't I lying on the bed sleeping? Lin Yu thought very clearly. But soon Lin Yu realized, oh wait, this is a dream. I'm dreaming. Lin Yu tried to move his hands and feet. This was almost the most lucid dream he had ever had. Moreover, the environment was consistent with the current copy he was in. This made Lin Yu vaguely feel that something was strange. But even if he felt strange, Lin Yu didn't know what to do. Just when Lin Yu was struggling, he heard a noisy voice in the distance. We finally got into the winter mountain. I must get enough black oil this time. The price of black oil is unprecedentedly high this year. The masters are really spending a lot of money. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must seize it. A group of rough men wearing worn fur clothes walked in the snowy mountains, talking and laughing. Lin Yu looked around and found that most of them were unfamiliar faces. But the rough uncle I had seen before was mixed in with them, walking and talking with others. In the dream, these uncles who came into the mountain to hunt for treasure walked straight past Lin Yu, talking and laughing as if Lin Yu did not exist. Lin Yu stood there and thought, is this a dream simply caused by my excessive concern for this copy puzzle? No, I'm afraid that's not the case. In this situation, Lin Yu suddenly had a lucid dream related to this game, and he would never just treat the dream as a dream. My perspective seems to be a detached bystander, and at this time the uncle seems to be still alive. Is it a fragment of the past? Lin Yu thought and followed the crowd in the wind and snow. He counted the number of people, no more, no less, 13. After these 13 uncles entered Winter Mountain, they soon separated. We can't go together here. That's right. It would be bad if we provoke the monster called Chat, but I'm very grateful to that monster. If it weren't for him, the masters would not have bought black oil at such a high price. That's true. I hope everyone can come back alive. I wish everyone a good harvest. The 13 uncles walked in different directions, and their figures were soon buried in the wind and snow. Lin Yu thought about it, and still chose to follow the rough uncle he knew and met at the beginning. He at least wanted to see how this guy died. After all, from the other party's body, Lin Yu couldn't tell what his specific death method was. Following this rough uncle, Lin Yu soon saw the full set of black oil search process. The uncle took out a broom-like tool that he had seen before from a player named Dolphin and began to walk around the map. When he came to some places with thick snow, he would use this tool to sweep the snow. Sometimes he could sweep out some wood and food, but Lin Yu hadn't seen him sweep out black oil yet. Soon, night fell, and the uncle carrying wood took out a torch from his backpack. We have to find a place to make a fire and rest. The uncle muttered to himself, and then looked at the map by the light of the fire, and seemed to have chosen a direction. Lin Yu looked at the uncle's things and felt a little strange. So, he doesn't plan to go to the base, but plans to make a fire himself? Lin Yu thought about it, and then realized something belatedly. No, at this time point, when the uncle was alive, it seems that there's no base in this mountain. Following the uncle all the way, Lin Yu didn't see any wooden houses or the like. Those man-made bases have not appeared yet. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but become more curious. So, where's this uncle going now? After walking a few steps with the uncle, Lin Yu was stunned. Because this rough uncle walked under a giant rock that could shelter him from the wind and snow, he built a campfire with the firewood he picked up, roasted the fire on the spot, and ate the food he found during the day. Lin Yu was very surprised, because the stone where the uncle was at the moment, if Lin Yu remembered correctly, this was where he was buried. This made Lin Yu very curious. After the uncle had eaten and drunk enough, he extinguished the torch, hugged it, and fell asleep in front of the burning campfire. Then, the night gradually darkened. Lin Yu observed the uncle and found that he had fallen into a deep sleep. And then, in the second half of the night, a look of fear suddenly appeared on the uncle's face. It was like he had a nightmare. However, the uncle did not wake up directly, but seemed unable to wake up, with his mouth open and shouting silently. After a few minutes, this frightened expression lasted for a while, and suddenly froze on the uncle's face. Lin Yu was stunned. A few minutes later, he finally realized what was happening. So this old man died. The loss of human life is so simple. Although the lives encountered in these games are called NPCs by players, according to the experience of countless players, they're indeed not set programs. All NPCs are essentially living beings. Lin Yu sighed. This game is really cruel. He squatted down and carefully observed the old man's body. So, the way chat kills people is to kill people in their sleep without being seen. It seems that although this monster boasts that it is very scary, it actually focuses on mental attack. But this makes sense. When it was disguised as Polo before, it seemed that it had almost no frontal combat power. It was directly shattered by a shot. Lin Yu thought about it and came to a conclusion. So, chat kills people by relying on dreams, creating fear in dreams that cannot be escaped. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly realized something very, very bad. Oh no, I feel like I'm dreaming now. He instantly felt a creepy, nameless fear growing in his heart. But the moment this fear emotion was born, Lin Yu immediately activated the skill of corporate slave. Even in the dream, the professional ability of corporate slave can still take effect. Lin Yu immediately felt that he had calmed down, and his thinking was clear and stable. Although this skill looks weak, it is exactly what I expected. It is a magical skill. Emotion itself can already affect judgment many times. And in the death game, the difference between life and death may very well be the smallest judgment. Not to mention, the difficulty of many copies may itself be emotion. It's like this copy of the present moment. Lin Yu didn't know whether the fear on the uncle's face before he died was the cause of his death or the result of the cause of his death. However, he will definitely avoid any emotion of fear as much as possible. The skill cooling time of social animal can be activated once a day and lasts for 1 hour after activation. Therefore, Lin Yu did not skimp on this skill. After Lin Yu forced himself to calm down, he took a breath and expressed his conclusion. So, chat can really kill people in his dreams? And in the snow and wind of this dream, a voice came. Your guess is right. The sudden sound seemed very far away, but it sounded clearly in Lin Yu's ears. If Lin Yu hadn't been in the emotional stability period brought about by his social animal ability, he might have been shocked. But this time, Lin Yu was calm. He looked around and saw no sign of anyone. Afterwards, Lin Yu thought for a moment and asked directly, "Who are you?" The voice responded as expected. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you remember the tips I gave you. You are the smartest person this time. I hope you can escape or end all of this," the voice said, and then Lin Yu opened his eyes from the bed. He woke up very naturally and looked aside. The hands of the clock beside the bed pointed to 3:35. After pushing open the door, seeing that it was still dark, Lin Yu chewed and swallowed the food in his mouth, and he felt completely relieved. Just now, after he got up and saw the time on the alarm clock, he felt more energetic than ever before and thought he slept until 3:35 in the morning. But now it seems, I guess I underestimated the efficiency of the otaku in recovering physical strength. Lin Yu muttered, holding a torch and preparing to go out to find fault below. But stepping on the snow, Lin Yu found a new surprise. The ability of the postman disappeared. This surprised Lin Yu a little. Did the guy who was deceived into being a postman see through my lie? Impossible. It's hard for him to see through my lie. Lin Yu remembered the person he deceived into thinking he had the ability of a postman. It was a man whose profession was security guard, and he only passed 4 copies. It didn't look very smart, sharp, and intelligent, just like a real security guard who often worked night shifts, taciturn and listless. Lin Yu didn't think that guy could suddenly see through the lie, unless he met someone else. But in that case, it shouldn't be just a single ability that disappears. Lin Yu checked and found that the remaining 11 professional abilities were still effective. So it's more likely that the first dead person has appeared. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If he died, then his first upgrade mission would not be considered a failure. After all, the completion conditions of the first upgrade mission are like this. In this game, tell different, absolutely contradictory lies to each player participating in the game and activate the Deception Master professional ability to make it true. Until the end of the game, no lie will be exposed or seen through. It needs to be true when it is activated, but true does not need to be maintained until the end of the game. What needs to be maintained until the end of the game is that the lie will not be exposed or seen through. In other words, the death of the person who believed my lie will not make my mission fail. Lin Yu exhaled. So, in fact, the game wants to ensure the optimal solution for the first upgrade task, even if he has lied and killed everyone who has believed him. However, Lin Yu will not do this. It's not that he is kind-hearted and reluctant to kill for his upgrade task. The main reason is Lin Yu doesn't just need to do an upgrade task. In order to survive in this copy, the more other players live, the better. For every player alive, Lin Yu has one more available professional ability. Just like now, after the security guard died, Lin Yu moved in the snow, and it was significantly slower than before. Of course, after all, the physical fitness of the soldier is still there. Although it is slow, it is not too slow. Lin Yu quickly compared the map and memory and found the base where he met Falpolo before. But Lin Yu did not find the figure of Falpolo near this base. The door of the base was open, and the stove inside was extinguished. The snow nearby clearly looked like it had been searched through. Although a thin layer of snow had fallen on it, it was still a mess. This detective is really good. He has searched all the supplies here in half a day. Lin Yu kicked the snow on the ground casually with his feet and activated the ability of Chef. The food had basically been found out. The door of the base was not closed and the detective was not seen nearby. Should it be moved? Lin Yu thought and turned to the nearest base. And sure enough, after trudging in the wind and snow for a while, Lin Yu saw Forboluo trying to dig firewood from the snow at the nearest base. This tall, foreign-like detective changed his hat. He no longer wore the bright red woolen hat before, but a furry winter hat with ear protection. This made him look like Santa Claus and instantly turned into a former Soviet political commissar. Of course, they were all Hunan province versions. "Hey, detective." Lin Yu greeted Forboluo, hearing the voice coming from the wind and snow. Forboluo raised his head and laughed while holding the firewood. "Oh, it's May. What a coincidence. We meet again. It seems that our two bases are not far apart." As Forboluo said, Lin Yu shook his head. "No, in fact, they're still quite far apart." Lin Yu approached him and said, "It's just that I came here specifically to find you." "Looking for me?" Forboluo was a little surprised. "What do you want?" "Of course I need to use your ability as a detective," Lin Yu said naturally. "I found some puzzles about this game copy, but I don't have the ability to leave by myself. Can you please go with me?" Hearing Lin Yu's words, Forboluo was also a little interested. "A puzzle? If that place isn't far away, I can go with you to have a look. I don't want to run too far. It's very cold. My toes are going to freeze off. And if two people act together for too long, they will be spotted by that chat." Lin Yu listened to Forboluo's words and did not lie, but spoke frankly. "No, that place is a bit far. Then I won't go. I don't want to be cold and risk being killed by monsters," Forboluo said. "After all, I'm a detective like the easy-chaired." He hugged the firewood and declined. Lin Yu smiled and said, You don't have to worry too much about this. Have you found a way to keep warm and not be killed by monsters? Forbolio asked curiously. No. Lin Yu took out a revolver and put it against Forbolio's head. If you don't go, I will shoot you to death. So, instead of worrying about those risks, it's better to think about whether I will shoot. Lin Yu's eyes were very firm. The only bullet in the pistol had been used up, and it shot Forbolio's fake. But Forbolio didn't know this. So, with the gun pointed at his head, Forbolio instantly stiffened. He let go of the firewood in his arms, raised his hands, and held his head. No, Brother May, what are you doing? Actually, I'll go if you persuade me more. After all, I'm a detective. I love solving puzzles. I love solving puzzles very, very much. Falpolo said, his voice trembling. Whether it's a monster or not, or whether it's cold or not, it can't offset my passion for puzzles. So, Brother May, can you put away the gun first? I'm a little afraid of accidental discharge. Tell me, have you discovered anything? Lin Yu, who was holding a gun, sat on a chair and looked at Forpolo, who was circling around the room 3 times, and asked. The detective turned back and looked at Lin Yu with a serious expression. There is indeed a discovery. This house is warmer than I thought. Forpolo said. Lin Yu sighed. Dear Mr. Forpolo, my time is precious, and so are my bullets. Please activate your detective ability immediately. Otherwise, I will take action. Lin Yu said. Forpolo never dared to fish again and quickly spoke. Okay, actually I found the most wrong thing in this room. Forpolo said, pointing to the workbench. That table hides the trap. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Mechanism? Why didn't I notice it? You know, that table is where Lin Yu focuses his exploration. He knocked everywhere, but found nothing wrong. After all, it was when Lin Yu was inspecting this table that he met Chat, so he had reason to suspect that Chat didn't want him to continue investigating this table. However, after repeated inspections, nothing was found to be wrong. This made Lin Yu think that maybe it was just a coincidence. But Forpolo shook his head. It's normal that you didn't notice it because this mechanism is so secretive. Then, Forpolo looked at Lin Yu. What do you think is the most important thing about being a detective? Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, Is it the ability to reason and observe? Can you find clues and deduce the meaning behind those clues? No. Forpolo shook his head. The most important thing for a detective is knowledge. Forpolo pointed to his head. You don't need to have a particularly in-depth understanding of certain aspect, but you do need to know a little bit about everything. The astrology at night, the smell of herbs, the hardness of rocks, the fighting styles. In short, every great detective must be the most knowledgeable polymath. In this way, when you want to understand the truth, those environments that may seem like a fog to ordinary people and are no big deal will become friends who will answer all your questions. Therefore, I don't need to activate the detective ability yet. Forpolo walked to the table and pushed the workbench gently. The material of this workbench is wrong. The texture is straight, brittle, and it is easy to stain. It is balsa wood. This kind of wood is usually used to make small boxes or boards, and few people use it to make tables. And even if it is used to hit a table, it shouldn't be so heavy. The weight just pushed on it is almost as heavy as the elm wood from my hometown. So, the material of this thing is not entirely made of wood. My guess is that it's like this house, a wood-paneled metal structure. Forpolo said, looked at Lin Yu, and scratched his butt very confidently. My advice is if you're looking for something off in this house, just hack it up or burn it. Lin Yu heard Forpolo's confident words and let out a breath. He picked up the black torch and lit it without saying a word. The pale flame burned the wooden board, burning out a black spot, and then it quickly ignited the wooden board. Forpolo looked at Lin Yu, who was so decisive, but he was a little curious. You trust me so much, he said very unexpectedly, and the flames rising over there quickly covered the entire table, burning quietly. What you said makes sense. Why don't I believe you? Lin Yu looked at the lit table and spoke calmly. Forpolo shook his head. Under normal circumstances, if I don't say that I have the ability to activate, it would be difficult to convince them. He sighed. Whether it's the game of death or reality, Everyone is very stubborn and nothing can be done to persuade them. Lin Yu looked at Polo and couldn't help complaining. I think you should find more reasons for yourself. For Paulo's analysis just now is indeed sound and well-founded, but from his dress to his accent to his temperament, there is something unconvincing about this person. He seems so unreliable. Whose detective speaks with a Hunan accent and wears an ear protection hat? If Lin Yu hadn't been very interested in observing human beings and therefore could minimize the impact of appearance and temperament on his thinking, he would have doubted for Polo. Soon, the entire table was in flames. When the fire was about to continue to spread, Lin Yu picked up the bucket found under the stove and poured a bucket of snow water on it. Laugh! The flames went out and smoke and steam billowed up. For Polo looked at the metal box exposed by the burned wood after the flames were extinguished and smiled happily. I knew there was something in this, he said, then stepped forward to dust off the dust and charred with residue on the metal box. But as soon as he reached out and touched the surface of the box, For Polo let out a shrill scream. Emma hot! He screamed and rushed out of the house, reaching into the snow outside to cool down. Lin Yu walked over helplessly and looked at For Polo, sighing. A profound polymath, a great detective who knows both astronomy and geography. Do you know that the temperature of the embers of a newly extinguished flame is also very high? For Polo shed tears of pain. He looked up at Lin Yu and said, I'm not too excited. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. I really don't know how you survived 16 copies. Lin Yu took another bucket of snow, turned around, and poured half of the bucket onto the metal box. After the snow melted again this time, the temperature on the surface of the metal box also dropped. Lin Yu calmly swept away the dust with a book and then wiped his hands with snow. The entire metal box was revealed, and it was about the height of a 6- or 7-year-old child. It was square and square, with a locked door at the top. The door is a mechanical old-fashioned knob combination lock. To open it, you need to enter a 4-digit password. Lin Yu squatted in front of the box and started thinking. The password, Lin Yu said, and then For Polo came over. His right hand was red and swollen, and the palm and 4 fingers were burned and turned white. It should start bubbling after a while. For Polo looked at Lin Yu and said, Brother May, can you use your doctor ability to treat me? My hand hurts so much, it hurts so much. Lin Yu laughed. Of course not. I won't pay for your stupidity. What's more, this is not a fatal injury. For Polo's eyes fell on the lockbox in front of him. How about I help you unlock the code, and you help me treat my hand injury? Lin Yu looked at For Polo, a little strange. When did you get the illusion that you can negotiate terms with me? You help me unlock the code, and I promise not to chop off your hand. That's pretty much it. Lin Yu still helped For Polo heal the hand. Anyway, the ability of the doctor can't be used only once per game, but can be used once every day. Of course, the main reason is still because For Polo found a clue about the code. In order to save his own life, For Polo directly activated his detective ability. Then, according to the prompts of the detective ability, the code clue for this metal box is hidden among the pile of books on the bookshelf. There are 8 books in total. For Below and Lin Yu naturally began to look for clues to the code from these books. For the sake of For Below's efficiency in flipping through the book to find the password, Lin Yu conveniently cured him. The two of them sat around the fireplace in the room, looking back and forth at the large piece of blackened books, without any clue for a while. Soon it got dark. For Poyo drank the book in his hand and looked at Lin Yu. Boss May, are you in charge of the food? I'm hungry. Lin Yu looked at For Polo and said helplessly, Didn't you collect a bunch of food? Can't you just eat it yourself when you're hungry? As he spoke, For Polo touched his nose sheepishly. Boss, aren't you thinking that this place is a pot? I always feel uncomfortable eating cold food, so I want to eat something warm. Lin Yu turned over stupid tire in his hand and then said without raising his head, Then go ahead and cook normally. For Polo was a little embarrassed. Well, actually I'm not very good at cooking. As he spoke, Lin Yu raised his head and sighed. I'm actually hungry too. After this period of getting along, For Polo's initial fear of Lin Yu dissipated a lot. Perhaps it was the hand treatment incident just now, combined with Lin Yu's profession as a doctor and the pretentious speech he made when meeting for polo for the first time, that made him slightly misjudge Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu is too lazy to correct these. After all, it would be a good thing if Polo was kind to him. Seeing Lin Yu walking toward the kitchen with his book upside down, Polo quickly stood up. "Boss May, don't worry. I won't eat your food for free," Polo said, taking out an environmentally friendly shopping bag from his arms. Afterwards, Polo opened the bag and took out peanut oil, a strip of pork belly, a box of eggs, and a lot of vegetables and seasonings. Lin Yu was shocked. "What the hell is this?" "Oh, this is the prop I got in the 12th dungeon. Discount shopping bag," Polo said proudly. "Every time I can take out a lot of discounted ingredients from the fresh supermarket. The cooling time is 48 hours. If it's not taken out, the stuff will stay in there." "This thing is really a magic weapon," Lin Yu said with emotion. "Why didn't you take it out earlier?" "Because I don't know how to cook," Polo said plausibly. "This stuff can only be taken out raw, not cooked, and it's usually food on expiry date. I will only eat the food inside unless I am very hungry. I ate the raw eggs in the last dungeon. Before the dungeon ended, my legs were so weak." Polo said. Lin Yu reluctantly took the ingredients. "If the 4 limbs are not diligent, the 5 grains will not be separated," Lin Yu commented. However, according to the professional ability of the chef, these ingredients are indeed edible. Lin Yu himself has been miserable these past few days eating biscuits and simple baked foods. Even if there are cans to eat in this house, the quality of life has not improved much. Now that there are stir-fried dishes to eat, Lin Yu will naturally not refuse. Soon, Lin Yu made braised pork belly with beans, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a pot of porridge with rice and spinach. After turning off the fire, he and Polo sat in the kitchen and started eating around the pot. Polo couldn't help but sigh. "Ah, your cooking skills are just like those in restaurants outside. I just love the heavy oil and salt. You often cook at home, right?" Lin Yu ate tomato, scrambled eggs, and shook his head. "No, I rarely go into the kitchen at home. After all, I have my sister Lin Zhao at home, so she usually cooks." Polo was in awe. "Then you are really a genius at cooking. Have you ever considered not becoming a doctor and opening a restaurant to make money?" Lin Yu smiled and said, "That's really tiring. That's what my family does. Although I don't do much, the reason why my craftsmanship is good is also due to the influence of my family." Polo glanced at Lin Yu's slender hands and thought, that's it. After the two of them finished eating, Polo cleaned the pot very diligently and then continued to look for the books. "Maybe it's because I've had a full meal and my mind is much more active." When Lin Yu went back to look through those books, he suddenly realized something. "Wait a minute. I thought before that the book was blacked out or something, which was a bit unnecessary. After all, no matter what the purpose is, destroying and hiding are both the best options." The young scholar who lived here before took great pains to black out every book. What was his purpose? Lin Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked down at the pages of the book, Stupid Tires, in his hand. Although it was a normal page number, a symbol was added at the end. "Give me your crazy wrench." Lin Yu looked at Luo, who was stunned for a moment, and then handed the book to Lin Yu. And the page number mark of this book is also in the style of 1 and 2. Lin Yu opened another book, particularly good Angry Gears. The page number style of this book is -1-. Then, Lin Yu found that the page numbers of these 8 books can be divided into 4 categories: dotted, horizontal, wavy, and underlined. After listing these books in different categories, Lin Yu remembered the previous map connection. He thought about it and tore off the first 5 pages of Stupid Tire and Crazy Wrench. He ignored the blank parts of the 10 pages and began to arrange and combine them. There are 5 pages of blackened parts that could be completely put together and connected end to end. Lin Yu looked at the picture on the ground and laughed. This guy's spatial imagination is really strong. Besides, he really likes this kind of connect the dots method to give hints. As Lin Yu said this, Polo beside him also understood. "So that's it. These blackened parts are not to cover up anything, but to form a puzzle." After tearing off all the pages and eliminating the interference options, Lin Yu and Four Below soon finished all the puzzles. The torn pages were spread out on the floor of the whole wooden house. This work was quite time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it was already late at night. The scattered pages on the floor formed 4 huge numbers. 9, 4, 5, 7. Seeing these 4 numbers, Lin Yu nodded with great satisfaction. Okay, the password should be the permutation and combination of these 4 numbers. But I don't know what the order is yet. The 4 numbers are arranged and combined in any regular pattern, which means 4 is not equal to 24 possibilities. There is plenty of time to try 24 permutations and combinations one by one. However, Lin Yu did not dare to gamble. What if this box has some self-protection mechanism, and it will self-destruct if the wrong password is entered? Thinking of this, Lin Yu squatted on the ground and thought. However, Four Below spoke. The correct order should be 5,497 or 7,945. There are only these 2 possibilities. I prefer 5497. Listening to Four Belows words, Lin Yu looked at him with some surprise. How did you come to this conclusion? Four Below shrugged. It's very simple. These 2 books are not randomly arranged in a group. The contents of these books are highly related. They're like textbooks for the same course. 2 similar books usually have similar difficulty. The difficulty increases in the order of 5497. The time of the book is also in this order. Four Below said calmly. Lin Yu felt incredible. Can you still recognize it after it's painted like this? Of course, although it's painted black, the blackened area itself can also represent the number and complexity of the formulas. Not to mention that there are actually more obvious hints in the contents of these books. Four Below said, squatting down, pointing to one of the pages that made up 4, and said, "Look, there's a note in the content mentioned on this page of this book, quoting the content in 5. This section of 7 is also an extension of 5, but because 9 mentioned 4 and 7 at the same time, according to the description of 7 on this page of 9, there's a sentence in addition before. So I guess 7 should be a subsequent supplement to 4. Four Below said. Lin Yu looked at him, a little shocked. Although this guy looks out of line, his professional ability as a detective is really good. Now Lin Yu is a little convinced that this guy is a professional detective. You remember all these details. No big deal. I can even know what these things are talking about through these few words, for Polo said proudly. The subject described in these books are probably about using emotions as fuel and raw materials. Click. The sound of the combination, lock popping, open, interrupted for Polo. For Polo looked at Lin Yu with some annoyance. Hey, why don't you listen to others? While For Polo was admiring himself, Lin Yu had already run to open the box. Sorry, Lin Yu opened the door of the box without raising his head. I care more about the contents of these books than the contents of these books. Let's talk about the background setting of this copy later. Lin Yu said, and opened the door of the box. For Polo looked at Lin Yu and came over. Well, I am indeed curious about what is in this box. After opening the box, there's a transparent file bag inside. In the file bag, there was a black notebook, a white identity card, and a key. It seems to be someone's personal belongings. Lin Yu unceremoniously opened the file bag and then looked at the white ID card inside. On the back was a dark logo of a burning book, and on the front was a simple information about the owner of the ID card. Name, Will Valetti. Gender, male. Identity, independent researcher. Authorization, B3. Region, Dong Dong Mountain. Next to it was a photo of a somewhat gloomy curly-haired young man wearing a white uniform shirt. His face was slightly scratched. It seems that this is the owner of this room. Lin Yu muttered. Then he opened the notebook. Only the front third of the thin notebook was used, and it was written like a research diary. August 7th, blizzard. The recorder shows a leak here. Damn, there's not even a living person in this place. How could there be a leak? August 10th, blizzard. I slept badly last night. I walked around today and didn't get anything. The nearest human gathering points have been abandoned for a long time. August 15th, blizzard. I've been having nightmares recently. This place is terrible. Do I really need to write about the weather? It seems to be snowing here forever. Anyway, I don't have any clues today. I can leave here in another week. August 16th, blizzard. I dug up some very bad things. Have so many people died in this place? And there is no residual soul on the corpses, which is too abnormal. August 17th, blizzard. There's a monster called Chat in this mountain. My dreams are getting more and more chaotic. When the signal is restored, I will call for reinforcements. August 25th. Damn, what is the situation in this place? Why is there such a terrible monster? My condition is too bad. I will gamble tomorrow. August 26th. I understand what happened here. No wonder it was leaked. Damn, I never thought that leaks would be in this form. This is all our own mistakes. Too tragic. 8.27. I know how to deal with Chat. The diary stops here. The rest is all blank. Looking at the handwriting of the diary from neat to messy, Lin, you seem to feel the increasingly worse mental state of the person who wrote the diary at that time. He rubbed his eyebrows. It's so complicated. Lin Yu exhaled. The truth about this copy is getting closer and closer. However, it also makes Lin Yu feel more and more headache. After all, his purpose is not to restore the truth of this copy, but to find the liar. Who set up this scam? In Jidong Mountain. Lin Yu still has no clue. On the side, Yuo spoke again. Thank you, Mei. Thank you for bringing me here. Lin Yu looked at the side. The great detective's tone was sincere. But it was precisely because of this sincerity that Lin Yu was a little puzzled. No, why are you thanking me? Didn't he come with a gun against this detective? And Yuo's eyes flashed with eager light. Because I just thought that this was an ordinary survival copy before, so I subconsciously thought that even if there was any hidden puzzle, it would definitely not be worth my special trip to solve. But I was wrong. The puzzles here are very interesting. If you hadn't discovered this place and forced me to come, I might have really missed such a great puzzle. As Yuo said, a fanatical expression appeared on his face. I will find out everything about Chat and this mysterious researcher. The truth about this winter mountain, after Yuo made a bold statement that he must find out the truth. Next, he and Lin Yu went to sleep. After all, it was already the second half of the night, and both of them were too sleepy to open their eyes. Although it was not long before dawn, being able to sleep for 2 hours was also a kind of rest. Lin Yu lay on the bed, and Yuo consciously took out a sleeping bag, replaced the dogskin earmuffs on his head with a woolen nightcap, and got into the sleeping bag. Tomorrow, I will definitely find out the truth about this dungeon from head to toe, and then we will get the reward of unraveling the truth together. Yuo said optimistically, unraveling the truth is the same as controlling the overall situation. It is an achievement that will appear in the settlement interface with additional rewards. Usually, after investigating the truth hidden in the entire dungeon in a non-puzzle dungeon, this achievement evaluation will be obtained. And listening to Yuo's words, Lin Yu also agreed. Then I'll leave it to you. Having such a detective here really saved him a lot of trouble. Although he didn't care much about the reward of unraveling the mystery, he certainly wouldn't refuse it. What's more, in this process, his second upgrade task will most likely be completed. Of course, this doesn't mean that Lin Yu plans to be a hands-off shopkeeper. He now trusts this detective a little bit, but he has to continue to think about the various problems of this copy. That's why Lin Yu chooses to sleep now. Based on the previous dream, Lin Yu thinks that sleeping is also a means of obtaining information. Soon, Lin Yu fell asleep. And sure enough, Lin Yu opened his eyes again and found himself in the snow again. In the vast snow, a young man with long curly hair was carrying a bag, wearing professional-looking equipment, holding a shovel in his hand, and digging the frozen soil underground one shovel at a time. Lin Yu went around to the front and recognized the appearance of the curly-haired young man. It was the researcher Vil Valetai on the ID card he had seen before. Soon, the young researcher dug out several bodies from the ground. He looked very ugly, kneeling on the ground, digging the frozen soil with his gloved hands, and then took out an instrument that looked like an ammeter from his backpack. The readings of this pile of souls are still 0. Damn, it's actually true. Vil seemed to realize something, and then took out another transparent box from his backpack. The box contained some squirming, semi-liquid black paste. Will pointed the box at the entity and then took out the ammeter. Ding, ding, ding. The instrument made a sharp cry. Will seemed to have completely collapsed, sitting on the ground and covering his face. It turns out that it was really our fault. It was the leak that caused the death of these people, Vilvaletai said, sitting there and pulling his hair in pain. Lin Yu silently looked at the young man's painful appearance and thought calmly. So, combined with the notes from the day, the deaths here don't seem to be caused by natural disasters, and the monsters here don't live here naturally. Rather, it was caused by something leaking from a certain institution. It seems that this black oil is also related to the deaths of these people. Lin Yu thought. While Lin Yu was thinking, Vilvaletai on the ground stood up as if he had made up his mind, and then walked into the wind and snow. Lin Yu hurried to catch up. Soon, Vilvaletai walked to a cave. This cave was not natural, but was sealed by a metal door. Vilvaletai took out a metal key, opened the door, and walked into it. Lin Yu wanted to follow Vilvaletai in, but just as he walked to the door, he was bounced back by an invisible force. Then, a voice sounded behind Lin Yu. You can see these, which means you have seen what I left in the house. A gentle voice sounded. Lin Yu turned around and saw the blurry, translucent figure of a young man with long curly hair standing behind him. The other party's identity was self-evident. Are you the Vilvaletai? Lin Yu looked at him and asked. The other party nodded and acknowledged this identity. Yes, I am Vilvaletai, a B3-level researcher. But, to be more precise, I'm the consciousness left behind by Vilvaletai. As he said this, Lin Yu nodded. I read your notes. What exactly do you want to do? What exactly happened in this Jidong mountain? What is chat? What is the leak? What is the relationship between black oil and the deaths of those people? Who built the various bases in Jidong mountain? Lin Yu asked in a row, and Vilvaletai shook his head. Sorry, I can't answer these questions directly. My current existence is closely related to that guy. If I answer you here, my answers and thoughts will be sensed by it. Then, you will lose the possibility of ending it all. You may not even be able to escape from here. Vilvaletai said slowly. His answer did not surprise Lin Yu. After all, if the other party could directly answer his questions in the dream, then he would not have to set it up so awkwardly and complicatedly before. So, you can only give me various hints now, and I must have found something to trigger the hint. Lin Yu asked. Yes, hints, Vilvaletai whispered. With your intelligence, I believe you know what to do. I understand a little bit, Lin Yu said, looking at the metal door behind him. Find this cave and open the door, right? Use the key that is placed with your ID card and notebook. As Lin Yu said, Vilvaletai's eyes flashed with hope. Yes, I can't reveal more. But whether you want to pursue the truth or seek an opportunity to survive, believe me, this is the best way out. You are very smart enough to end it all. As Vilvaletai said, Lin Yu sighed. I know, but I have to correct you. I am not the smartest one among the people this time. There is a detective who is much more professional than me, Lin Yu said, but Vilvaletai shook his head stubbornly. No, you are definitely the smartest. After all, your wisdom has been recognized by the gods, Vilvaletai said, pointing to Lin Yu's wrist. The god of change who controls reality and nothingness has left a mark of recognition on you. So, I believe you too. Call. Lin Yu woke up from his sleep and sat up from the bed. For Polo was still sleeping soundly in his sleeping bag on the ground, with saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth. He was sleeping soundly. Lin Yu walked to the bed and kicked for Polo. Time to wake up. For Polo woke up from his sleep and rolled twice on the ground in a panic. What? Who attacked me? Wow, he yelled, then hurriedly untied his sleeping bag and jumped out in panic. Lin Yu looked at For Polo and sighed helplessly. For Polo, it's me. Seeing that it was Lin Yu, For Polo calmed down. Oh, it's you, May. He exhaled and looked at the sky outside. At this moment, it was just getting dark outside, and For Polo frowned. How long did we sleep? Lin Yu glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside. Probably more than 3 hours. It was less than 4 in the morning when I went to bed, and now it is around 6 in the morning and almost 7 in the morning. Lin Yu said, for Polo frowned. That's not right. I don't feel any pain in my head. When I sleep less than 8 hours, my head will definitely hurt. As for Polo said, Lin Yu suddenly realized something. Something's really wrong. He whispered. Now, Lin Yu found that he had lost 3 more abilities. The abilities of ruffian, cook, and social animal have disappeared. This means, or 3 people suddenly saw through their lies last night. Either they are dead. Either way is wrong. Thinking of this, Lin Yu grabbed the torch. Hey, for Polo, we have to hurry up. Go confirm something, Lin Yu said and walked out of the door without looking back. For Polo, who was not yet fully awake, was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly followed him out of the door. Wait for me, May, he said, keeping up with Lin Yu's pace. Where are you going? Confirming what? Lin Yu did not answer, but came to one of the areas based on his memory. That's the area where the player who believes he is the chef is. Lin Yu turned around and found him in one of the strongholds. The door of the stronghold is open. The stove in the stronghold has been extinguished, and the wind and snow are pouring inside. The player is a slightly balding middle-aged man. He huddled beside the fire and had been dead for a long time. Furpoyo walked forward quickly, stretched out his hand, and pressed the skin of the corpse, frowning. Excluding the influence of temperature, the time of death was about 12 hours ago. There were no obvious signs of trauma or poisoning. He may have died from freezing or unnatural factors. But judging from his expression, he's a little suspicious and scared to death. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief when Furpolo accurately reported the time of death. I originally thought I needed to see a few more corpses, but now it seems I probably don't need to. The cause of death should be chat, and the way this thing kills should be killing in dreams, probably scaring people to death. In addition, based on this man's death and my known information, one thing can be determined. Lin Yu said and looked at Furpolo. Furpolo also looked at Lin Yu. What do you want to express? Furpolo, what day do you think it is now? The 3rd day, right? No, it's the 5th day now, Lin Yu said seriously. Every time I go to bed, it takes more than 24 hours to fall asleep. This is the killing method of the monster named Chat, who lives here. I previously found the body of the NPC we met at the beginning, and the appearance of death was almost the same as this. Lin Yu said. Furpolo's face changed slightly. Is there such a thing? Brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't fully trust you before, Lin Yu said calmly. In that case, everything makes sense. No wonder my head doesn't hurt. Furpolo's face turned ugly, but it only lasted for a moment before he laughed. Haha, it's really strange. Interesting. Furpolo gritted his teeth and grinned, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. It turns out that this copy is not only interesting in the hidden truths and puzzles, it is also difficult enough in itself. I'm going to play seriously now. Furpoyo pulled off the woolen hat on his head and stuffed it into his arms, revealing a head of flowing lead gray short hair. He carefully smoothed his hair and then took out a black round-top gentleman's hat from his arms. Lin Yu looked at Furpolo's operation and became curious. Is your hat a very powerful prop? Can it prevent mental attacks or prevent you from sleeping so much? No, this can only play a decorative role. Furpolo's ears and nose were red from the cold, but it represents my determination. It means that I will now spend 70% of my energy to play this. Copy. Furpolo said seriously. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, and then said, Can't you use 100% of your strength to play? Furpolo shook his head. I don't think it's still true. Give me 10%. As Lin Yu said that, Furpolo still wanted to make a point, and then, looking at Lin Yu's sharp eyes in the wind and snow, Furpolo shrank his neck and said, Okay, I'll just take 100% of my strength. He muttered, tucking his black bowler hat in and replacing it with a braided straw hat. Full force mode, start. Lin Yu watched Furpolo change his hat, feeling helpless. What's your quirk? So, the woolen hat means your sleep mode, and the thick ear protection hat means your energy-saving mode. Furpolo was horrified. How did you tell? As he said this, Lin Yu sighed. This couldn't be more obvious. Furpolo thought deeply and looked at Lin Yu. Okay, May, you are worthy of being a doctor. Your thinking is sharp and meticulous. You should be very good at surgery, right? I know hair surgery. I'm just a medical student. I didn't even have any training. Lin Yu said helplessly. He didn't dare to agree, casually. What if the secret was exposed later? Saying you're a medical student is the best option. After all, the April I met before was also a medical student who obtained the profession of doctor. Furpoyo nodded slightly. I see. So, where should we go next? You should have a goal for the next step, right? After all, you seem to be able to get some revelations in your sleep. Did one of your props do this? Furpoyo asked. Lin Yu looked at this detective in surprise. He nodded and said, Yes, I can indeed get hints in my sleep. The owner of the note we found before, Vel Valetti, has been giving me dreams these days. Lin Yu did not intend to tell Furpolo all the information he had at first. Although he had made up his mind to kill the detective, once Furpolo began to doubt himself, he discovered after contacting Lin Yu that Furpolo was quite useful as a tool. This detective did have a few tricks up his sleeve and was smarter than he expected. Therefore, Lin Yu was a little reluctant to kill this guy. Therefore, Lin Yu changed his strategy. He decided to be candid with Furpolo. Lin Yu could be honest with him as long as it didn't involve his promotion tasks. Information about this copy. Lin Yu even decided to process it and tell Furpolo everything. After concealing the motive and the reason why Valetti trusted him, Lin Yu told Furpolo all the information he had so far. Walking in the wind and snow, Furpolo looked at the metal key and understood the ins and outs of the current matter. I understand, combined with the notebook we found from the current point of view, what happened in this winter mountain is simply a tragedy brewed by technology in the standard sense. Furpolo mused, a certain organization that controls advanced technology had an accident here, created a certain kind of monster called Chart, and created a tragedy in which many people died. Then, a poor low-level worker in that institution was ordered to investigate the matter. Finally, he discovered the truth and unfortunately died here. But he is lucky enough to retain his self-awareness. He reminds you through dreams. This may also be a kind of protection. After all, the killing method of the monster named Chat is closely related to dreaming. Lin Yu also basically agreed with Furpolo's analysis. Yes, I think so too. So, now we need to go to the cave. Hearing what Lin Yu said, Furpolo frowned. But are you sure Vel Valetti can be trusted, Doctor? I remind you, not only players need to be careful, sometimes NPCs also need to be careful. Currently, it seems that both Chat and the dead, Vel Valetti, have the ability to enter other people's dreams. Even if he was a kind person during his lifetime. Furpolo hesitated to speak. Lin Yu nodded. I understand. Furpolo, I have not completely trusted him so far. But even if he lied to me and it was a trap, I still want to take a look. Lin Yu breathed out softly. Because there is not enough time. This is already the 5th day for us. But if you consider that it is almost impossible for a person to stay awake for 72 hours under high pressure, we may have to sleep again. So, for us, this may be our penultimate chance to get sober. Of course, we just clear the dungeon. Of course we can ignore it and bet that this last sleeping Chat won't kill us. But are you willing to do so, Furpolo? Lin Yu looked at him straightly. I'm afraid your obsession with living has something to do with uncovering the truth, right? It's the same for me. I can't understand the truth, and I'm upset. He said firmly. His tone was extremely contagious. When Furpolo heard what Lin Yu said, his face was tangled. Finally, he held up the straw hat on his head and said, You have convinced me, Doctor. I did enter this death game because of an unsolved case. That's how I am. The puzzle before me. As long as it's complex enough, I won't feel comfortable unless I solve it. I'll take this risk with you. Anyway, for such a complex and deeply hidden copy, the reward for peeping off the cocoon must be very generous. His grandma is such a bear. She even took out her straw hat and put it on. But if she still can't solve the puzzle, it's really too much. Furpolo said fiercely. Lin Yu looked at him with an understanding expression on his face. I knew it. You and I are on the same page. He laughed. Furpolo also laughed along with Lin Yu. I didn't expect that as a doctor. You are also crazy. However, this feeling of meeting the same kind is indeed great. Looking at Polo, Lin Yu smiled, but felt relieved in his heart. Successful. Polo was indeed very clever. He took out his straw hat and put it on before claiming that he was in full force mode. He was not bluffing. This detective, who has passed 16 dungeons, really didn't even treat this dungeon seriously, even 70% of the time. But because of this, Lin Yu's performance at this moment can be effective. He knew very well what the genius Polo wanted. For Lin Yu, once he understands the other person, it is easier to deceive a genius than an ordinary person, because geniuses prefer to believe what they believe. Maybe after we get out, we can use this guy to investigate the affairs of the psychological society. Lin Yu thought about it, but in the end his thoughts returned to this copy. Come on, Polo, let us uncover the truth. Let's go find the cave. Lin Yu said, and Polo also laughed confidently. Yes, based on my knowledge of geology, this winter mountain is a typical multifold mountain, and the cave that can be built with a metal gate is probably a naturally formed large cave. This kind of cave usually only appears between two mountain peaks, and currently there are only two high points within the range of this copy. Polo said proudly, and Lin Yu nodded. Then you lead the way. No problem, May. I can only say that once I entered full power mode, it was really easy to pass the level. This is why I usually don't go all out. Once my brain is running at full power, any copy will become uninteresting. Polo said, and then the two people trekked for a long time in the wind and snow, and Polo led Lin Yu to the intersection of the two peaks. Standing in the vast snow, looking at the two exposed and bare rock walls, Polo fell into deep thought. Lin Yu looked at Polo and sighed. Great detective, your full power mode can only do so much. Where's the cave here? Polo scratched his head vigorously. Holy shit, something's wrong. This must be chat's illusion. The wind and snow were getting stronger. Lin Yu and Polo stood in front of the rock wall in the wind and snow, silent for a long time. Finally, Polo broke the silence. It's just that the probability of a cave appearing here is the highest, but it's not necessarily 100% certain that there is a cave. But then again, you were dreamed of. Where's the cave in the dream? Do you have any impression? Hearing Polo's words, Lin Yu rubbed his eyebrows. That's the problem. According to my memory in the dream, the location of the cave should indeed be here. Lin Yu pointed to the direction of the rock wall in front of him. And I always feel that this place is actually quite inconsistent. The two people had just knocked on a rock wall, but there was no result. Polo frowned. Really? He thought for a long time, then exhaled. If you assume that your idea is correct, then it seems I have no choice but to use my skills. After that, Polo whispered, I want to know where the hidden door and cave are nearby. Polo said, and immediately activated his ability as a detective. Afterwards, Polo seemed to have seen some hints and looked back at Lin Yu. My detective ability hints that if you want to find the hidden door and cave nearby, the key is you. Me? Lin Yu was a little curious. Polo walked around Lin Yu, and then suddenly said, Look carefully, it's the torch behind you. Torch? Lin Yu was a little puzzled. Does this thing have a hidden function? He took out the torch from his back, shook it around, and didn't feel anything special. In the wind and snow, Lin Yu lit the torch. The pale flames burst out, instantly melting the wind and snow around Lin Yu. Polo also came over and warmed up. Honestly, why don't you keep it on? At least this thing can keep us from being so cold. Occupying hands, Lin Yu answered concisely, looking at Polo, who was rubbing the torch. Are you sure the clue is this? You didn't say that on purpose because you wanted to rub the torch. Polo shook his head. No way. Do you think I'm such a shameless person? I have to save face. Do you really want it? Lin Yu asked back. Polo, who was rubbing his hands to keep warm, was speechless by Lin Yu's question. Okay, I will give up unnecessary face when necessary. But I really didn't joke about clues. This thing is really a clue to find the cave. Polo said. Lin Yu had to return his gaze to the torch. What's going on? Do we need to go back to the place where I found the torch? No, there's only a stone there, and it is not quite the same as the entrance to the cave in the dream. Lin Yu muttered, and Forboluo also started to think. Let me think about it. The functions of torches are nothing more than heating, lighting, and ignition. Do you want us to take a closer look? After Forboluo finished speaking, Lin Yu looked at the rock wall in front of him and moved closer with the torch. It seems that there is no difference. However, a few seconds later, Forboluo and Lin Yu looked at the rock wall in front of them that had not changed at all and realized something at the same time. No, after the torch approached, the rock wall did not change at all. But the problem lies in this lack of change. There are still some bulges and cracks on the rock wall, and some ice and snow are condensed inside. But this ice and snow, after Lin Yu's torch approached, there was no sign of melting at all. It was as if someone had pressed the still button. Forboluo said excitedly, "There is indeed something wrong with this rock wall, but I don't know what's going on. It seems that it will not be affected by the outside world." Compared to Forboluo, Lin Yu has completely understood what is going on. I know. This thing is the rock wall of the past. This thing really needs a torch to deal with, Lin Yu said as he directly put the torch in his hand against the rock wall. He turned the end of the torch handle and first extinguished the pale flame. Then he lit it again. Shoo! The flames spurted out and burned the rock wall. Soon, the rock wall, which had not changed at first, began to fade under the continuous burning of the flames. The texture of the rock began to blur and melt, and the original blue-gray surface turned into a darker and darker black. The angular surface gradually became rounded and lost its original solid shape. Then, it turned into a flowing black paste. This is why Lin Yu can fully understand what the rock wall in front of him is like compared to Forboluo, because he has seen this situation before. It's just that what appeared in front of him at that time was not a large stone wall or a dead object. It was the living Forboluo. Soon, the melted black paste was ignited, and pale flames were also ignited. Lin Yu took a step back, and the pale flames spread to the surroundings, and the entire rock wall was burning. As I expected, this thing is of the same origin as the black gold oiled. Lin Yu breathed out. Not only is it a very good fuel, but it can also transform into various people or things that have ever appeared. Polo was also stunned. I see. This is the technology recorded in those books. He looked at Lin Yu excitedly. The organization where that researcher works has wonderful technology that can extract people's emotions and convert them into some kind of magical substance. The extracted magical substance is not only the best fuel, but also a highly plastic raw material. This is what we have in front of us. As Polo spoke, the entire rock wall was in flames. The pale flames melted the entire wind and snow, making a rare wind-free and snow-free area appear on the Jidong Mountain. Soon, the false rock wall turned into black oil burned away, revealing the real part behind it. A faulted rock wall that was almost exactly the same as the rock wall just now appeared in front of Polo and Lin Yu. However, in the very middle of the rock wall, there is a dug cave and a tall round metal door. What Zheng and Lin Yu saw in their sleep after being prompted by Wolvaletti. Exactly the same. Let's go, we should go in, Lin Yu said, took out the key and looked at Polo. Polo also rubbed his hands excitedly. Okay, let's go. Let's see the truth about Winter Mountain, what it is. Lin Yu inserted the metal key into the keyhole of the door and turned it gently. Then, the entire metal door made a dull sound. Click. As if some extremely heavy mechanism had been activated, the metal door slowly opened, revealing a deep and long, wide corridor inside. Lin Yu subconsciously raised the torch higher and pushed Polo. Walk into. Polo looked at Lin Yu helplessly and was about to retort. I said, why? But he saw that Lin Yu's other hand that was not holding the torch had already pulled out a revolver, and Polo swallowed his words. Okay, it's natural for me to explore the way, Polo said, and then walked into the corridor behind the cave. The two people walked cautiously one behind the other, slowly going deep into the cave, deep in the snowstorm. What surprised Lin Yu was, although the tunnel in this cave is naturally formed, There are more traces of artificial processing than imagined. The ground was covered with a flat metal plate of unknown material, with a faint blue light flashing on it. This is too technological, Lin Yu whispered, and then couldn't help complaining. The dress and conversation of the previous NPC and the furnishings of the wooden house all made me think that the background of this dungeon should be one with a relatively backward technological level. I didn't expect it to be so advanced. Furpoyo laughed heartily. Aha, May, have you ever heard of cyberpunk works? Sometimes, the more highly developed science and technology is, the greater the difference in living standards between classes, regions, and regions. Under that background, sometimes the upper-class people have already lived a life that is almost future, but the people at the bottom seem to have regressed back to feudal or even primitive society. Hearing Forpolo's words, Lin Yu nodded slightly. I've heard something. You mean Winter Mountain is the background? Of course, Forpolo said, and then continued to walk forward. A technology that could be materialized with emotions and used as fuel and raw materials. After any organization masters and monopolizes it, it will gain power like God. So, this is the reason why you have natural distrust and even hostility towards researcher Will Valetti and the organization behind him, right? Lin Yu asked smoothly. Furpoyo also responded casually. Of course, doctor, that organization. But then Furpolo suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, are you testing me? Furpoyo never showed his attitude towards this organization from beginning to end. He only raised some questions about the NPC Will Valetti when Lin Yu said it. Lin Yu laughed, and his wild laughter echoed in the corridor. Ah, detective, you accidentally found out. Sure enough, you know that organization, right? In fact, you recognize the logo and their technology early on, right? Lin Yu laughed, and Furpolo was slightly speechless. You are so horribly perceptive, Dr. May. No wonder you said you're the same person as me. Now I recognize you. But when did you see my flaw? Lin Yu shook his head. When you read those books and analyze their contents, to be honest, although I'm not a genius, I don't believe that anyone can find out that more than 80% of the content is missing from every academic book next. You can see what kind of technology it is. What I can't do at all, you could do easily. This is not genius. This is cheating, C-H-E-A-T. I will be convinced later that you have indeed known some of the truth in this copy for a long time. It may be due to your professional ability, or maybe you have seen things related to this organization before. After all, although the dungeons of the Game of Death are not necessarily the same, many of them have certain similarities. Lin Yu whispered, and Furpolo stopped. Standing in the spacious corridor, he turned around and said with a sad face, No, brother, you are so smart. I admit that I have indeed seen this organization before. I have dealt with them 3 times in different copies. I'm hiding this from you, just because I don't want you to be deeply involved in these things. Most of the people in this organization are cold-blooded, profit-oriented, inhumane exploiters. Lin Yu looked at the sincere Furpoyo, shook his head, and spoke. No, that's not the case. Actually, what I'm really curious about is that you don't seem to completely trust me and have been testing me. You don't seem to think that I am really a doctor or medical student, but you still believe that my profession is doctored. What is this? A flattering smile appeared on Forpolo's face. I want to hear the truth, Mr. Furpoyo, and stop using jokes to hide your true thoughts. Lin Yu said coldly. Furpolo was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then shook his head with a wry smile. Okay. I admit, I recognize your identity. I just wanted to pretend I didn't know at first. Your psychological society is so crazy that they actually sent someone of your level to approach me. I didn't break it consciously, Falpolo said, and Lin Yu was stunned by his words. What? Wait a minute. Lin Yu took out the polygraph and pointed it at Furpolo. Say it again. Who do you think I am? Say it in a statement, like I just thought you were. Huh? Furpolo was stunned for a moment. Then he did as he was told. I just thought you were a senior member of this psychological society. Then, the green light on the polygraph came on. This means that Furpolo really thought so. Lin Yu let out a long breath. Huh, how did you come to this conclusion? Furpolo said as a matter of course. Your profession is doctor, but based on your hands and the way you use your abilities to deal with my burns, I don't think you are a doctor in reality. And you just awakened the profession of doctor, and your observation of people is extremely subtle. I think you may be a psychologist in reality. And those who are psychologists in reality are almost all members of this psychological society. Being able to enter other people's copies will means at least a supervisory level existence. Aren't you? As Forbolio said, Lin Yu was silent for a long time and sighed. Although I know it's not your fault, but you are really a fool, Forbolio. I thought you were from this psychological society. Rationally speaking, Lin Yu completely understood why Forpolo would regard him as a member of the psychological society. After all, he is indeed hiding a lot of things and looks very suspicious. Coupled with Forpolo's analysis just now, Lin Yu felt that if he stood from Forpolo's perspective, he would also feel like a guy from the psychological society. Only, from a perceptual point of view, Lin Yu is always a little unhappy being treated as a member of the psychological society. Do I look that crazy? He looked at Forpolo and asked helplessly. Forpolo looked at Lin Yu cautiously. To be honest, you were a little surprised. However, it seems that you are really not a member of the psychological society. Why are you so sure all of a sudden? Lin Yu looked at Forpolo and asked curiously. Because people from the psychological society never bother to hide themselves, Forpolo sighed. It would be better to say that, in a sense, they are quite above board. At least among the 3 recognized anti-order organizations, the Psychological Society is the most upright one. Forpolo said. Lin Yu nodded. Yes, I do have nothing to do with that organization. Rather, I even have a grudge against them. Lin Yu did not perform or hide this time, and directly expressed his emotions. Forpolo noticed Lin Yu's ill will towards the Psychological Society. It's obvious that those lunatics are quite annoying. Anyway, since you are not from the Psychological Society, I'm relieved. Forpolo held his waist as if he was relieved and continued. Let's return to the dungeon. In short, the organization set up in Winter Mountain is called the Truth Company. Many people in the death game, there are traces of their activities in the copies. Moreover, once you come into contact with the NPCs of this company, it seems that they will be included in their database. If you are hostile to them, you will have to be even more careful when you encounter them in subsequent copies. Forpolo reminded. Lin Yu suddenly said, So, you have been hiding this matter? Yes. At first I thought you were from the Psychological Society, and I thought I would trick you. Forpolo lifted the waistband of his cotton trousers. But since it was a misunderstanding, I have to make it clear to you. Are you sure you want to swim in this muddy water? Lin Yu looked at Forpolo and exhaled slowly. We've all left here, why not? I'm really curious about the truth of all this. Not to mention, there are extra rewards, right? Lin Yu's words were half truth and half false again. After Forpolo heard this, he probably thought that Lin Yu was talking about the extra reward of peeping off the cocoon. But in fact, Lin Yu was talking about his promotion mission. Forpolo gave a thumbs up. Okay, man, my good brother. I really didn't make a mistake. In this case, I will sacrifice my life to accompany you. Listening to Forpolo's words, Lin Yu was speechless. What does not make a mistake mean? Why are we good brothers? Co-author, you weren't the one who guarded yourself as a psychological society all the way, right? But Lin Yu wouldn't be disappointed if he didn't reach out to hit the smiling man. The 2 people continued walking towards a corridor, and soon, there was a glimmer of light ahead. According to Lin Yu's calculations, although the downward slope of the corridor was very gentle and long, he and Forpolo had been walking for more than 10 minutes. At present, the 2 people have gone at least 50 meters underground. I've met people from the Truth Company. What do you think will be ahead? Lin Yu asked. Forpolo shook his head. I don't know either. After all, I've only had contact with them 3 times. However, I did hear the sound of water. Forpolo said. Lin Yu nodded slightly. He did hear the faint sound of water coming from the light ahead. Forpolo and Lin Yu unconsciously slowed down a little. Finally, they walked out of the corridor and stood on the top platform of a staircase. Look down. Beyond the already spacious corridor, there is an even wider space. A natural cave that seems to be able to fill the entire factory is revealed in front of you. The very technological cold light strips are embedded in the surrounding rocks one after another, illuminating the entire space. And here, there is literally an entire factory. Tall metal tanks and various instruments stand everywhere, connected to each other by metal pipes. The lines are smooth and the surfaces are smooth, making them look very advanced. However, the huge factory composed of these advanced instruments is now abandoned. Most of all the instruments and pipes were soaked in pitch black oil. The black, viscous oil formed a lake. In the middle, there's the only huge instrument that is still running. It looks like a metal heart. The instrument itself was constantly vibrating, beating like a real heart. There are two huge holes on the top of the instrument. Every time the instrument pulses, pitch black oil will gush out from the holes. This was also the source of the sound of water heard by Lin Yu and for Polo. It's really a leak in the physical sense. Lin Yu exhaled. Then the question is, what is the relationship between chat and these things? For Boluo's face was solemn. I don't know, but these things give me a bad feeling. Nothing that Truth Company has made is simple, especially this technology that converts emotions into entities. If I'm not mistaken, the emotion that these black oils come from should be feared. Hearing what Boluo said, Lin Yu nodded. I also think these represent fear. He suddenly remembered the hint he got as a teacher. Chat is not alive. This sentence can be understood as chat is dead, or it can be understood as chat is not a living thing. Lin Yu raised his head and looked in the direction of the machine. When I was a kid, I watched an animated movie with a very similar setting. A group of monsters use human fear as energy, and in order to collect their fear, the group of monsters will scare children. We have all heard about Snow Monster and chat from NPCs, but so far, none of us have seen these things. Even chat's method of killing is to scare people to death in their sleep. Lin Yu said, and Boluo suddenly realized. You mean the so-called chat may not be a real creature, or even a thing? Yes. A gentle voice sounded behind the two of them. The flowing black oil spread to the platform under the feet of the two, and finally gathered into the human figure of a curly-haired young man. Will Valetti, wearing a white coat, appeared in front of Lin Yu and Boluo. Just as you said, Dash. Chat is the name of a plan of the Truth Company, where I work. 50 years ago, the Truth Company became one of the newest giant companies in the city that never sleeps through a new alchemical technology called emotion conversion. Emotional energy has gradually become the most commonly used energy in the entire city that never sleeps. At the beginning, the technology of emotion conversion was very simple and could only extract human joy and sadness. Truth Company built one emotion collector after another and provided a large number of entertainment products to the citizens of the city that never sleeps. Soon, this technology was changing with each passing day, and more emotions could be converted, and the extraction technology became more and more advanced. The extracted emotions were found to be not only fuel, but also various materials to be made into machinery and buildings. The growing Truth Company also began to conduct more in-depth experiments that were not allowed before. For example, the development of the emotion called fear resulted in a substance called fear oil. This is the most universal kind of emotional creation. It is the most efficient as a fuel, and as a raw material, it can be transformed into almost any substance. Even, it can disguise itself as life. It seems to confirm that sentence. Fear is the most instinctive and original emotion in the depths of the human soul. But it is also because of this that the difficulty of extracting and storing fear is the highest. If you're not careful, it will make people crazy or even die directly. Moreover, these fears condensed into entities even have another function that other materials do not have. It can store souls. Rather than storing, it is better to say imprisonment. The principle of this fear oil being able to disguise as life is that it can even perfectly simulate human consciousness. Therefore, although the two other oligarchs of the never-sleeping city jointly suppressed the Truth Company for the first time, forcing the Truth Company to promise to give up the development of fear oil. But how can it really give up such a tempting technology with infinite possibilities? The Truth Company will never give up. So, outside the never-sleeping city and the Federation, in the endless great wilderness, in those backward human gathering points, the Truth Company began to secretly build an experimental base. Winter Mountain is one of them. There were originally several human settlements nearby that relied on hunting for a living. Truth Company has set its sights on them. After all, most of the residents in the wilderness are stupid and short-sighted. Therefore, several executives and A-level researchers of Truth Company built a complete set of fear oil conversion equipment under the Winter Mountain, which is always covered by wind and snow next to the town, and lie to the outside world that it was an ordinary emotion conversion equipment. Then, they pretended to be nobles and deceived the residents of those towns that there was a precious resource called black gold oil in the mountains, which could be exchanged for money. The townspeople who believed the rumors entered the mountains and were frightened by the snow monster rumors spread in advance by the executives of Truth Company and the company's unique dream-making instrument, which made the guys who entered the Winter Mountain to try their luck in search for treasure scared, provided a lot of fear and refined a lot of fear oil. This is the plan called chat. But even those executives did not expect that although the raw material oil of fear is almost omnipotent, it has fatal flaws that no one has discovered before due to insufficient data. It has a strong tendency to destroy life and devour souls. Being able to store souls is not its characteristic, but a kind of instinct of it. Although the oil of fear is not life, it is a creation derived from human emotions, and it has a law that is close to life activities. The fear created by the initial fright only frightened those poor innocent townspeople and made them crazy. But later, the amount of oil of fear continued to accumulate. The situation began to get out of control. These materialized fears even began to affect the operation of the instrument itself. Among those frightened people, there began to be victims who died directly in their sleep and were frightened to death. And the souls of those people were also taken away by the oil of fear, and the sight of the souls of these dead people appearing from time to time further deepened the fear of other people who entered Winter Mountain. All these changes happened too quickly, almost in a few days. As a result, the senior researchers and executives of the Truth Company did not react. They only thought that all this was an equipment failure and were only thinking about how to solve the failure and making technical adjustments. Therefore, this arrogance also made these culprits pay the price. In a dream, they also stayed forever in the base under the snow mountain. But this evil has evil retribution cannot be called a good thing. Because of the loss of maintenance personnel, the machine eventually broke down and leaked. All the emotions and the souls of the devoured people were assimilated, forming a fear oil with a certain consciousness and almost able to control the entire Winter Mountain. Or it can also be called a monster called chat. For the purpose of self-proliferation, this monster constantly releases a part of the fear oil to the surface, maintaining the scam previously fabricated by the Truth Company and attracting innocent people to Winter Mountain. It is very smart, and even allows a small number of people to leave safely with the oil of fear. Even if there is no buyer, those small pieces of black oil that can allow people to survive a whole winter are enough to attract more people to come here. After several years of this cycle, the oil of fear continues to grow. Given time, I am afraid it will eventually grow to a completely uncontrollable point. On the steppes underground, Wolvaletti, who was condensed by the oil of fear and his soul and consciousness trapped inside the oil of fear, told Lin Yu and Forbolio the truth of Jidong Mountain. It's really a story in line with the style of the Truth Company, Forbolio sighed. No wonder we didn't see any real monsters along the way. Lin Yu also nodded slightly. In this way, the scam and liar that the upgrade task wants you to find should correspond to the plan called Chat and the entire Truth Company. But Lin Yu still has questions. He looked at Wolvaletti in front of him and asked, "Why did you tell us all this and lead me here?" Wolvaletai looked at Lin Yu and spoke with a burning gaze. I said, "You are very smart, the smartest person I have ever seen in the Winter Mountain. So, I think you have a chance to end all this. I'm here to end all this." Lin Yu frowned after hearing this. "But what do you want me to do?" he asked softly. However, before Vervaletti could reply, Furpolo started shouting, "Why do you only talk to Wu Yue? Why is he the smartest? Am I not qualified?" Furpolo said, dissatisfied. Wolvaletti glanced at Furpolo and frowned slightly. You do have some wisdom, but if you want to end this monster created by the company, you can't do it. He has to come." After hearing what Wolvaletti said, Furpolo's face softened slightly, but he still couldn't hide his anger. "Of course I am wise, but your attitude of looking down on others must be at fault." Furpolo looked at Lin Yu with a serious expression. "In May, I felt that this guy might not be a good person. He is also an employee of Truth Company, and B3 is already not a low level. There are 4 authority levels of A, B, C, and D, each with 3 level. He is almost considered a manager, so we can't believe what he says. Maybe this guy just wants to trick you into dying." Furpolo said. Lin Yu nodded. Although there was some emotion in these words, Lin Yu knew what Furpolo said is reasonable and the result of his rational analysis. In fact, Lin Yu did not completely believe Wolvaletti. He looked at the researcher and sighed. "To be honest, I do have doubts about you." Wolvaletti was not surprised. "I understand. After all, I now seem to have the same origin as this monster, and even come from the company that created this tragedy. No matter whether I am on the monster's side or on the company's side, there are various possibilities that I have bad intentions. But I can only ask you to believe me," he said seriously. "Time is really running out." Wolvaletti said. Lin Yu and Furpolo were confused. "What do you mean time is running out?" Furpolo asked eagerly. "It has now grown to a horrible level, and you have alarmed it by finding it here," Wolvaletti said. "Soon, it will forcefully activate the Dream Maker. Now, it is already you can control some of the instruments here. And once that one is activated, you will all fall into the dream it creates, including other survivors who appear with you in Solstice Mountain. In 2 or 3 minutes at most, it will start here." Wolvaletti said. Lin Yu's expression changed slightly. "Does this monster sound like it's come to life?" When Wolvaletti heard this, he looked at Lin Yu again. For the first time, a tangled look appeared on the researcher's face. Finally, he spoke as if he had made up his mind. "Okay, let me tell you, it is not alive now, it just relies on the collective consciousness formed by the devoured soul to act. But what you said is exactly its purpose, to obtain the real life. This thing wants to digest and integrate all souls, allowing it to give birth to real souls and lives. To do this, it needs to swallow more souls. And once this thing truly comes to life, from simulated consciousness and life activities to a real creature, it can completely break away from these instruments, and it is very likely that it will gain wisdom because of the devoured soul. By then, none of us can predict what it will do." Wolvaletti said. Furpolo and Lin Yu looked at each other. "This is too crazy," murmured Furpolo. "I see." Lin Yu breathed out. "This makes perfect sense. But I still have one final question. Why does it have to be me, and what do I need to do? Is it just because of that in me?" Lin Yu asked. Wolvaletti nodded. "Yes, what you have to do next is to find a monster's identity in the dream. It is not easy to destroy it in reality. Now it has been bound to the Jidong Mountain underground base. If you want to destroy it, you have to find a way to destroy the entire base. However, what can be revealed in dreams is the consciousness formed by those devoured and imprisoned souls." He seemed to realize that Lin Yu didn't want to expose the mark of the gods on his body in front of Furpolo, so he also spoke vaguely. "And the one on you guarantees you will find it. But I don't know how to destroy it after you find it. But I believe you can find a way. With the ingenuity of the two of you, you will definitely be able to find a way." Wolvaletti said candidly. "Aren't you cheating on me?" Furpolo couldn't help scolding, "Although I don't know what kind of riddle you played with May, and why you can confirm that May can find that soul. But we don't know how to destroy souls either." Will Valetti explained. In dreams, its soul also has an entity, and it can only become a frightening monster image, and it must be the fear of those souls in dreams, like a giant snow monster that's 7 or 8 meters tall. You put it lightly, for Polo said angrily. This thing is beyond our ability to deal with. There are more than 2 of you you have. There should be 9 left now. In the dreamland, if you 2 gather them together, you will definitely be able to come up with a solution, Will Valetti said eagerly. Lin Yu, who had been silently thinking about how to kill the snow monster, heard this, was stunned for a moment, and said, You mean all of our remaining survivors will enter the same dreamland next? Yes, that monster will also hope to gather you all together and catch them all. After all, it doesn't have many souls it needs now. As soon as he finished speaking, Polo was about to say something, but there was a sudden loud noise from below. Buzz! Will Valetti looked at a running spherical machine below. His face changed drastically, and he shouted quickly, No! The instrument has been started. Remember, you must eliminate all fear in your heart. No matter how terrifying the image is, once fear appears, it's over. After he finished speaking, a burst of bright light erupted from the spherical instrument below. Poyo fell to the ground with a clang. But Will Valetti looked at Lin Yu in surprise. Lin Yu stood there calmly and did not fall asleep. Ew, why can you ignore the Dream Maker? Because this is essentially a rule. When this instrument is activated, everyone will enter the dream created by this instrument. And I happen to have the ability to mess with the rules. And luckily, the person who gave me that ability hasn't disappeared yet. Lin Yu said happily, thanks to him for taking an in-depth look at the rule-based career advancement guide. The various non-player activated prop effects and specific abilities of monsters and NPCs in the game can also be regarded as a type of rules. It can be invalidated by ruffians and modified by officials. Otherwise, among those survival and fighting-type dungeons with relatively simple rules, these rules-based professions would be extremely weak. Just now, Lin Yu used his official ability to modify the effective range of this dream creation device to exclude himself. Of course, Lin Yu was even more fortunate. Fortunately, he had taken double insurance and was well prepared for his rule-based career. After all, the ability of the rogue has disappeared. Will Valetti's surprise then turned into despair. But if you don't enter the dreamland, then your companions will die. This monster named Chat will also come to life completely. He knelt down weakly on the ground and looked in Lin Yu's direction. Lin Yu shook his head and said coldly, I have a reason why I can never appear in dreams. Or rather, I can never appear with them. In that case, all Lin Yu's self-contradictory lies will be broken without attack. As for the life and death of those people, I'm sorry, Researcher Will Valetti, they and I are not companions. They will die as long as they die. As for monsters, all I care about is the truth. Killing it won't do me any good. Lin Yu said calmly. From beginning to end, he solved all the puzzles step by step, just to complete the upgrade task. The second task of promotion only requires him to find the liar and see through the scam. From beginning to end, Lin Yu did not need to expose or destroy this scam. He did sympathize with those who died, but it's not enough to put yourself at risk for this. Hearing what Lin Yu said, Will Valetti was stunned for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay. In that case, let's make a deal. I've always noticed that you tell everyone a different identity and don't want them to know your true identity. After all, you're a person favored by the god of change, and you have very good motives. I can help you interfere with the communication between them in the next dream, ensuring that your lies will never be exposed. Although I have retained my self-awareness, I'm also part of this monster. I was able to enter your dream before to give you a hint, and I can also enter this dream. Will Valetti said. Lin Yu looked at him with interest. It's very exciting to me. Indeed, even if he does not appear in the dream, there is still a certain risk of seeing through his lies when those people gather together. But it's not enough. I can also promise you my notebook. That notebook has the property of not being damaged. Valetti said, This is the only thing I can provide you. As he spoke, Lin Yu breathed out. Then deal. Chevron underscore left. Lin Yu promised Wolvaletti, but he was not really tempted by his notebook as reward. In fact, he just asked tentatively. Since you can get extra rewards for free, there's no reason not to get them. From the beginning, Lin Yu had no real intention to ignore this monster. It is true that Lin Yu doesn't care about the life and death of other players in this game, but Lin Yu knew very well that if he wanted to survive, it was best to kill this monster with the help of Wolvaletti. After all, it's only day 5. Although Lin Yu can use the ability of the official to temporarily escape the forced sleep of the dream creation device. However, the difference in ability between officials and ruffians lies in the fact that officials have a time limit to modify the rules. Depending on how much the rules are changed, the officer's ability will last from 1 to 3 hours. 3 hours later, when the dream-making device was activated again, he would still fall asleep. What's more, Lin Yu didn't have the confidence to keep himself from feeling sleepy for 48 hours in this cold weather. So, if you want to survive and complete the upgrade mission, the monster in front of you must not survive. I will help you kill it. Although it is not considered alive yet, it would be more rigorous to say that it is destroyed. Looking at Wolvaletti, Lin Yu said seriously. Wolvaletti looked at Lin Yu in confusion. But no matter what you do, you haven't entered the dream. It's very simple. Just destroy it physically, Lin Yu said in a low voice. What's more, even if the consciousness formed by those souls is destroyed, these oils of fear will still exist, and sooner or later there will be souls. Swallowed by it again. Wolvaletti shook his head. Impossible. I have already said it, and you can see it yourself. The oil of fear has now spread throughout the entire underground research base, and the scale is very large. It is not possible for 1 or 2 people to do it. Level of physical destruction. Even if the company comes, I'm afraid they can't do it. Lin Yu shook his head. No, it can be done. Although the quantity of oil of fear is huge, but he looked at the rolling black ocean below and said in a low voice, it is still considered fuel after all, isn't it? As soon as Lin Yu said the words, Wolvaletti was stunned for a moment, and then he understood what Lin Yu wanted to do. You are such a madman. Not to mention whether you can do it or not. You will destroy the entire Jidong mountain. The whole mountain will be burned down, and it may trigger an avalanche. Wolvaletti yelled. Lin Yu spread his hands. So what? You also said that if this thing comes to life, it will be unimaginably dangerous. Researcher Wolvaletti, this is the time. Put away your routine. Think about it. Anyway, there are only 9 living people in Winter Mountain. Wolvaletti's momentum was a little suppressed, and he murmured, but your companions will die, and you may even die. Lin Yu took a step forward, looked at the soul bound by the oil of fear, the remaining consciousness from the deceased, and spoke sharply. You also tried to stop it, but you failed. I don't know what you did back then, but I think I can probably guess why you failed. Kindness and weakness. Researcher, you are indeed different from most people in the truth company that my companion for Polo said. You are very kind, Lin Yu said coldly, but this kindness also brings you flaws. You are too weak. Faced with a monster that has caused hundreds of deaths and may grow even more terrifying in the future, do you still want to destroy it without making any sacrifices? Weak kindness in this case is no different from evil. In other words, you are not weak. Is it just that I can't bear to part with the remaining consciousness that coexists with it? Lin Yu stared at Wolvaletti and asked in a tone that was almost forcing and interrogating. Which one are you? Weak or cowardly? Wolvaletti. Wolvaletti was rendered speechless by Lin Yu. He clenched his fists and said, I didn't. In the end, Wolvaletti seemed to make a compromise after a fierce ideological struggle. Okay. But even if the oil of fear is flammable, you have already obtained the torch made of it and have realized it. Just one thing. Although its combustion efficiency is very high, its properties are also extremely stable and it will not burn too quickly. Now that this monster has become self-aware, it is likely to save itself through isolation. It can even use the wind and snow outside to extinguish the fire. Wolvaletti once again dissuaded Lin Yu. But this time, Well, Valetti's dissuasion angle was not that Lin Yu couldn't do it, but that Lin Yu's plan was not feasible. In other words, if Lin Yu finds a feasible solution, then Valetti will agree. Lin Yu also relaxed a little after listening to Valetti's words. Not only did Valetti relent and agree to his plan, also because, judging from Valetti's reaction just now, Lin Yu can finally confirm that the NPC in front of him is trustworthy. He is indeed an outlier in the Truth Company, and a good person who really wants to prevent the birth of monsters. Yes, until just now, Lin Yu is still testing Valetti. There was no way, because his first 2 copies were full of traps. Lin Yu had to be suspicious of everything. As for how to ignite the entire oil of fear and not let the monsters save themselves successfully, Lin Yu already had an idea and a plan in his mind. So, Valetti, are you afraid of death? He looked at the curly-haired young man in front of him. The young man was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I am very afraid, but I was very afraid back then. Now that I'm dead, I don't really want to continue to exist as a residual consciousness, as you said just now. To be honest, I don't miss this state now. I even want to get rid of it as soon as possible." Valetti said sincerely. "That's easy, Mr. Researcher," Lin Yu grinned. "As long as you're willing to cooperate, it will be much easier next time. Anyway, since you said that the oil of fear is very stable and will not burn too quickly, then why not make it unstable?" On the underground platform, after listening to Lin Yu's statement, Valetti was a little puzzled. How could it be? The nature of the oil of fear is very stable, and it is difficult to be transformed into an unstable state. Valetti said, and Lin Yu shook his head. "I have a way to do this. Now I want to confirm 2 important points with you. First, the oil of fear that turned into this guy lying on the ground before was in reality, not a dream without my knowledge, right?" Lin Yu asked cautiously. Valetti nodded. "Yes, the oil of fear itself can also simulate various things in reality. That's why it is so important to the company. In other words, this monster can actually create fear in reality?" "Yes," Valetti nodded, "but usually it is more convenient to create it in dreams. After all, in dreams, many things do not need to follow the physical laws of reality. The fear brought is more extreme, and there will not be too much consumption. But in reality, it is more laborious to use the real entity oil of fear to transform it." Lin Yu looked at Valetti and nodded slightly. "I understand. Then, the second important question. Researcher, since you can now be regarded as a part of the monster, to what extent can you influence its judgment? And to what extent can you influence its behavior?" Lin Yu asked seriously. Although he didn't know why Valetti's soul could not be devoured or assimilated, he still maintained his independent consciousness. But while this guy maintains his self, he can definitely influence the oil of fear to a great extent. Valetti looked at Lin Yu unexpectedly. "How did you know this? I never had the chance to tell you this. I have never been attacked by this monster in my dreams. It should be your credit. And the past scenes you showed me are actually the same as the monster's creation of fear in a sense," Lin Yu said, and then took out the map. "Not only that, these strongholds may be created by it to lure people to the Winter Mountain and let people here sleep more peacefully. However, it is arranged in the shape of cheat on the map. It should be caused by you secretly influencing the details, leaving a hint in such an awkward and obscure way. Combined with your behavior in the dream I mentioned, I guess you should be able to influence some operations of this monster, but not too much. And the promise you made to me just now is also, you can even promise me that people in the dream cannot talk to each other," Lin Yu said, and Valetti sighed and nodded. "I didn't misjudge you. You are indeed the one who has the ability to end it all. My interference with its cognition and behavior is almost enough to confuse it. To put it more intuitively, it's like these bases were originally intended to be randomly placed. I have made a certain coordinate shift and finally corrected them into meaningful and connectable patterns. It's like in a dream. I have been interfering with it all the time, making it ignore your existence as much as possible. Valetti said, looking at Lin Yu. So what do you need me to do? Lin Yu said, it's very simple. I need you to let it notice my existence in about 40 hours. Notice that I am not affected by the dream maker, and notice that you have the hope that I can end it. Valetti was stunned for a moment. Are you sure? Of course, Lin Yu nodded firmly. And at that time, I will continue to need you to help me do one thing, but this matter, you will know it by then. Valetti hesitated as Lin Yu said. But in the end he nodded. Okay, I believe you. But why 40 hours? Valetti said. Lin Yu did not answer this question. Since we're talking about this, can you keep these guys trapped in a dream and not wake up? He pointed to 4 Boluo on the ground, referring to the other players. Valetti did not ask any more questions, just nodded and agreed to Lin Yu's request. Lin Yu exhaled and sat down slowly on the ground. Next, just make sure I don't fall asleep. Or, don't let me meet them in the dream. As he said, Lin Yu gently closed his eyes and began to rest his mind. Everything that can be done has been done, and the next step is do your best and leave it to fate. Soon, Lin Yu felt a wave of sleepiness coming. It seems that Valetti chose the latter. Opening his eyes again, Lin Yu's spirit has recovered a lot. For Boluo is still sleeping on the ground, and Valetti is still standing beside him. As a captive soul, you are no longer sleepy, right? Really? Valetti responded. He looked at the black oil below and whispered, to be honest, the people you were with actually caused some trouble to it. But correspondingly, 3 of them died. Lin Yu checked and found that the disappearing abilities were otaku, thug, and thief. It's not a big problem. Lin Yu shook his head and said, next, as long as the 2 abilities of soldier and doctor are still there. Now he just needs the ability to survive. Then, Lin Yu looked at Valetti. The Dream Maker is still ineffective against me. Among the 3 people who died, there is still no one who affects my ability to disable the Dream Maker. Lin Yu said, Valetti nodded. I can somewhat guess the first step of your plan, but the follow-up, I still can't figure it out. Valetti said, belief emerged from his body. Lin Yu's words just now came true. He used the official to obtain an exemption from the rules that should have expired and took effect again. Fortunately, this NPC is smart enough. I am afraid that Valetti, who has been keeping an eye on the overall situation, has already guessed that he can obtain some special abilities by telling different false identities. But he didn't understand the mechanism at work. Therefore, all it takes is Lin Yu's ambiguous words, and smart people like Valetti will naturally understand and believe Lin Yu's words. After once again solving the problem of the dream-making instrument, Lin Yu waved his hand. Okay, Valetti, let's start. Let this monster witness my existence. After Lin Yu finished speaking, then, Valetti suddenly felt. The temperament of the young man in front of me suddenly changed. In the underground base, Valetti followed the agreement and used his inextricable connections with a monster to influence the monster's judgment. As you wish, the plan begins. Valetti said, and then his figure turned back into black oil and disappeared, flowing down the gaps in the platform and merging into the black ocean. And just after Valetti disappeared, all the black oil suddenly surged, and the originally quiet and peaceful liquid surface began to fluctuate. It's just like it's starting to boil. Lin Yu stood on the platform and quietly observed all this. He felt invisible spies falling on him. The spies came from all directions, as if the entire Solstice Mountain was looking back at the little human within the mountain. This feeling is enough to make anyone shudder. Lin Yu was no exception. He felt a little hairy feeling rising deep in his heart. It's not enough to call it scary, but it's not a good experience either. Tisk, it's a pity that the ability of the social animal is gone. But it's not a big problem, Lin Yu said, and then began to climb to the railing at the edge of the platform. At the top of the cave, there are many maintenance passages with metal structures. Lin Yu used his legs to exert force, and then jumped onto the metal channel closest to him, grabbed the edge, and climbed up easily. At this moment, Lin Yu stood taller. Come on, monster. Come on, chat. He spoke loudly, looking down firmly, in this way responding to the peak from this huge and amorphous monster. The monster seemed to notice Lin Yu's response and changed again. The black oil below is rolling and boiling. Soon, it changes and condenses, and one image after another appears on the liquid surface. Hideous snow monsters, terrifying and deformed zombies, pale and strange ghosts. But Lin Yu just looked at those realistic and terrifying images coldly, without showing any fear. I'm not afraid of these. No matter what kind of monster, knowing that it is all false, at least Lin Yu will not be afraid. Lin Yu, who has been determined to become a great actor since he was a child, has watched numerous film and television works, including a large number of horror and thriller works. It was impossible for Lin Yu to be frightened by the mere visual impact. After realizing that Lin Yu would not be frightened, these terrifying images would immediately dissipate. Just as Wolvaletti said, and just as Lin Yu expected, even if this monster kills people in reality, it must rely on the emotion of fear. As long as you are not afraid, these things cannot harm you. If it weren't for me, most people might not realize this. Lin Yu murmured. After all, this characteristic of this monster is very similar to the trickster. It's just that one needs belief and the other needs fear. But no matter what, Lin Yu looked down at the monster from a high position. It's just that you can't scare me. Put away these cheap tricks. If you only have this ability, you will be buried here today. He spoke proudly. As Lin Yu spoke, the monster seemed to become more anxious. It is already only one step away from obtaining real life. But precisely because of this monster's consciousness is infinitely close to real life. Therefore, it has given birth to the original emotion. And emotions will make it make wrong judgments. Come on, come on, come on. Let me see what you're really capable of. Lin Yu whispered, staring at the liquid surface below. And soon, all the black oil came together, and a new image emerged. A tall humanoid figure covered with black oil appeared, as high as several floors. It growled, faced Lin Yu, and roared. Lin Yu looked at this monster, and a lot of fear instantly emerged in his heart. His arrogance and confidence just now were gone, replaced by extreme panic. Painful memories of childhood flooded into my mind. In that dilapidated mine, in that environment full of flammable gas, the oil well leaked due to the explosion of the aging screws and pipes. The father who was sprayed with oil growled to himself, "Go quickly." Then, he reached the top of the mine, but his father was engulfed in flames. This was the most extreme fear deep in his heart. The image of the man who was soaked like a monster and finally disappeared in the blazing fire. "Run quickly," the monster roared. "Aharon." And at this moment, the tall image that became more and more real and twisted into a monster gradually solidified. The fear in Lin Yu's eyes suddenly disappeared. He breathed out, "Oh, by the way, my name is not Ahu. My father is not a miner either." Lin Yu's mood was extremely stable, and he whispered to himself, "This is not because of the ability of the social animal. This ability has long since disappeared." Instead, Lin Yu woke up. Everything that happened just now was Lin Yu's scam. This is a scam that he can only accomplish as an actor, and he can even fool himself. Why does it take 40 hours? Because Lin Yu needs as much time as possible to immerse himself in the role. In the past 40 hours, Lin Yu wrote a new character biography for himself. He is a young man with a nickname Ahu, and his father is a miner who died in a mine accident, and he happened to be in that accident. Chat has the ability to read the fear in people's hearts to a certain extent. And what Lin Yu wants to use is this ability. He looked at the human figure that had already condensed into shape, smelled the faint smell of flammable gas in the air, and looked at the boiling and turbid black oil sea below, and laughed. "My fear plus your belief, double the truth. It's really a near-perfect restoration." He looked at the liquid surface below and spoke loudly. "Vilvaletai, this is what I want you to do. Do you understand? Let it maintain this image. Lin Yu said, taking out the black oil torch. Bang! The pale flame burst out. Come on, Vilvaleta, my friend. Let it burn out as you wish. Lin Yu threw the torch at the huge monster with all his strength. In the monster covered with black oil, a human hand reached out and caught the torch. Thank you, friend. Vilvaleta's voice echoed underground, and then he pulled the torch into the monster's body. Shoo! The pale flame instantly exploded from the inside of the monster, igniting the oil stains all over its body, spreading to the surroundings, and then, boom! The huge explosion echoed at the bottom of Mount Jidong. It's finally over. You are worthy of being recognized by the God of Change. Looking at the burning oil of fear everywhere on the ruins, Vilvaleta felt relief from the bottom of his heart. The whole monster has been contaminated by the flames. It has turned into a flammable monster, causing the temperature of the entire cave to be too high the moment it was ignited, and burning can no longer be avoided. All the oil of fear is burning. Even Vilvaleta is no exception. Finally, the oil of fear exploded and collapsed the entire Winter Mountain. Most of the oil of fear has been burned out, and the remaining part is not enough to form a monster. The most important thing is that the entire base and all the instruments have been destroyed by the explosion, and the way of self-proliferation of the oil of fear no longer exists. These remaining remnants will disappear sooner or later. Now, even Vilvaleta's soul is being burned out bit by the pale flames. Using the ancient notes left by his mentor to preserve his independent consciousness and soul integrity, Vilvaleta did not become a part of the monster's aggregate consciousness in a daze, and naturally retained his perception to a large extent. Now, feeling the flames burning his soul, it still hurts. Vilvaleta sighed. But it's over after all. This is a rare good thing since joining the Truth Company. Of course, maybe this is not a good thing. His research results were taken away. His boss ordered him to ignore the harm caused by those immature technologies, and he was sent to the field department. In the end, he died together with a nameless monster in this icy and snowy place. Vilvaleta smiled self-deprecatingly. The teacher is right. I'm a hopeless fool. Even the person favored by the gods can see that I am weak and cowardly. But I was still quite brave just now, wasn't I? Sitting in the wind and snow, Vilvaleta thought and asked himself. But no one answered him at this moment. The world was pale. Well, although I don't know what means they used, it's a good thing to run away. Besides, he doesn't need others' recognition. I was absolutely brave and handsome just now. Congratulations on passing the game Winter Mountains. The reward for this game are being settled for you. You have received the basic reward, 7 days of survival time. After opening his eyes and seeing the familiar settlement space, Lin Yu exhaled. Finally survived. In fact, as an excellent actor, Lin Yu is completely immersed in a role, and 10 hours may be enough. As for why it takes 40 hours, on the one hand, the more time, the safer it is. On the other hand, according to Lin Yu's calculation, 40 hours is almost the time they have to leave the dungeon. Just as the researcher, Vilvaleta, said, it is almost impossible to survive if the monster is destroyed on a physical level. So, Lin Yu stuck to a time. It allows him to leave the dungeon as soon as possible when the real explosion occurs. Now it seems he has succeeded. In the settlement space, in addition to Lin Yu, there are 5 figures alive. It seems that the dream is indeed dangerous. In this last period of time, 3 more people died. Everyone stayed in place in shock and did not talk to each other. Even the optimistic for Polo was like this, squatting there with a dusty face. However, this is also what Lin Yu is happy to see. He looked at the settlement of this game again based on his performance. Lin Yu felt that he could not fail to get an extra reward. In view of the performance of this game, the evaluation of controlling the overall situation has been obtained, and an extra reward has been obtained. Extra reward. Randomly obtain a non-exclusive prop reward. Based on the performance of this game, the evaluation unraveling the mystery has been obtained, and an additional reward has been obtained. Extra reward. get a random, non-exclusive item reward. In this game, complete the hidden task assigned by the NPC and meet the hidden clearance conditions to get an additional reward. Extra reward. Get an NPC item reward. Looking at the 3 additional rewards, Lin Yu was still very surprised. Ah, really good. Control the overall situation. He got it in the first copy, and this time Lin Yu did become the one who absolutely controlled the situation among all players. Unraveling the mystery. For Polo mentioned it, so it is reasonable to get it. As for the third one, it surprised Lin Yu a little. Although the strategy said that sometimes there will be hidden tasks and rewards can be brushed after completing them, I didn't expect this to be it. This can be called a pleasant surprise. Sure enough, choosing to help Wolvaletti was right. Good people are rewarded. Lin Yu sighed, especially for him. All these rewards can be doubled. After deceiving the god of change last time, even though that god had seen through his lies. But it seems that in order to encourage Lin Yu's behavior, Lin Yu's privilege of getting double rewards has been retained. And this doubling mechanism, of course, the larger the base, the more profitable it is. At this moment, Lin Yu can get 3 more rewards in this copy. This naturally makes him very satisfied. I don't know what props will be given to me, Lin Yu thought, and also started to receive prop rewards. Congratulations, you have won a non-exclusive prop reward, Fear Torch. Lin Yu looked at the first prop reward and found that it was an old friend. The black oil torch that accompanied him throughout the copy returned to his prop space in the form of real name. Really good, Lin Yu said very happily. This thing can provide constant warmth and lighting means, which is a very handy tool. It is also good for lighting. The metal material and the moderate length are also very useful for hitting people. It can be said to make up for the shortcomings of Lin Yu's insufficient melee attack means and lack of continuous output means. After all, the must-hit revolver only has 1 bullet. Then, Lin Yu looked at the next item reward. Congratulations, you have received the non-exclusive item reward, Chat Supply. Lin Yu took a look and found that it was a small wooden box which contained a bag of biscuits and a bottle of water. But what surprised Lin Yu was, this thing is not a consumable. Chat Supply. Generate biscuits and water that meet the minimum daily needs of an adult, requiring fear as a raw material. After receiving 2 items from Control the Overall Situation, Lin Yu then received the reward from Unraveling the Cocoon. Congratulations, you have received the non-exclusive item reward, Fear Lens. Fear Lens. After using the item, you can see the most fearful scene in a person's heart. It can only be used once per copy/return. Congratulations, you have received the non-exclusive item reward, High Activity Map. Activity Map. After use, a circular area topographic map with a radius of 500 meters with the current location as the center is generated. The cooling time is 72 hours. Looking at these 2 items, Lin Yu was quite satisfied. Both are very good items. These 2 items are very useful to him. And then, the reward from completing Hidden Mission has also arrived. Congratulations, you have received the NPC item reward, Ancient Notes. Ancient Notes, a notebook that will not be destroyed, and the information recorded on it can be retained forever. It seems that there are other uses that have not been discovered. Congratulations, you have obtained the NPC item reward, Truth Company B 3-level authority card. Truth Company B 3-level authority card. Within the authority of some copies, you can use this card to obtain the identity and authority of Truth Company B 3-level researcher. Lin Yu took a rough look at these 2 item rewards. It seems that they are not useless. The former seems to be yet to be developed, while the latter is probably more useful in certain copies. After all, Fall Below said that Truth Company is a very famous company, and its shadow can be found in many copies. And after checking these rewards, the settlement is also over. Lin Yu felt his eyes go dark again. But this time, he did not open his eyes and return to reality. On the contrary, Lin Yu came to a new space again. Compared with the previous space, this space is also empty, but not empty. The white space is more like a room without boundaries. Blood words appeared in front of him again. Level up Task 1. In this game, tell different mutually contradictory lies to each player and use the fraudster professional ability to make them true. Until the end of the game, no lie will be exposed or discovered. Judgment in progress. Mission completed. Level up task 2. Find the cheater hidden in this game and discover the cheater's deception. Judgment in progress. Mission completed. Congratulations, you have completed this level up trial. Lin Yu exhaled and nodded slightly. Sure enough, it's completed. Before, in the settlement space, he saw that the bloody words did not mention the level up trial for a long time, and he was a little unsure in his heart. Unexpectedly, the settlement of this level up trial actually opened up a separate space. Then, Lin Yu continued to read on. Complete and level up trial, and you have officially become a level 1 player. Your profession is detected as a cheater. Please select the first level professional prop you want to obtain. Lin Yu looked at the bloody prompt and was slightly moved. Is it necessary to make a choice by yourself? Afterwards, 2 faint white lights flashed in front of Lin Yu, and 2 floating props appeared. The left one is a dark, wriggling mask. Professional props, mask, can change your appearance at will and adjust your body shape within a certain range. Last for 1 hour, cool down for 1 hour. The right one is a mass of unstable black paste. Professional props, fake, can perfectly copy the appearance of any prop you have seen. Last for 1 hour, cool down for 24 hours. Looking at these 2 professional props, Lin Yu instantly understood why the first level has an absolute advantage over those who have not passed the trial. The benefits brought by this tailor-made prop, it is indeed extremely terrifying. Whether it is mask or fake, combined with the original ability of the fraudster, Lin Yu could be several times stronger. Even while ensuring the lower limit, the upper limit is infinitely raised. Although I don't know what the exclusive props of other professions will be, but Lin Yu guessed that it should definitely not be weak. And it is precisely because both props are so fragrant that Lin Yu can't help but feel a little bit embarrassed. How should I choose this first-level professional prop? Lin Yu muttered. The effect of mask is needless to say. With this thing, from the experience of this game, as long as everyone is not gathered together at the beginning and must act in a group throughout the game, Lin Yu can use mask to create many fake identities and stably brush out several professions to switch and use. And fake is also powerful enough to see any useful props, just copy one and use it. So, Lin Yu looked at these 2 props and felt a little embarrassed. No matter which one, it can help him as much as prophecy teeth and lie tongue, and there is no limit on the number of times. I really don't want to give up. However, Lin Yu also knows that life is sometimes like this. You have to make a choice. No way. He plans to take them all. Looking at the blood words and the 2 props in front of him, Lin Yu exhaled and made a decision. Well, it's actually a kind of giving up. What he chose to give up was an opportunity to use the tongue of deception. I still have the ability of Game Manager that I got in the first game, and this ability is still effective here and can help me get 2 professional props. Lie came out, and Lin Yu felt a tingling pain on his tongue. Is it a reasonable lie that can be directly come true? Lin Yu thought nervously. It was his first time using the tongue of deception, and he was not sure what the upper limit of the possible realization in the description of his tongue prop was. Lin Yu could only be sure that words like, I will never have to participate in the death game, or I am a god, were probably impossible to be realized. But Lin Yu was not sure whether this kind of words of getting 2 professional props could be successful. If it failed, then Lin Yu could only make a difficult choice between mask and fake. But, fortunately, this situation did not happen. A large amount of belief that was created out of nothing emerged, and then Lin Yu's almost fantasy words just now directly came true. The light of mask and fake dissipated and then entered Lin Yu's prop space. Congratulations, you have obtained the professional props mask. Congratulations, you have obtained the professional props fake. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After obtaining 2 non-tradable, permanently bound professional items, the settlement of the level-up trial is also completed. Lin Yu opened his eyes and felt his hands and feet were already freezing and stinging, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. He stretched out his hand and pushed the door of the freezer open and then stumbled out of it. Lin Yu came to the table and then canceled the scheduled text message with trembling hands. Finally, I've reached the level. At this moment, back to reality, the joy and relief of completing the level-up trial and becoming a true level 1 surged into Lin Yu's heart. He even got 2 professional items. Now I have a little bit of self-protection left, Lin Yu said with emotion in his heart. He sat in the cafeteria for a long time, and his body quickly warmed up. After carefully restoring everything, Lin Yu also left the cafeteria directly. The joy and relief lasted only for a while before returning to calm again. Although he became a first-level player and even obtained 6 other items at once, Lin Yu is now a senior player with considerable strength, except that he had only experienced 3 dungeons. But Lin Yu also knew that he could only be considered a self-protective player after all. Whether it was the tycoon's vague statement or the text after the upgrade trial was settled, it showed one thing. Lin Yu was now a first-level player. If there was a first level, there would be a second level, a third level. There would be even more powerful people in the future. In front of those big organizations that stood tall and those masters who were on the rankings, Lin Yu was still not strong enough. And unfortunately, Lin Yu had to guard against 2 extremely powerful organizations when he tried to become stronger. Freedom Alliance, Psychological Society. The dangerous girl who killed him was definitely not an ordinary person in the Psychological Society. Lin Yu is very good at judging people. Although the other party's acting skills were not superb at the beginning, the dangerous aura of the top predator when his true nature was exposed in the end. Even now, thinking back, it still makes him palpitate. If he wants to use her as a revenge target, Lin Yu needs to become stronger. In fact, it is not just the pressure from the reality. In the world of the death game, Copy, the god of change, the Truth Company. Although Lin Yu is generally safe in the Winter Mountains Copy, but more than half of the people in this copy died. The death game is so cruel. I still have to keep getting stronger. However, after having the mask and the fake, I seem to be able to make some more aggressive attempts. Lin Yu came to the wall of the school gate. He took a running start and easily climbed, but Lin Yu, who climbed over the wall, did not go to the direction of home. After all, I've already told my sister that I will not return home tonight. Lin Yu didn't plan to waste this rare free night. In the night, Lin Yu took out the dark mask from the prop space and covered his face. As Lin Yu walked, his figure and appearance changed in this unattended surveillance blind spot. His originally tall figure became a little thinner, and his skin became a little darker. The handsome face with delicate eyebrows and eyes also became a little mediocre, with sparse eyebrows and slender eyes, looking a little sneaky. Then, Lin Yu took off his thick clothes and stuffed them into his bag, leaving only a tight black single-piece shirt and pants. He quickly walked to the restaurant where the tycoon was. Lin Yu gently knocked on the door of the restaurant. "Who is it?" In the middle of the night, the slightly sleepy voice of the tycoon sounded, and the window on the second floor was quickly pushed open. Then, seeing the dark and thin, strange figure downstairs, the tycoon was even more confused. "Who are you?" he said vigilantly. His right hand had already reached behind him, obviously taking precautions. Lin Yu was prepared, put his hands together, and laughed. "Excuse me, tycoon. You can call me Lao Yao. As you can see, I'm a player. I just finished my 7th copy and will soon enter the upgrade trial. So, I want to join your Jiang'an Hall," Lin Yu said with a grin. At the same time, he was also very impressed that this mask was too useful. At this moment, even the tone and range of Lin Yu's speech have changed a lot, although the pronunciation habits and accents can't help. But for Lin Yu, imitating accents is a strong point. The tycoon heard Lin Yu's intention and did not let down his guard. "Old Yao, it's a good thing that you want to join our Jiang'an Hall. You can unlock the upgrade in the 8th copy, so you must be a talent. But we don't accept everyone in Jiang'an Hall. I hope you can understand. If you really want to join, we will give you an assessment," the tycoon said, and Lin Yu nodded excitedly below. "Oh, boss, I understand. You can assess me. I believe that I will win your favor regardless of my character or strength. Lin Yu said seriously. The tycoon nodded. Okay, then you go back first. Come to me again at 8 o'clock on Thursday night, and I will arrange some assessment tasks for you then. As he said this, Lin Yu nodded again. No problem, boss. I promise to complete the task. As he said this, Lin Yu saluted the tycoon in a weird way, turned around, and left. And after leaving, Lin Yu exhaled. He really didn't plan to join the tycoon's Jiang'an Hall, or even any organization. After all, fraudster is a profession that is destined not to let others know too much about oneself. Lin Yu also hates the feeling of being bound by those organizations. But that was Lin Yu's idea before he got the mask. Now that Lin Yu has the mask, his thoughts have changed. Because he already has a way to not be bound or expose himself. Join the organization with a fake identity. And Lin Yu himself felt that some aggressive and crazy plans were certainly not as simple as joining Jiang'an Hall with a fake identity called Lao Yao. After leaving the tycoon's restaurant, Lin Yu rushed to the night market in Jiangcheng without stopping. After buying a few sets of clothes at the night market and stuffing them into his bag, Lin Yu took a taxi at the night market. Master, go to the intersection of Yong'an Road and Park Road in the southern suburbs of Jiangcheng. Lin Yu whispered. He had never been to the southern suburbs of Jiangcheng before. This address is near the home address of thief Lin Yin in the information I asked Shun Bingniao for last time. Inside the villa, Lin Yin sat in the study room on the second floor, playing with two new props. There was a torn plastic wrap on the ground. This was her way to enter this game. She used plastic wrap to wrap her head and suffocate. The plastic wrap was just on the ground. Lin Yin was not afraid of being discovered. After all, she was the only one in the huge villa tonight, except for the aunt who lived there. This copy tonight is really dangerous, but it's also boring. In the end, no one discovered my plan. Oh, it turns out that talents are scarce. There was no movement in the psychology society this week. After playing with the props for a while and getting tired of it, Lin Yin put away the two props and leaned back in boredom. It would be great if something interesting happened. Just as Lin Yin was sighing like this, she suddenly heard a subtle sound coming from downstairs. Click! Lin Yin instantly became excited. She was very familiar with this sound. That was the sound of the sliding door leading to the living room in the yard downstairs being carefully pushed open. Since participating in the death game, Lin Yin has sneaked out of the house many times in the middle of the night. Ordinary people may not notice this kind of sound, but Lin Yin is very clear. Moreover, although the door is not usually locked, it is also a very technical job to climb over her wall without triggering the alarm. More importantly, my father knew that he was often not at home at night. So in order to prevent Lin Yin from being scared, he also raised a Rottweiler in the yard. But the dog didn't bark at all. Finally, someone found out where my home address is. Lin Yin rubbed her hands excitedly, took out the utility knife from her arms, and then put on sunglasses. I don't know what level of guy is coming. She quietly approached the window of the study, silently stood on tiptoe on the windowsill, and then turned over directly from the open window. Lin Yin landed lightly on the air conditioner outside the window and observed the courtyard in the night. The courtyard was empty. The tall and mighty Rottweiler in the kennel had disappeared. Lin Yin slowly slid down the water pipe and found that the sliding door of the backyard was indeed opened. The evening breeze blew the thin gauze curtains, and she looked carefully. A thin figure in white clothes sat on the sofa in the living room. The Rottweiler, which was very fierce on weekdays, was lying on the floor of the living room obediently, enjoying the touch of the figure. An unfamiliar guy. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, Lin Yin knew very well that he had never seen her. Is she from the order? Or the administrator of Jiangcheng? No, judging from the style of the clothes, it seems to be a white coat. It's also possible to be from the psychological society. Lin Yin thought, and then the figure in the living room suddenly spoke. Miss Anian, please come out. The voice was soft and gentle. Yin thought for a moment and felt that the other party did not seem to have malicious intentions, so she walked out of the yard holding a utility knife. Then she saw the figure sitting in the living room clearly. It was a woman wearing a white coat and with a soft appearance, about 20 years old. Seeing Lin Yin coming out, she stood up and looked at the other party with a smile. Hello, Anian. I didn't expect you to be so young. Lin Yin stared at the other party, with her hands on her chest. So, you found someone else's house in the middle of the night. Who are you? What are you going to do? The woman showed a gentle smile. Okay, it's time to introduce myself. You can call me Zhu Ming. My profession is a veterinarian, right? Lin Yin interrupted the other party and said bluntly. You are really smart, yes? I am a veterinarian. After being interrupted, the woman was not annoyed, still spoke gently, and even praised the concept. Sure enough, I didn't find a wrong place. As she said, Lin Yin narrowed her eyes. So, to put it bluntly, I want to join the Freedom Alliance. The woman who called herself Zhu Ming said softly. When Lin Yin heard the other party's intention, he was slightly stunned. Huh? You want to join the Freedom Alliance? Yes, I want to join the Freedom Alliance. Faced with Lin Yin's question, Zhu Ming nodded and said firmly. Why? Lin Yin's attitude changed a little in an instant. She looked up and down at the other party curiously and asked, Because I want to find an organization to protect me. The next mission copy is my 7th copy, and I will have to undergo the upgrade trial, said the woman named Zhu Ming, and I have offended some organizations recently. The 7th copy is going to be upgraded. If you are not lying, your potential is qualified. The organization you offended. Let me guess, it is the Predator or the Psychological Society? Lin Yin said with interest. You are really smart, the weak woman whispered, so I thought of joining the Freedom Alliance. It's really interesting. If you want to seek shelter, why not join the Order? Lin Yin said, taking a step forward. Almost instantly, her figure flashed and came in front of the woman. The cold blade of the utility knife was precisely pressed against the opponent's carotid artery. Our Freedom Alliance is not an organization composed of good people. Faced with the sudden threat of death, the woman was not afraid at all. Because I don't like order, I collected information from various organizations and determined one thing. Only the Freedom Alliance is the most to my taste. Her voice was still calm, and she stretched out her fingers to pinch Lin Yin's blade and move it away from her neck. What's more, I can offend the Predators in the Psychological Society. Do I look like I did it because I was too righteous? She asked in a low voice, and Lin Yin looked in her eyes. After a while, Lin Yin laughed out loud. Aha, what an interesting guy. But you also know that our Freedom Alliance has very strict standards for recruiting people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the one with the fewest people among all the organizations at present. Although you like our organization very much, but how can you be sure that you can meet the standards? Faced with Lin Yin's half-smile question, Zhu Ming looked at her and smiled brightly. I think that when I appeared in your living room and told you that I wanted to join, I was already preliminarily qualified. Am I right, Miss Anian? Hearing the answer of Zhu Ming, Anian shrugged helplessly. Well, although there is no standard answer to this question, but you passed, Zhu Ming. I will tell others about this. After leaving Lin Yin's villa and walking a long way, Lin Yu changed from the weak Zhu Ming back to an ordinary person. As he expected, according to the usual style of the Freedom Alliance and the attitude shown by Lin Yin, if someone can find a member of this organization in reality and show that he wants to join, then the Freedom Alliance will not refuse. It's just that it also needs to be assessed. And Lin Yu doesn't know what the assessment is yet. He only got a note with Lin Yin's method written on it at first. Lin Yin proposed to add a communication software. But Lin Yu refused on the grounds that he didn't bring a mobile phone. The reason is also reasonable. I'm being targeted by the Psychology Society now. If I'm caught with a mobile phone, I am afraid that some of my personal information will be exposed. So, Lin Yin wrote his phone number on the note and gave it to Lin Yu. Call me when you go home, or add me. Anyway, let me contact you. Therefore, after leaving Lin Yin's house, Lin Yu also carried out the next plan. His current plan is to join as many organizations as he knows, including the Freedom Alliance, Predators, and Psychological Society. The existence of Mask gives Lin Yu the possibility of having multiple fake identities in reality. However, it seems now, in addition to Mask, I need a lot of mobile phones and safe mobile phone numbers. and it would be best if I could register multiple forum accounts. Although the former is a bit troublesome, after all, anonymous phone cards are not easy to get now. But there is always a way. After all, money makes the world go round. The latter is very troublesome. According to the posts in the forum, the operator behind the forum seems to have some extremely magical method to ensure that everyone is only allowed to have one account. Moreover, once they join the organization that has been cleared, the operator behind the forum can also ensure that they can never go to the forum again. No one knows how this forum organization does it, but so far, no one has doubted this. Lin Yu still remembers the very unified evaluation. If it weren't for the fact that all the old players knew that this thing was indeed founded by a player, I would have suspected that this was the official forum of the death game. I almost suspected that a god was managing this forum. So, Lin Yu didn't have much hope of getting multiple forum accounts. However, Lin Yu wasn't completely clueless. The first step of the Freedom Alliance has been taken care of, and the Jiang'an Hall will have to wait until tomorrow night to see what the tycoon has planned. The next organization, it's time to try the Predator. Lin Yu had already chosen his target in his mind. And if you want to join the Predator, the conditions for joining this organization are even public. Although members of the Predator cannot go to the forum, members of the forum are very clear about the simplest conditions for joining this organization. That is, kill a player in reality. Then, find a member of the Predator and ask him to recommend you to join. This is why the Predator organization sounds so scary. In reality, there is no deadly hatred between players. Those who can kill other players in reality are most likely to be mercenary and vicious criminals. This condition is indeed not difficult for Lin Yu, first level. The biggest headache for other players is that they will be wanted by order, which Lin Yu can also resolve by fabricating a fake identity. In theory, Predators is even the most suitable organization for Lin Yu. But Lin Yu does not want to join Predators in such a simple way. He has an almost crazy plan in his mind. Many times, Lin Yu will have such crazy plans. If the mission of Jiang'an Hall is not too difficult, maybe you can go to Hunan Province. Lin Yu murmured. Hunan Province, Zhengsheng. A young man who looks like a minority or a mixed-race child huddled in front of a computer in the corner of the internet cafe, with a baseball cap on his head. He held a bowl of pickled beef noodles with 2 sausages in his hand, and a large bucket of Nutri-Express next to him, and the whole person was staring at the screen intently. The yawning network administrator came over and asked, "Old Fu, are you staying overnight today too? Any big job?" The young man called Old Fu is actually named Fu Luo. He shook his head when he heard the network administrator's voice. Fu Luo took out a pack of yin-yan cigarettes from his arms, opened it, took out a mint-flavored cigarette candy from it, and put it in his mouth. No big job, just checking someone. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 open web pages on the computer screen. The network administrator was interested. Checking someone? Is it a cheating person or a deadbeat? He knew that the young man named Fu Luo was a famous private detective in their Hunan province. Although in China, the extremely low criminal crime rate means that most private detectives can only catch cheating people and deadbeats. But there is no doubt that Fu Luo is still the top student in this poor industry. To this day, he still maintains a 100% case-solving rate. And each of these cases is a rare topic of conversation for Chinese people who love to watch the excitement and listen to gossip all their lives. Therefore, the network administrator naturally likes to chat with Fu Luo and ask him. But Fu Luo's answer disappointed him again. "Sorry, I'm just looking for people I met in the game." As Fu Luo said this, the network administrator suddenly lost interest. "Is that so? Then I'm going to sleep. Go to the refrigerator to get some water yourself, and call me if you encounter any problems." The network administrator said, and walked towards the bar. Fu Luo nodded coldly, and then his eyes returned to the screen. On it were graduation photos of all the high school graduates in Jiangsheng in the past 3 years, as well as the statistical admission list. Fu Luo had screened out all the students who were admitted to the medical university or the medical department of the comprehensive university, and then found their corresponding classes. But unfortunately, none of them matched. Damn it, May, you really lied to me. I trusted you so much. But you're not a medical student at all. Fu Luo, also known as Forbelow, scratched his hair in pain. Damn it. Damn it. I just want to find a reliable and smart teammate. Is it that difficult? The one with the ID May on the forum? According to the posting records, his profession is basically killered, and he is a member of Order. This is too ridiculous. After complaining for a while, Fu Luo's eyes became firm. No, I have to find it for you today. He took off the baseball cap on his head and then put on a straw hat. May, I want to see what your true identity is. After putting on a straw hat, Fu Luo's work efficiency has indeed increased several times or more. He constantly collected information, recalled Lin Yu's characteristics, and then tirelessly searched for information. He started with the key middle schools, key classes, and high scores of Jiangxing's recent 3 high school graduates. After all, Lin Yu looked very smart, and, judging from his conversation and temperament, he should not be from a township middle school. At the same time, he has been investigating posts such as rescuing people posted by various high school confession wall accounts 3 years ago. After all, although most of the time he only saw half of Lin Yu's face wearing a mask, Fu Luo still remembered it very clearly that the guy was very handsome. This kind of checking, like finding a needle in a haystack, has always been the most useful. In Fu Luo's view, the most important thing for a detective is knowledge reserve, and the second is patience. Reality is not a mystery novel. There are not so many twists and turns in the case and perfect logic. There are actually very few cases that can be called puzzles. In most cases, the most important thing to sort out the truth is patience. Fu Luo likes to solve puzzles and also likes to investigate. What's more, sometimes in the process of investigating, puzzles will be encountered. Just like now, Jiangchang Experimental Middle School, the college entrance examination graduation photo 2 years ago. This photo of Class 7 has a person erased. The honor roll of the good news in their publicity notice has also been photoshopped out of a person's trace. Fu Luo keenly noticed some details that ordinary people would not notice. Is someone trying to hide the past of a high school student? Fu Luo vaguely felt that he seemed to have grasped the key to the problem. Although the erased person may not be the May he was looking for, but a person with erased traces is right in front of Fu Luo, and it is difficult for Fu Luo not to investigate. What's more, the intuition of being a detective also told Fu Luo, this hidden person may have 1,000 connections with that May. It may even be the same person. Fu Luo wrote down this class, and then began to search for more relevant information about him on the internet. Soon, Fu Luo found the phone number of the head teacher. After getting the phone number of the head teacher, Fu Luo thought about whether to call him. But considering that it was late at night, Fu Luo finally gave up the idea and chose to go to the education website to check the list of everyone in the class. As expected, the number matched the photo. Both were 64 people. This means there was still one person missing. At this time, Fu Luo suddenly noticed that in the notice of commendation for 3 good students, a name from Class 7 appeared, but it was the first time he saw it. Lin what? Why is this word so blurry? This notice of Jiangchang Experimental was directly photographed from the propaganda column, and the picture resolution was too low, so Fu Luo could only see that it was a surname of Lin, and the second word was blurred. But fortunately, there was an attachment at the end of the website. When he was about to download the attachment, suddenly, Fu Luo heard a rapid and laborious acceleration sound from the computer fan in the internet cafe. Buzz! There are only a few people in the entire black internet cafe, except Fu Luo, and most of the machines are dormant. At this moment, all the computers suddenly started up, and the computer screens lit up red. Fu Luo's computer in front of him also turned pure red. There were wailing sounds everywhere in the internet cafe. Hey, why is this computer screen red? There are red screens. Network administrator. The voices of several internet-addicted teenagers who booked a night came one after another. But soon, these complaints and wailing stopped abruptly. Fu Luo finally realized that something was wrong. He quickly got up from the chair and took out a magnifying glass from his arms. It's really a ghost? I was fished. The commendation notice was not deleted by the other party. It was left for phishing. Who exactly is this, May? How come he looks like an ordinary student? But there are so many traps when you check it down. Could it be a player? He climbed onto the table of the internet cafe and looked around, only to see a strange red light filling the black internet cafe. All the internet-addicted teenagers and network administrators fell asleep in a slumber. On a bright red screen, the flashing cursor jumped, and then the same line of text popped up on all the screens. Player for Polo, you have crossed the line. From just now, Fu Luo suspected that it was other players of the death game who did it. At this moment, his forum ID appeared on it, which could almost be said to be a lie. After realizing that it was other players who planned all this, Fu Luo suddenly thought of a possibility, and his face turned pale. You're a hacker, he whispered tremblingly and spoke to the computer screen. Fu Luo knew that the other party could hear it. Sure enough, new text appeared on the bright red screen. That's right. Then, another ancient and simple emoticon appeared. Smiley face. Fu Luo didn't find it cute at all. He just felt his legs go weak. I didn't know he was yours. I just met him in the game, and I was a little curious. I have no ill intentions. You should know that I am just curious. I haven't even joined any organization. Fu Luo spoke in a string, with a faint cry in his voice. Since he was born, except for the time when he found his adoption record in his parents' drawers out of curiosity, this was the time when Fu Luo hated his curiosity the most. And just as he was talking, the red screen suddenly went out. The strange silence around him disappeared, all the machines that should be shut down were shut down, and the noisy voices sounded again. Fuck! Network administrator. Fix it quickly. The machine is stuck. Here it comes. As the conversation resumed, Fu Luo stroked his chest in shock. I'm here. Have I passed the level? He slumped back in his chair, looking at the empty desktop on the computer screen, and felt cold sweat on his back. But just as he reached out to take out the candy in his pocket, to eat a piece, to calm his nerves, he felt that the candy in his trouser pocket had been taken away. Beside him, the petite girl in a hood ate one and threw the box on the table. Seeing Fu Luo's stunned expression, she grinned. No, I didn't pass, Mr. Furpolov. Anyway, first of all, don't continue to investigate. Secondly, in the next something, I will observe your performance. If you don't perform well, you will be expelled. You should know that the exit I said does not refer to the forum. She said, and then without waiting for Fu Luo to answer, she took a step forward. The girl got into the computer screen and disappeared. Fu Luo sat there, feeling that his heart was finally dead. Damn it, what the hell is this? After he finished cursing, a hand suddenly stretched out from the screen. Pa! A crisp slap sounded on Fu Luo's face. Don't say dirty words. A scolding voice came from the screen. Chevron_ left the next day, at night. After catching up on some sleep at home during the day and making some preparations, Lin Yu came to the tycoon's abandoned restaurant again. At this moment, Lin Yu's disguise has gone to a higher level. He bought several new mobile phones, spent money on some old anonymous phone cards, and made several virtual numbers. After registering some social software accounts with these numbers, Lin Yu gave a try. For some reason, he can even register a new forum account as long as he is in the disguised state of mask. This made Lin Yu a little surprised. Could it be that the principle of forum detection is to use a camera to scan the face? Although I don't know the principle, but since it works, Lin Yu thought it was a good thing. With a new social account and forum ID, Lin Yu arrived at the abandoned restaurant. But this time, Lin Yu was stopped before he even went upstairs. Hello. Lin Yu turned his head and saw a classic silver van made by China Light parked on the roadside. This kind of car is obviously not suitable for the tycoon status. Whether he is the second son of Qingsheng Group or the boss of Jiang'an Tong, he should not drive this kind of car. But at this moment, behind the rolled-down rear glass, the solemn face of the tycoon did appear. Lao Yao, right? You are very punctual. Lin Yu also made a flattering appearance and spoke to the tycoon with a smile. Oh, brother, you came in person today. What kind of assessment tasks are we going to assign? Although I have only passed 7 dungeons, I am still at a certain level. No matter what you ask me to do, I will go through fire and water, and I will do my duty. Lin Yu said, patting his chest, and then added, and brother, don't think of me as a thief. In fact, I have changed my ways and become a new person. It's just that the criteria for this death game may be a bit problematic. At this moment, Lin Yu looked like a particularly stupid person pretending to be reliable. The tycoon looked Lin Yu up and down and touched his chin. Don't worry, Lao Yao. As the saying goes, you don't have to trust people who are suspicious. Now that you have found our Jiang'an club, it means that you trust us. Of course I trust you too, the tycoon said solemnly. Lin Yu was even more moved. Okay, start the assessment quickly. I promise to complete the task. The tycoon coughed lightly. Well, the content of the assessment is just a formality. Then, the tycoon took out 3 tips. Now, you will open these 3 tips in sequence from left to right and follow the instructions above. You will need to pay some not too excessive prices during this period. But don't worry, it will never be more than you can bear. When it's done, come back and hand over what you got to me. The mission will be considered completed, the tycoon said seriously. Lin Yu then nodded and took the kit. I promise to complete the mission, he said, then open the first tip bag. Go to number 115 Jihuai Street, Dongxiao District, Jiangcheng, and find the person wearing a black uniform inside. Open the second tip bag after finding it. Lin Yu looked at the contents of the kit and nodded slightly. Does it look like you need to find someone to contact you first? He didn't hesitate, just did it, took a taxi, and went to the address on the note in the kit. This place is not far from Tycoon's restaurant. It only takes about 20 minutes by taxi. Lin Yu paid the taxi driver in cash and got out of the car with the change. Looking at the bright door under the house number 115 in front of him, Lin Yu sighed. Why is this a golden arch? The one in black uniform. Lin Yu looked inside and found that the front desk clerk was wearing a black uniform. Are the members of the Tycoon's organization members of the Golden Gongmen? With a hint of vigilance, Lin Yu opened the door and entered the store, then opened the second bag of tips. Go up to the officer in black uniform, wait for him to talk to you first, and then read out the words on the back of the note. Lin Yu carefully walked up to the clerk with the note. I still need to communicate with a secret code. Lin Yu muttered, and then the clerk took the initiative to speak. Hello, do you need anything? The other person smiled and spoke. Lin Yu turned the note over and read out the content above. Hello, I like a Big Mac meal, and I can exchange the Coke for a Big Mac and get ice for takeout. Huh. Lin Yu finished reading the content on the back and felt a little confused. What code is this? The clerk still smiled. Okay, is anything else you need? Lin Yu opened the third tip bag. Pay and return the same way with a harvest. Looking at the kit, Lin Yu fell into silence. What on earth is this doing? But he still paid for the package in cash. Finally, Lin Yu got a paper bag containing a Big Mac burger, French fries, and a large Coke. Could it be that the difficulty is that someone arranged by the tycoon will attack him on the way back? Lin Yu thought suspiciously. Finally, nothing happened. He successfully took a taxi and returned to the Guogangwang van, holding the paper bag with a puzzled look on his face. What the hell? Lin Yu handed the paper bag to the tycoon, who was worth 7 figures and acted like a successful person. He took the paper bag and excitedly took out the burger and took a bite. It's delicious. I've been wanting this for a long time, the tycoon said with great satisfaction. Then he tore open the ketchup, squeezed half of the whole bag of ketchup in his mouth, and spread the other half on the burger. The tycoon ate a burger, a bite of fries, and a bite of Coke, his mouth full. He looked at Lin Yu with satisfaction. You're good. Lao Yao UVE passed. Congratulations on officially joining our Jiang'an club. Lin Yu was a little confused. Is that all? The tycoon was very surprised. What else? How much trouble do you think it would be? We are not an organization like Order that shoulders heavy responsibilities, nor are we sneaky things like Psychological Society and Freedom Alliance. Although the organization does have rules, it's not too late to kick you out if you break the rules, the tycoon said, taking out his mobile phone while eating. Come on, brother, scan the code, and add you to our Jiang'an Hall group. Lin Yu nodded, took out a new phone from his pocket, and unlocked the screen. The tycoon was sharp-eyed and saw that Lin Yu's phone was very new. "Hey, brother, the latest fruit? Where did you buy it from?" Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then said, "Boss, with your tone, I thought you were going to give those apps that recycle phones a GG." The tycoon laughed and said, "Really? Scan the code quickly." When Lin Yu was about to open WeChat to scan the code, the tycoon interrupted him. "Wait, Lao Yao, it's not this software. It's the Forum app." In the taxi, Lin Yu played with the newly purchased mobile phone, looked at the newly installed Jiang and Tang app on it, and exhaled. It's really a young and dangerous aesthetic. Of course, in addition to criticizing the tycoon's own aesthetics, Lin Yu is more sighing. The righteous organization is indeed easy to mess with. According to the tycoon himself, as a senior partner of Order and Forum, he has a special app developed for him by Forum himself. Confidentiality is much better than ordinary chat apps. It's no wonder that the tycoon takes his assessment so casually. After all, there's a Forum and Order to support him. Whether he is a person who does evil and has ulterior motives can be determined by whether he has a Forum app that can be used normally. To filter, the Forum is like a big network that connects all players. And for those excluded from a net, there is no doubt that action will become much more difficult. From this point of view, the seemingly innocuous punishment of account cancellation for those members of the organization is actually the most severe punishment. It was only now that Lin Yu realized two things somewhat belatedly. First, I was able to use fake mask and a new mobile phone to deceive the Forum and actually register an account named Lao Yao. This was a huge advantage that fake mask could bring me. Judging from the tycoon's reaction, he felt completely relaxed after seeing him scan the QR code to join. Obviously, even the tycoon, who was already the leader of a medium-sized organization, considered a local leader in Jiangcheng, and even ranked 27th among all players, had no doubt that someone could hide the Forum, including the fact that everyone likes to self-report their Forum ID for several copies in a row. Lin Yu can confirm. Ordinary players, or the vast majority of players, have almost absolute trust in the reliability of the Forum. Second, the tycoon's behavior of giving him a WeChat ID during the first meeting was indeed abnormal. Even old Yao, who joined the organization, was contacted through a special app. Coupled with the popularity of the Forum, Queen Lin reacted a little later. The tycoon's attitude towards Lin Yu is definitely not his attitude towards ordinary newcomers. Combining everything that happened between the Freedom Alliance and the Psychological Society and himself, Lin Yu could probably outline the context of the matter. Probably a certain organization, the Psychological Society, should have some way of judging the potential of others. It can tell what a person's potential and qualifications are. Once they make a judgment and find a newcomer with special potential, these lunatics will use any means to bring that person into the game. They will even send people to kill the newcomer. And I am probably the one who has been identified by the Psychological Society as having relatively high potential. No, considering that most Master's promotions are in the 7th dungeon, and I completed the promotion in 3 dungeons, I don't know why it's the kind with particularly high potential. And the actions of the Psychological Society or the evaluation results are not absolutely confidential. After the Freedom Alliance observed their evaluation results, they chose to send out a Nian who was also in Jiangcheng. That is, Lin Yin contact me for a detailed assessment. The tycoon probably recognized my potential through the business card I gave him. Lin Yu breathed out. He has roughly clarified the situation. So, everything ended up in the end. The guide written by the Shadowless Hand was very detailed and probably had a few thousand words, but Lin Yu read it quickly. He doesn't really need to advance as a thief. He just needs to know what the advancement of a thief is like, and it is enough to make up lies so that the secret is not revealed. Just as Lin Yu guessed, the upgrade mission of the thief was indeed to steal things. Moreover, compared to the only profession of trickster, there are not 2 upgrade tasks for a thief, but only 1. Usually, it is designated to steal a certain precious prop in the copy. It took 2 times for Shadowless Hand to pass the upgrade trial. His first upgrade trial opened the dungeon in the 9th one. Among the dungeons in a museum, the goal was to steal the museum. Any exhibit valued at more than 50 million will remain until the end of the copy and will not be taken away. It didn't sound difficult, but after witnessing the monster wearing a security uniform punching a soldier player to death in the museum, Shadowless Hand gave up most of his ideas. After walking around the museum, he found that the exhibits worth more than 50 million were themselves extremely dangerous. Either the pharaoh's coffin or the vampire's cursed mask. He felt that something bad would happen if he took it. So Shadowless Hand decided on the spot to settle down a little more and focus on clearing the level. The second upgrade trial is after 10 copies. The Shadowless Hand has become much more mature, and fortunately, this dungeon is no longer a very dangerous puzzle-solving type dungeon like the museum dungeon. This time, the Shadowless Hand faced a survival copy. He had to survive for 7 days on a drifting, abandoned giant ship. The upgrade test only required him to steal the mermaid's orb. The Shadowless Hand spent some time, established relationships with various mermaids and ghost NPCs on the giant ship, and gained their trust. Then he secretly stole the prop, mermaid orb, and kept it until the end of the instance. After having 2 experiences with the Shadowless Hand, Lin Yu thought about it and felt that he could probably make up a reasonable thief promotion experience. Of course, the most important thing is the professional items obtained by the thief after reaching the first level. According to the guide of Shadowless Hand, the 2 professional props that thief can choose are Wonderful Pouch and Quick Knife. The former, Magic Bag, will give the thief more skill times. The skill that can originally be activated once every 24 hours can be increased to 3 times under the influence of Miraculous Capsule. The Quick Knife is much simpler and more crude. This allows the thief to choose to have the stolen object suffer damage from a sharp weapon when activating his professional ability. If the time is right, it may even be possible to cut the target with a knife. Killing him with 1 blow is not impossible. The appearance of Meowbong is usually some kind of storage prop such as a backpack, a waist bag, etc. The Quick Knife is naturally a thin and compact weapon. No matter what kind of professional props, they all have good attributes. The space of Magic Pouch will be larger than it actually looks, and the sharpness of Quick Knife cannot be compared with ordinary sharp weapons. Looking at this thief strategy, Lin Yu also felt a chill on his neck. From his point of view, Lin Yin is also a dangerous person. The utility knife in her hand is most likely a quick knife. Fortunately, the Shadowless Hand also chose Quick Knife, and the limitations of Quick Knife were discussed in detail in the strategy. Although this thing looks very powerful, the timing of using the knife still needs to be mastered by the thief himself. Whether the stroke can be done accurately or not depends entirely on the level of the thief, so the gap between the upper and lower limits is quite large. In most cases against other players, being able to cripple an arm is considered a critical hit. Seeing the resentment between the lines of Shadowless Hand, Lin Yu is also a little helpless. It's true, brother. A thief only needs some offensive skills. You can't expect to be able to fight like a soldier. Later, Lin Yu also closed this guide. Because there are no big restrictions on group file sharing, Lin Yu naturally also looked at strategies for other professions. Although there is a browsing history, it is easy to tell when asked. It can be said that it is accumulated by drawing inferences and drawing inferences. Of course, what Lin Yu mainly wants to see is the 2 professional props of these professions. Mask has been used. Next, Fake also has to figure out how to use it. Fake, when turned into any prop, it only has the appearance of the other party, but no function. It requires the ability of a trickster to cooperate. Plus, the guide written by the Shadowless Hand was very detailed and probably had a few thousand words, but Lin Yu read it quickly. He doesn't really need to advance as a thief. He just needs to know what the advancement of a thief is like, and it is enough to make up lies so that the secret is not revealed. Just as Lin Yu guessed, the upgrade mission of the thief was indeed to steal things. Moreover, compared to the only profession of trickster, there are not 2 upgrade tasks for thief, but only 1. Usually, it is designated to steal a certain precious prop in the copy. It took 2 times for Shadowless Hand to pass the upgrade trial. His first upgrade trial opened the dungeon in the 9th one. Among the dungeons in a museum, the goal was to steal the museum. Any exhibit valued at more than 50 million will remain until the end of the copy and will not be taken away. It didn't sound difficult, but after witnessing the monster wearing a security uniform punching a soldier player to death in the museum, Shadowless Hand gave up most of his ideas. After walking around the museum, he found that the exhibits worth more than 50 million were themselves extremely dangerous. Either the pharaoh's coffin or the vampire's cursed mask. He felt that something bad would happen if he took it. So Shadowless Hand decided on the spot to settle down a little more and focus on clearing the level. The second upgrade trial is after 10 copies. The Shadowless Hand has become much more mature, and fortunately, this dungeon is no longer a very dangerous puzzle-solving type dungeon like the museum dungeon. This time, the Shadowless Hand faced a survival copy. He had to survive for 7 days on a drifting, abandoned giant ship. The upgrade test only required him to steal the mermaid's orb. The Shadowless Hand spent some time, established relationships with various mermaids and ghost NPCs on the giant ship, and gained their trust. Then he secretly stole the prop, mermaid orb, and kept it until the end of the instance. After having 2 experiences with the Shadowless Hand, Lin Yu thought about it and felt that he could probably make up a reasonable thief promotion experience. Of course, the most important thing is the professional items obtained by the thief after reaching the first level. According to the guide of Shadowless Hand, the 2 professional props that thief can choose are Wonderful Pouch and Quick Knife. The former, Magic Bag, will give the thief more skill times. The skill that can originally be activated once every 24 hours can be increased to 3 times under the influence of Miraculous Capsule. The Quick Knife is much simpler and more crude. This allows the thief to choose to have the stolen objects suffer damage from a sharp weapon when activating his professional ability. If the time is right, it may even be possible to cut the target with a knife. Killing him with 1 blow is not impossible. The appearance of Meowbong is usually some kind of storage prop, such as a backpack, a waist bag, etc. The Quick Knife is naturally a thin and compact weapon. No matter what kind of professional props, they all have good attributes. The space of Magic Pouch will be larger than it actually looks, and the sharpness of Quick Knife cannot be compared with ordinary sharp weapons. Looking at this thief strategy, Lin Yu also felt a chill on his neck. From this point of view, Lin Yin is also a dangerous person. The utility knife in her hand is most likely a quick knife. Fortunately, the Shadowless Hand also chose Quick Knife, and the limitations of Quick Knife were discussed in detail in the strategy. Although this thing looks very powerful, the timing of using the knife still needs to be mastered by the thief himself. Whether the stroke can be done accurately or not depends entirely on the level of the thief, so the gap between the upper and lower limits is quite large. In most cases against other players, being able to cripple an arm is considered a critical hit. Seeing the resentment between the lines of Shadowless Hand, Lin Yu is also a little helpless. It's true, brother. A thief only needs some offensive skills. You can't expect to be able to fight like a soldier. Later, Lin Yu also closed this guide. Because there are no big restrictions on group file sharing, Lin Yu naturally also looked at strategies for other professions. Although there is a browsing history, it is easy to tell when asked. It can be said that it is accumulated by drawing inferences and drawing inferences. Of course, what Lin Yu mainly wants to see is the 2 professional props of these professions. Mask has been used. Next, Fake also has to figure out how to use it. Fake, when turned into any prop, it only has the appearance of the other party, but no function. It requires the ability of a trickster to cooperate, plus that long cooldown. Lin Yu feels that it is more cost-effective to turn into a professional prop than to turn into an ordinary prop. And next, Just like Lin Yu's ability to recite those professions before, he also memorized more than 10 advancement trial guides for various professions in the internal documents of Jiang and Tang, as well as their 2 subsequent props. For example, the military food and military rank of professional soldiers, the pointer and chalk of professional teachers, figures and tissues for the professional otaku, the tools and drawings of the professional craftsman. Based on Lin Yu's observation, it can be concluded that for all ordinary professions, the upgrade trial only needs to complete 1 task. And their 2 professional props are basically in 2 directions. One direction is to greatly enhance and improve the original professional ability. The other direction is to make up for a shortcoming of the original profession. This also provides Lin Yu with more ideas. In the next copy, it is best to disguise as a profession that has completed the upgrade to gain a greater advantage. Not only that, in reality, you can also try to carry out activities as a person who has completed the upgrade. Lin Yu muttered, and then closed the Jiang and Tang app. Of course, he has more important things to do next. Lin Yu took out another brand new mobile phone from his trouser pocket this time. The mobile phone is a domestic mid-range phone with a smaller appearance. Lin Yu dialed a phone number that he had completely memorized and turned on the hands-free. Beep. After just 1 sound, the call was connected. Hello. After the brisk female voice sounded, Lin Yu did not answer. But just as Lin Yu expected, even if he didn't answer, the smart guy on the other side would follow his idea. Ah, it's Zhu Ming, right? I know. I'll text you later. Compared to the Jiang and Hall, Lin Yu could foresee that the assessment of the Free Alliance would definitely be a little more stringent. Not only because the Free Alliance did not have the leeway to rely on the forum, but also this organization may be an extremely special one among all the player organizations. The tycoon mentioned before that the Free Alliance had very few members, and only 9 members were confirmed so far. Moreover, this organization was very loose, and it seemed that there were no rules. There were even 2 guys who looked like they had a grudge. This was completely different from more formal and normal organizations, such as the Jiang and Hall. After all, after joining the Jiang and Hall, the file pinned to the top of the software was some simple rules of the Jiang and Hall. For example, members could not attack each other. They had to help each other when they met in the dungeon, and they had to make at least 1 contribution to the organization every month, etc. Of course, the benefits were also generous. Not to mention free guides, props could also be bought at a very favorable price. You could even ask the experts in the organization for help. These were also the basic rules of most organizations. According to Lin Yu's observation and further confirmation from the internal information of Jiang and Hall, Lin Yu could be sure of one thing. There are absolutely no such rules in the Free Alliance. They are more like an organization where several extremely strong, potential, and extremely eccentric masters get together to have fun. So, how to join the Free Alliance organization? It's almost a blank. But now, looking at the text messages on his mobile phone, Lin Yu also came into contact with the truly crazy side of this organization. 3 tasks. Will completing 2 of them be considered completed? First, kill any player who has a bounty of more than 3,000 points on the forum, or a bounty of more than 500,000 renminbi on the hunting club. Second, after joining any organization of order, predator, or psychological society, publicly announce your withdrawal and join the Free Alliance. Third, team up with 2 or more members of the Free Alliance to play games and get their approval. The third one is okay. The other 2 are indeed a bit crazy. Needless to say, the difficulty of completing the first item is that those with a bounty score of more than 3,000 on the forum are likely to be masters who have been upgraded. No matter which organization they are in, they are the backbone. At least in the Jiang and Hall, only about 40% of the players have completed the upgrade. In an organization of nearly 100 people, there are less than 40 players who have completed the upgrade. Among them, there are even old people who have gone through 4 or 5 upgrade tasks and have been struggling in the death game for almost a year, but they still failed to upgrade. Although Lin Yu's upgrade was completed in the 3rd copy, Lin Yu himself knew, this is too special. Masters who have completed the upgrade are definitely not something that ordinary people can afford to provoke. And the second item is also crazy enough. Not to mention that it is difficult to join Order, Predator, and Psychological Society. After joining, announcing withdrawal is equivalent to provoking a powerful organization as an enemy for no reason. Although Lin Yu has been inextricably linked with the latter two, but he still couldn't help but sigh. What a bunch of lunatics. The people in the Freedom Alliance, wouldn't everyone be wanted by these three organizations? Although he had only come into contact with Lin Yan. But at this moment, Lin Yu had already begun to doubt deeply. The rest of the people in the Freedom Alliance are all of this nature. It seems that this assessment task has to be done slowly. It would be best if it can be completed this week. Lin Yu thought, and then turned off the screen of his mobile phone. Next, there are more important things to do. That is, go to the bus station. Lin Yu changed his appearance, but compared to the previous 2 times when he almost completely turned into another person, Lin Yu only slightly adjusted the details of his facial features this time. There were not many changes in body shape and posture, but just this slight adjustment was enough to make Lin Yu look like a completely different person. At this moment, Lin Yu looked much more ordinary than before, and his temperament was a little colder. Then, Lin Yu found an excuse to ask for leave from both the school and his sister, and came to the bus station. He didn't plan to buy a ticket directly. Whether it is the bus station or the train station, you need to use your ID card to buy a ticket. Lin Yu definitely doesn't want to leave such an obvious trace. So, before Lin Yu came to Jiangcheng bus terminal with his backpack, he naturally focused on non-public transportation. He was too familiar with Jiangcheng bus station. Lin Yu just stood there with his backpack for a while, and a black car driver came up to chat with him with a smile. "Brother, where are you going? I can leave soon." And Lin Yu was waiting for this opportunity. "Charge a car to go to another province. Do you want to run?" he asked, and the black car driver was stunned for a moment, then said, "Where are you going?" "Zhengcheng, Henan province. Also send me to the bus station," Lin Yu said, and the black car driver was dumbfounded. "Originally, I just wanted to take a small job to send people to the airport or the next city, but I didn't expect to get a big job across provinces." He tentatively set a price. "It's not close from here to Zhengcheng. 2,800, right? Can 2,500 be enough?" Lin Yu asked. Yes. The black car driver was overjoyed and nodded like pounding garlic. Let's go now. What car do you have? Is it fast?" The black car driver said proudly. "Don't worry, boss. My car was newly picked up last year. It's very fast. I used to be a test driver in a rally team." He patted his chest and said, "To Zhengcheng, I can send you there overnight, and I guarantee you can drink the spicy soup in the morning market." As the black car driver said, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Jiangcheng is geographically located in the middle, and it is not too far to go to any city. With an experienced old driver, there is indeed enough time. "Okay, let's go," he said straightforwardly. Although 2,500 is not a small amount for Lin Yu, it is not an expense that he has to spend, and maybe this trip to Zhengcheng can make all the money back. So, he didn't drag his feet. This is also Lin Yu's character. He has always been very decisive since he was a child. However, after hearing Lin Yu's words, the black car driver was a little embarrassed. "Well, young man, wait for me to call home. It will take at least a day to go back and forth. I'm afraid my wife and children will worry." 5:30 in the morning, Yu Province bus station. Lin Yu handed a wad of 25 cash notes to the driver of the black car with an expression on his face and spoke weakly. "Just order it. There's a bank nearby. You can check it out," Lin Yu said, and the black car driver nodded. "Okay, brother." He didn't refuse. He walked to the automatic deposit machine and deposited all 25 red banknotes. Of course, there is no problem. The relieved driver waved his hands excitedly. "Thank you, young man. No matter what you come to Yu Province for, I wish you all the best." He waved goodbye to Lin Yu very sincerely, and then left the place with a kick on the floor. Lin Yu watched the driver's taillight disappear and waved his hand with a complicated mood. He used to think that the driver was bragging when he said he had been a test driver in a rally team, but now it seems that he is a bit conservative. This speed is indeed fast. Lin Yu would believe it if he said he had officially raced a racing car. It's just a little too bumpy. This Nissan sedan was running and smoking on the highway. Lin Yu originally planned to take a nap on the road, but was so shaken that he couldn't fall asleep for a second. He yawned. But this is good. At least there will be plenty of time. Lin Yu sighed with emotion, and then had breakfast near the train station. After eating a large bowl of authentic spicy soup with fried steam buns, Lin Yu wiped his mouth and then wandered around the station. Just as there are many unlicensed car drivers near Jiangcheng bus station, there are also many unlicensed car drivers at Zhengqing bus station in Henan province. It's just that compared to Jiangcheng, these black car drivers have a bit more local characteristics. The types of black cars here are not limited to sedans. There are also many motorcycle taxis and three-wheelers. After Lin Yu finished breakfast, he walked to the roadside and was greeted by a driver of a black car who had gotten up early. "Young man, where are you going?" This time, Lin Yu decided to take advantage of another characteristic of the black car driver. "I'm here to find someone. You have a very powerful private detective in Zhengsheng. He can catch cheaters with great accuracy, and he's very handsome. Where's he?" Lin Yu put on a Henan accent and asked kindly. When asked by Lin Yu, several black car drivers were a little confused. "Detective? I don't know." In addition, Lin Yu's accent at this moment was also from Yu province, which made them realize that Lin Yu in front of them was from the local area, and many drivers backed down without interest. Lin Yu did not give up and continued to wander around asking about for Polo. It's really not easy to find someone like a needle in a haystack, but just as Lin Yu expected, although for Polo is not a big star, he is indeed not an unknown person. Soon, a warm-hearted tattooed man with a leather bag stepped out of a bus. Hearing the conversation between Lin Yu and the drivers, he took the initiative to step forward. "Hey, fellow, is the detective you're talking about the one who always likes to wear all kinds of hats and looks like a foreigner?" Hearing this, Lin Yu turned around and spoke in surprise. "Yes, you know him." The eldest brother smiled and said, "After dealing with him, this guy has a lot of skills. Not only is he good at catching cheaters, but many debt collection agencies like to look for him wherever they hide, and this guy's charges are also very fair." Lin Yu was very surprised. "Are you his client? Have you ever approached him?" "No, I'm the old scoundrel who was found." The tattooed man spoke with great honesty. Lin Yu was speechless for a moment. The eldest brother laughed loudly, "But it's okay. He also helped me find the insider in my company afterwards. Now I have made a comeback." "Why? You have something to do with that boy. You are young and unmarried, and you don't seem to be able to be someone else's creditor. Why are you looking for him?" Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and then said sincerely, "To be honest, I want to ask him to find someone for me. Although I don't owe any money, it is indeed a bit of a holiday." As he said this, the eldest brother spoke seriously. "Well, then it's really appropriate to ask him for this kind of thing, but the last time I asked him for help was 2 years ago. I don't know if he has moved to another place now. He doesn't have a fixed place of work, but you can go to the old town east of Zhengsheng and the urban-rural fringe area to look for him, especially on the telephone poles in front of several primary schools. There may be little GGs posted by him. He's the one who wrote nonsense like the world's #1 detective. Also, if you can't get through on the phone, you can try looking for him in those cheap-looking internet cafes and snack bars. He might be hiding in a corner." After the tattooed brother finished speaking, he waved goodbye to Lin Yu. "That's pretty much all I know. See you later, brother," he said. Lin Yu nodded. "Brother Zhongla, thank you. Goodbye." Afterwards, Lin Yu turned around and took a taxi to the old town of Zhengchengdong, according to what the tattooed brother said. Stopping the car at the entrance of Zhengsheng #3 primary school, stepping onto the somewhat old streets, and stepping on the broken and shaky floor tiles, Lin Yu began to wander around and look at the old little GGs on the walls and telephone poles. It mainly focuses on unlocking locks, magical medicines, and obtaining certificates, with occasional religious propaganda. But I didn't see the word private detective GG. Just as Lin Yu was thinking about whether for Polo had moved away, he suddenly saw an A4 printing paper attached to the bus stop sign nearby. "The most awesome detective in Henan province, the king of Zhengsheng, the emperor of mystery solving, worthy of your trust. Welcome to call 0371 XXXXX. Looking at the line of words that sounded a bit neurotic and full of morbid conceit, Lin Yu sighed. He thought for a moment and finally picked up another phone call, but this phone was a second-hand one he bought. The call was quickly connected, but the moment the call was connected, the voice from the other end made Lin Yu slightly stunned. Outside, Yufu's supermarket. The full-bodied voice sounded like a middle-aged woman's voice. Lin Yu spoke a little unconfidently. Well, hello, I'm looking for a private detective. Oh, looking for Xiao Luo. Are you in a hurry? The middle-aged woman on the other side asked. It's okay, it's a bit urgent. Lin Yu chose his words and said, It's a big order. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the middle-aged woman instantly became enthusiastic. Big order? Okay, wait a minute, I'll call you back. There was a click sound from the other end of the phone, and then it was hung up rudely. Then, 10 minutes passed, leaving Lin Yu confused. Then his phone rang again. The old lady just called back. Outside, young man, you're looking for Xiao Luo, right? I'll give him the phone. Fu Luo, answer it. Lin Yu heard a sleepy voice faintly. What? Who's that early in the morning? Customer. You must be crazy, let him Big customer. Big customer too? I know, I'll answer it. Zhengsheng, Speedy Internet Cafe. Fu Luo was sitting in the waiting area of the Internet Cafe, wearing a silly and funny duck hat. He looked at the ordinary-looking young man in front of him and felt that he looked vaguely familiar. Although the other party covered most of his face with a mask, he seemed to have seen him somewhere. But when I think about it carefully, I feel that the other person is just an ordinary public face. You are the client who came to see me, right? Lin Yu nodded slightly. Yes, dear detective. I want to ask you to find someone. Looking for someone, Fu Luo said thoughtfully. My fee may be determined based on the difficulty. I can only decide after hearing about the person you want to find. A player of the game of death, Lin Yu said calmly. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Fu Luo was slightly shocked. Are you a player too? Of course. Lin Yu sighed and took the initiative to reveal his identity. I said, 4 below, as an acquaintance who has experienced a dungeon together, aren't there any preferential prices and discounts? Lin Yu said, pulling the mask down slightly. He adjusted the details of his facial features, making it difficult for Fu Luo, also known as for Polo, to recognize Lin Yu as Mei at first glance. But after being prompted at this moment, Fu Luo was able to quickly ignore the small details that Lin Yu had adjusted, faced him with the face that was very similar to the one in his memory, and subconsciously corrected his memory in the opposite direction. This is also Lin Yu's purpose. Are you Mei? Fu Luo said in surprise. Yes, we meet again, great detective. Lin Yu said with a smile. He could feel that he had gained the ability of doctor again. The abilities of each profession can still take effect in reality, but it seems that for balance considerations, the effects and cool-down times will be adjusted. The ability of the doctor is weakened in reality. In reality, the skill cool-down time has been extended to 3 days. Fu Luo looked at Lin Yu, looked up and down before speaking. Oh, you're serious too? Why do you bother to come to me directly offline? Why don't you contact me through the forum? Listening to Fu Luo's words, Lin Yu chuckled and said, Because I happened to come to Zhengsheng to find someone. After I arrived, I remembered that you seemed to be from Zhengsheng. Thinking that you acted in such a high-profile manner, I asked about it. I didn't expect that I actually found you. Fu Luo nodded proudly. But I am somewhat famous in Zhengsheng. Since you're the one looking for someone, I was able to pass the last dungeon safely and get a reward of peeling off the cocoon, so your help is indispensable. So, who are you looking for? I'll help you for free. Lin Yu shook his head. You'd better charge because the person I'm looking for is more troublesome than you think. It's the natural creation of the predator, Lin Yu whispered, and Fu Luo was a little surprised. Tiangong. He blinked twice quickly, remembering. Oh, I remember that the artisan who killed 5 people, the first order one, was put on a bounty of 8,000 points by the ordered. They are among the most wanted people at the current level. Fu Luo said and sighed. This person is indeed dangerous. Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo. Yes, he's the one I'm looking for, so you better hold back. Are you there for the reward? Fu Luo said somewhat keenly. Well, it can be said that Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "If you want to participate directly, that is the best. If you're willing to help me, I can give you 1/10 of the share after the matter is completed." Fraction, he said seriously. The price is quite reasonable. After all, it was impossible for Lin Yu to let Fu Luo rush to the front line. But Fu Luo was a little hesitant after hearing this. "Well, you also know that I have already had some issues with the psychological society. If I provoke another predator," he said hesitantly. Lin Yu looked at him and laughed. "I ask without any malice, which one do you think is more threatening to you, me or the predator?" Fu Luo did not answer Lin Yu's question and changed his words without changing his expression. "If we provoke another predator, it will be nothing more than too much debt. So I will do it. But I want 20%. Fu Luo held up 2 fingers. "No problem. No matter how much I gain in the end, I will share 20% with you." Lin Yu agreed without hesitation. "So, how about helping me investigate Tiangong?" Fu Luo nodded. "Of course. How soon will the results be available? Can we find him before the next instance starts?" Lin Yu asked, and Fu Luo laughed. "Of course. My speed is beyond your imagination." With that said, Fu Luo took out his mobile phone and fiddled with it for a while. After about 5 minutes, Fu Luo raised his head and looked at Lin Yu. "Done? May, let's go." "Where to go?" Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo in confusion. Fu Luo said matter-of-factly, "Of course I'm going to find Tiangong. Don't you want to fuck him?" Lin Yu was even more confused. "You found him in 5 minutes." A proud smile appeared on Fu Luo's face. "I didn't expect that. My brother is so awesome." Lin Yu looked at the proud Fu Luo, and a trace of alert appeared on his face. "You are not a member of the Predator. Are you deliberately leading me to a trap?" Fu Luo wanted to brag a little more. But seeing the cautious and cold expression on Lin Yu's face, Fu Luo remembered the doctor's habits in the last copy and some encounters he had encountered before. He couldn't help coughing twice and explained seriously. "Ahem, it's just that I encountered some things recently, so I'm investigating these guys myself. I have paid a little attention to those who have been active in Hunan province recently, those who have been on the forum with large bounties or the hunting club list. The Tiangong you mentioned happened to be within my attention," Fu Luo explained. Lin Yu nodded slightly. "You are also short of points. Do you want to investigate these things?" Faced with Lin Yu's casual question, Fu Luo seemed a little resistant. He rubbed one side of his face with his teeth bared, as if recalling some bad memories. "Well, it's definitely needed. Let's get going anyway. It's too late for Tiangong to move to another location," Fu Luo said, and Lin Yu nodded. "Okay, let's go. But where exactly is he?" Fu Luo took out his cell phone. This guy used to be a small leader in a construction company in real life, but since joining the death game, he gave up his job and resigned. Now, he should be in the most famous unfinished building area in the southern part of Zhengcheng. Tiangong will stay there most of the time. That is also the project their company is responsible for. Lin Yu didn't know why Fu Luo agreed to join him in the plan of working on Tiangong so easily. To be honest, this matter is quite dangerous. According to Lin Yu's expectations of Fu Luo and his performance in the previous game copy, this guy seems to be the type of coward. However, since the other party agreed, Lin Yu would naturally not refuse. After all, what Lin Yu is going to do next requires a companion. On the way to the unfinished community in the taxi, Lin Yu also looked at the information about Tiangong sorted out by Fu Luo. Tiangong's real name is Chun Jiqie, and he is 35 years old this year. As Fu Luo said, he used to be a small leader of a construction company and a top student who graduated from civil engineering at Hunan University of Technology. He officially joined the death game more than 2 months ago and completed the upgrade last month. On the day when the upgrade copy of Tiangong was completed, he returned to reality and killed 3 players in Zhengcheng, Hunan province. After lurking for a week, when he was about to enter the next dungeon, he went to the neighboring Yangsheng and killed 2 players. After investigation, it seemed that the players who were killed had traded and contacted with him before. Later, after he announced that he had joined the Predator, the administrators of the 2 cities of Order and Hunan province issued a wanted order and surrounded him. But so far, there has been no effect. Because Tiangong, Chun Jitia had no relatives or friends, he immediately quit his previous job after the incident and disappeared in Zhengsheng. Some people on the forum once suspected and speculated whether this guy had run away to other places. After all, although Order has many official personnel in it, it is not a real official after all. No matter how powerful this organization is, it can't block traffic and investigate consumption records. Although it is a bit troublesome for a person to hide from Order and hide, it is not impossible. After all, Order can't use all the manpower of the organization for a Tiangong. So looking at this detailed information, Lin Yu is still a little curious. How did you locate him? Faced with Lin Yu's question, Fu Luo said in a low voice with some humility. Well, he was quite famous a month ago. I was free at that time, so I just checked it out. Although Order and Forum don't have the energy to dig deeper, but most of the information has been dug out, so I asked my contacts in Order about the information they knew. Although this guy is quite cunning, you know that saying, everywhere you go, you leave traces, he can't hide it from me. Fu Luo said, and Lin Yu nodded. I know. It comes from Edmund Roca. He is also the founder of modern criminal investigation. The sentence you said is the cornerstone of all forensic evidence, Roca's law. But, Lin Yu hesitated, this sentence only applies to on-site inspections. Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo suspiciously. Fu Luo grinned. Yes, so I went there. I went to the scene of his 2 murders and the unit where he worked before. Although the Order believes that Tiangong killed people because he was treated unfairly during the transaction and held a grudge, but in fact it is not the case. He killed 5 people just to cover up the 2 people he really wanted to kill. One was a supplier that their construction company had cooperated with once, and the other was a worker in the construction team. It's a coincidence that these 2 are also players. Tiangong is a very scheming guy. He even deliberately traded and contacted these 2 guys at the rally in Zhengsheng, Hunan province. As Fu Luo said, Lin Yu is also very surprised. So, his motive for murder is related to reality? Probably. I continued to investigate at that time, Fu Luo said, touching his chin, and then I found the unfinished community we were going to Jixiwen. This was built by the construction team, suppliers, and Tiangong's company. I didn't continue to investigate when I got the case. This time I came back and had nothing to do yesterday, so I investigated it and found it. Tiangong once bought a house there himself. Fu Luo said seriously. When Lin Yu heard this, he felt a little confused. You just said that Tiangong has no family, right? How can he have no law? When Fu Luo heard Lin Yu's question, he also laughed. You are really perceptive. You realized the problem right away. His parents divorced when he was very young. His mother remarried, and we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Then his father died of alcoholism and left him to live with his old comrade in arms. When he was in the 2nd year of high school, his father's old comrade in arms also died. It seems that he lived in the school since then. The remaining relatives don't interact much. He made a good career, went to a decent school, and worked part-time to support himself. That's probably the situation. Lin Yu exhaled lightly. Now I completely understand his motive for murder. It can probably be barely considered revenge. No, in reality, it's more like a kind of venting anger than revenge. For Tiangong, who has no relatives, he can only rely on himself. He longs for a home of his own more than anyone else. That house has probably been entrusted with too many beautiful images by Tiangong. The company where he works and the house he supervises belong to his home. He has no family, but emotionally, that house is probably his family. And in the end, the house was left unfinished. This means that Tiangong's sustenance is gone. Although it is unknown what happened to the building materials supplier and the construction team, it may be related to the unfinished project or not. But in the end, Tiangong chose to kill them. This is also the reason why Fu Luo is sure that Tiangong should be there at this moment. I'm afraid that Tiangong should live in the house he bought that year. Lin Yu said, and Fu Luo nodded. Yes, there's a high probability that he will be there, and he should be alone. But can you beat him He is a first-level player who has completed the upgrade. Although you have a gun, this guy can kill 5 people. I'm afraid he is not a simple character. Fu Luo looked at Lin Yu and asked. Lin Yu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I am also a first level, and the first-level combat power of the doctor is not weak." Lin Yu said. Fu Luo was a little surprised. "You are the first level? And for what you said, you didn't choose the medicine box, but chose the syringe side?" Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, I chose the advancement on the side of Quack. But, for my safety, please do me a favor." Fu Luo said seriously. "Please speak. You just said that you have connections in order, right? If there is a fight, call more people for me." Although after obtaining professional items and being promoted to first level, the name of the profession will not change. However, according to the internal data of Jiang and Tang, most of the first-order professions among the player group will have different common names, according to the functions of professional props. For example, for the military food and military rank of a soldier, if you choose the former, you will be called a special forces, and the latter will be called a non-commissioned officer. The same goes for doctor. This profession has 2 options, namely medicine box and syringe. The effect of the former medicine box is to enhance the healing ability and effect, and can be used on healthy players in advance. In this way, the healing ability effect will remain on him and can be activated when he is injured or sick, which is equivalent to prevention in advance. Needle. The doctor who chooses the medicine box is often called a miracle doctor. The effect of syringe is to create medical accidents. It can worsen the injury or condition of someone who has been injured, poisoned, or sick. Therefore, a doctor who chooses syringe will be called a quackery. However, after deceiving Fu Luo that he was a first-order quackery, Lin Yu discovered that the ability did not come true. Because Fu Luo's belief alone is not enough to make something out of nothing. But Lin Yu doesn't need to make something out of nothing. After being convinced that Fu Luo believed that he was a quack doctor, Lin Yu also activated the ability of fake. In his hand, a syringe with a rusty needle appeared out of thin air. When he saw this prop, syringe, Fu Luo exclaimed, "Is this your professional item?" "Certainly." Lin Yu nodded slightly, and, the next moment, he felt the superficial syringe in his hand instantly transform into a doctor's professional prop. Sure enough, for a fake disguise props to transform into professional props, it requires very little belief. Just one person is enough. Lin Yu knew it very well. If he takes out an ordinary syringe like he did to deceive Chen Zhuo before, the difference between professional props and non-exclusive props is too big, and I am afraid that Fu Luo's belief alone is not enough to support coming true. What's more, many veteran players can also see the difference between real items and game props. However, fortunately, there are already fake products. After this confirmation, Lin Yu was convinced. Fake. It is indeed possible to disguise yourself as other first-order professions. The taxi stopped slowly, and Lin Yu and Fu Luo also arrived in front of the unfinished community called Jixiyuan. The half-built gate of the community has become a bit worn out by the weather and the sun, and the ground is littered with randomly discarded garbage. Although it was noon and the day was bright, the desolate and dilapidated scene still made people feel a little hairy, especially when he thought that there was a brutal guy with at least 5 lives on his hands living inside. Fu Luo even shrank his neck. "May, when are we going to shake people?" He wished he could shake the people of order over now. But obviously, Lin Yu had no such plan. "Wait a little longer, at least until I start fighting with him. Otherwise, the reward will be dissatisfied." Lin Yu said seriously. The bounty points for posts posted on the forum are points for killing or capturing alive alone. If you provide clues or assist order and administrator, the rewards you receive will be slightly discounted. You can only get 20% to 70%. I've already given you a portion of it. I can't accept it if the forum and order take another portion. Lin Yu shrugged and said, "So, wait until I start fighting before you call someone. Even if I can't win, I can't do it by dragging the people from order, right? They're all first order, and my syringe is not at a disadvantage either. Hearing Lin Yu insist on saying this, Fu Luo could only nod. Well, I hope you can hold on, Fu Luo said. There was still a hint of worry between his eyebrows. Lin Yu looked at Fu Luo and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. No matter what I do, you will definitely be safe. After all, I won't let a detective like you attack the enemy. You can just wait downstairs. Lin Yu said. Fu Luo looked at Lin Yu, feeling a little grateful. Brother, can I really wait downstairs? Of course. Lin Yu nodded and said seriously. The two people walked deep into the community while talking. According to the address investigated by Fu Luo, they quickly found the house where the house Tiangong bought was located. Looking from a distance, the entire building is as desolate and dilapidated as this community. However, both Lin Yu and Fu Luo are extremely keen people. There is no need to check the house number of Tiangong buying house. They can also confirm that there is definitely someone living in this building. As Fulo mentioned before, Roka's law. A living person living here, even if he is cautious, will leave traces. The dried water stains on the ground, the corridors that are obviously cleaner than other unfinished buildings, and among the many windows, there was only one with newspapers pasted on it. In the east door on the 5th floor, Lin Yu patted Fu Luo on the shoulder. You wait here, I'll go meet that guy. Remember, after hearing the sound of my shooting, call the people from order over. I won't shoot, so don't call anyone. Based on your calculations, how long will it take for the people from order to arrive? How many people can come? Fu Luo thought for a while and said, Zhengqing's administrator is a postman, so he may arrive in 15 minutes at the earliest. As for the other people from order, it is estimated that they will arrive in half an hour at the latest. Considering that Tiangong is quite valued, there may be 3 or 4 people at a time, including the administrator, but once order moves, if Tiangong asks for help, the people from Predators may also come to help. If there are other organizations joining in the fun, it may turn into a big fight. As Fu Luo said, Lin Yu nodded. He expected this. As an organization that can challenge order head-on, if the members of Predators are really surrounded, it is impossible for them to have no reaction at all. If they don't even have this much courage, why would others join the Predators at the risk of being removed from the forum and being hostile to everyone? Especially for a guy like Tiangong who is extremely famous and has great potential, the Predators will definitely do something to protect him. Zhengqing Administrator, Predators. Lin Yu exhaled slowly. The next move is very dangerous. And the source of danger is not just Tiangong. Lin Yu knew very well that after he was upgraded, he was already on the same level as Tiangong. But those guys that Fu Luo mentioned are still much stronger than him. Although they may not be stronger than the Tycoon. After all, when interacting with the Tycoon, you can't see the other party's move, and it is impossible to fight with the other party. Thinking of this, Lin Yu was a little nervous, but at the same time, he was also faintly excited. What will those high-end players look like when they take action? It's really curious. Lin Yu murmured and walked towards the unfinished building in the dark. Tiangong Chunjitia stood behind the living room door with a claw hammer on his knees. This is his only weapon at present, and also his professional item. However, although it is a professional item, this claw hammer is not particularly handy as a weapon. The two optional items for the craftsman occupational transfer are tools and blueprints. If you choose blueprints, you will get a blueprint at the beginning of each dungeon. According to the blueprint, you can use the materials in the current dungeon to create a temporary item of the same strength, and such items will still exist before the next dungeon starts and after returning to the real world. Therefore, the upper and lower limits of craftsmen who choose blueprints will be relatively large, and they will be particularly weak before they create temporary items at the beginning of each dungeon. Tiangong doesn't like this unstable feeling, so he chose tools as his professional item and advancement direction. Blueprints represent creation, and tools represent destruction. The effect of professional item tool is very simple and crude. That is, to obtain a tool that can enhance the destructive power against inorganic matter, environment, and mechanical structure. Tiangong chose tool in addition to his love for this simple and reliable ability. Another reason is that Tiangong himself has a hammer as a main weapon. Non-exclusive item Bone Crusher enhances the destructive power against living organisms, can reveal the strike weakness of living organisms, and hitting the weakness can cause a lot of damage. With the two hammers combined, Tiangong's combat power is naturally very good. However, in the last copy, Tiangong's most commonly used item, Bone Crusher, was stolen. After returning to reality, Tiangong found his lost item and realized belatedly that he was not the only master who hid his identity in that game. Damn it, I met that damn kid from the Free Alliance. There are many thieves, but there is only one master thief. Only Anian from the Free Alliance can steal someone's props and not return them after the dungeon is over, especially since the other party looks like a mean little girl. This further confirms that Tiangong's guess is correct. Although he has asked the big guys inside the plunderers to help him negotiate, dealing with the plunderers is very troublesome, and it is not possible to get it back in a week or two. Even if he gets it back, the plunderers are about giving and taking. He probably has to do a lot of things for those big guys. And encountering a thief is already a headache. Who would have thought? Misfortunes never come alone. Sitting in the dark living room, Tiangong looked at the slightly blurred surveillance screen on his phone with a gloomy face. He has installed Bluetooth surveillance cameras at each entrance of Jixiuan community. Although the pixels are not very high, they can basically cover all the main entrances. Tiangong discovered that someone entered the community early in the morning. Moreover, just by looking at the surveillance, he intuitively felt that the two guys are very dangerous, especially after they went straight to the building where he was with a clear purpose. Tiangong was more certain. These were definitely players who came to find him. Although there were only two of them, he did not dare to be careless or neglectful. After all, Tiangong knew that he was very famous. In the circle of players of the death game, you can know his glorious deeds and general level with just a little research. Even so, the opponent still only had two people. What does this mean? It means that the opponent is very confident that even two people can beat him, especially after reaching downstairs. There was even one person guarding downstairs, leaving only one person upstairs. This made Tiangong even more afraid to neglect after all. Without the Bone Crusher, Tiangong knew that his strength had been greatly reduced. So, he chose to wait for the opponent. Da-da-da-da. The footsteps came faintly from the stairs. Tiangong listened attentively and felt that the sound was getting closer and closer. Finally, it seemed that after reaching this floor, the footsteps suddenly disappeared. Did the opponent stop at the door? Did he realize that he was crouching behind the door? Tiangong was confused, but also slightly excited. Adrenaline secretion made his heart beat faster, and the palm of his hand holding the tool hammer was slightly sweaty. Although he knew that the opponent might be a master, Tiangong was not afraid. After all, how could Tiangong be an ordinary person who could kill 5 players in a row and escape from the hands of order? He had a bounty of 8,000 points on his back. Even if he lost his most handy weapon, he didn't think he was just like everyone else. You want to take my bounty, right? Then let's see if you have the ability. He thought fiercely in his heart. The silence outside the door had lasted too long, and Tiangong was almost losing his patience. He took a bottle of red potion from his arms and swallowed it. He bought this bottle of potion from the inside of the Predator at a high price. It can enhance his physical fitness by 3 times within 15 minutes. It is almost equivalent to having half a soldier profession. This is also Tiangong's trump card to save his life. Although he didn't know the opponent's strength, Tiangong never deliberately saved consumable items. His life was his own, so he should save it when he should spend it. And just as he stood behind the door, holding the hammer in both hands and ready to go, "Yo!" A cheerful voice of greeting came from behind him. Tiangong turned his head instantly, and then saw a tall young man standing on his balcony, waving at him with a smile. The voice was very familiar. Such a thought flashed through Tiangong's mind. The other party was standing with his back to the light and wearing a mask, which made Tiangong unable to see the other party's face clearly. However, the other party's words next made Tiangong recall. "See you again, Tiangong of the Predator or Uncle T." The confident and full-hearted voice sounded, and Tiangong's expression changed slightly. "You are? Jiushui? That soldier. Damn, it was the soldier I met in the same scene as Anian. If I remember correctly, this guy is not only a soldier, but also has a gun. Moreover, the other party's appearance here. Could it be related to the Free Alliance?" Tiangong's thoughts flowed, but he was a little afraid for a while and did not dare to step forward. "What are you doing here?" He stood there and asked coldly. Lin Yu laughed. "What am I doing? Of course I am here." The next moment, Tiangong looked at Lin Yu's figure approaching suddenly, and Lin Yu pulled out a long black stick from his arms. "Take your reward." The long black stick swung round and went straight to Tiangong's head. Fu Luo stood downstairs, listening to the faint sound of table tennis pong coming from above his head, holding the phone a little tangled. Although Lin Yu said not to shake people unless they hear the sound of gunshots, is this too intense? Shouldn't the two parties fighting upstairs be a craftsman and a doctor? Why does this fierce sound of gold and iron sound like the filming scene of an old-fashioned Hong Kong martial arts movie? Endless. Could it be that the gun was actually fired a long time ago, but it was too noisy and I didn't hear it? Fu Luo couldn't help but be a little suspicious. But just when he was doubting, a loud noise from upstairs interrupted Fu Luo's thoughts. Boom! An overwhelming voice sounded, and Fu Luo looked stern. "Shoot!" He quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed the phone number he had already entered. Do. The phone only rang twice before it was answered. "Hello." Fu Luo spoke very quickly. "Brother Shan, Tiangong has been found in Building 4 of Jixiyuan. He is fighting with others. Come quickly." After finishing speaking, the other end of the phone immediately responded seriously. "Okay, stay safe. We'll be there soon." Then the call was cut off. Fulo breathed out. What to do next? After the gunshot, just now, as if the curtain had fallen and the final word had been finalized, there was no more movement above. Want to go up and have a look? Or should we hide further? Fu Luo was a little confused. On the one hand, he was somewhat worried about Lin Yu, and on the other hand, he was also a little afraid of death. And before he struggled with the result, crack! The crisp sound sounded again, and then Fulo saw the glass of a window upstairs broken, and a strong sound fell from the upstairs. The height of the three-story building is neither high nor short, but if an ordinary person jumps down, he will definitely suffer a lot of damage. Boom! The figure fell to the ground, but got up as if nothing was wrong. Fu Luo could see clearly that the person who fell behind was not his fellow Mei, but the appearance of Tiangong Chunjitia. He got up in an instant and saw Fu Luo, who was standing downstairs in the community, stunned. Is there still an ambush? Tiangong cursed, and the clothes on the left half of his body were bright red, obviously looking a little embarrassed. He was holding a hammer in his hand and seemed seriously injured, but charging towards Fulo menacingly still frightened the detective. Tiangong? I'm not here to block you, Fu Luo said quickly, and took out a pair of finger tigers from his arms in a panic and put them on his hands. Although he barely managed to get into a boxing frame, it could be seen from his loose stance and shrinking eyes that this guy was very amateur. Sure enough, the moment Tiangong rushed toward Fu Luo was so frightened that he backed away. Then, boom, pale flames burst out from the window just now, and at the same time a low roar came from the corridor. Tiangong, come back here. Fulo recognized the voice of Mei. Upon hearing this voice, Tiangong's expression changed drastically. He punched Fu Luo in the face. Fu Luo's vision went dark, and he fell to the ground. Before losing consciousness, Fu Luo vaguely saw Tiangong running towards the south exit of the community. To the south of Joshi Garden, Tiangong ran wildly and soon arrived at the entrance of the community. There, he looked around for a while, and soon saw a taxi approaching. Shwa! The taxi suddenly stopped and drifted, its tires scraping against the ground, leaving a long gray and black trail, and it stopped firmly in front of Tiangong. The window glass was lowered, and a mature woman wearing a tropical floral shirt, her hair tied back, and holding a thin women's cigarette appeared in the driver's seat. "Oh, Tiangong, it's so embarrassing." He actually asked for help. Tiangong opened the car door with a gloomy face, got into the back seat, and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Almond, it's that damn detective who's targeting me. He called out the order people and the Zhengcheng administrator." The woman known as Almond chuckled, skillfully shifted into gear, pressed the accelerator, and then the taxi sped out. "Don't flatter yourself. The order and administrators have just begun to take action. Our minister from Zhengcheng has already led people to stop it." "Did you get fucked by some wild bounty hunter from somewhere?" Tiangong snorted coldly. "No, the boy who attacked me is a soldier, maybe related to the Freedom Alliance. He and the thief appeared in the same dungeon, and he came to my door at the same time that my props were stolen." Xingren was surprised when he heard this. "You mean you suspect that the Freedom Alliance did it on purpose?" "Of course, there is no such coincidence in the world," Tiangong said through gritted teeth. "I will make them pay. And that soldier boy who appeared out of nowhere, he actually dared to burn my house down," Tiangong said bitterly as he covered his left shoulder, which was stained with blood and had a trace of a penetrating injury. It looked like he had been shot, but it seems that through some means, the gunshot wound has partially healed. Xingren used the rearview mirror to look at the injury on Tiangong's shoulder and then looked at the blazing white flames in the distance. Now the fire had completely grown and swept through most of the building. She spoke in wonder. "It's a gun and an arsonist, and his occupation is still a soldier. The person who came to kill you is indeed a master." Tiangong stopped talking. "A master? Then I will kill him sooner or later," he said angrily. Xingren laughed. "Really? Then you have to call me for such an interesting thing. However, you also said that your home is gone. So where are you going?" Tiangong was silent for a while and sighed. "Go back to the organization's stronghold. I really don't have anywhere to go. Let's go there to avoid the limelight first, and wait for the minister to come back to see if we can get any useful news." Tiangong seemed to have calmed down at this moment. Although I suspected it was from the Freedom Alliance just now, after thinking about it carefully, it shouldn't be the case. They have no contact with the detective, and there is no reason for someone to call order to help. Xing nodded. "Okay, can I take you there?" "No need. That's too high a price." Tiangong glanced sideways at the ticking meter in front of him. "This taxi of yours is really not that bad at all. Put it down for me at the front." The car has driven into the old town of Zhengcheng and completely integrated into the atmosphere. Xingren smiled and stopped the car steadily after crossing the intersection. "Okay, let's meet at the base. You can just pay me when we get to the base." Seeing that you were running so fast, you grabbed a hammer in your hand, and you didn't even have any money on you. Because you can't go to the forum, and there is no such thing as forum points. All transactions within the Predators are done in cash. Tiangong got out of the car and closed the car door heavily without saying a word. Xing curled her lips. The anger is as strong as ever. Then, the taxi stepped on the accelerator and disappeared into the streets of Zhengcheng again. After watching Xing leave, Tiangong quickly walked into the alley next to him. He took off his bloody clothes, then took out a clean, very young-looking sweatshirt and sweatpants from the bag behind him and put them on. Then, the facial features on Tiangong's face changed and turned into Lin Yu's appearance. "Call." Lin Yu took a long breath and relaxed a lot. "It's a really good impromptu performance. It seems that I managed to get through it smoothly." He put away Tiangong's clothes and mobile phone, then took out his mobile phone, opened it, and looked at the time. "Well, there's still time. I can fancy a fight between the Predators and the Order people." Chevron underscore left. The Tiangong just now was of course played by Lin Yu. The real Tiangong, Chun Zhiqie, has been killed by Lin Yu. This result was completely within Lin Yu's expectation. Lin Yu knew very well that this guy was much more poisoned by Nian than he was. It was probably because a very crucial item was stolen and his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Therefore, Lin Yu had no doubt that he could defeat Tiangong. What he was thinking about was how to use Tiangong to gain more benefits. The conditions for joining the predators are simple and rough, but it is not an easy task. Even if he could weave a fake identity, Lin Yu felt that the risk was too great. So, instead of joining from scratch and gradually gaining trust in the predators' organization, why not try Dai Tao Jian? Although the risk of impersonation is high, but according to Fu Luo's intelligence and Lin Yu's own investigation and observation, Tiangong is a very lonely guy. Not many people know this kind of lonely person. The Predator is not a harmonious and in-depth cooperative organization like the Jiang and Hall. Although there's a certain degree of organization, you can understand it if you think about it. A group of players who are wanted by the Order and who in reality will actively kill and steal goods, even if there is no pressure to survive. Will there be any trust between them? With a person like Tiangong in there, it is even less likely that he would have any sworn friends or confidants. What's more, Lin Yu also came into contact with his entire copy and had a basic understanding of Tiangong's temperament and habits. The most important is, Lin Yu has full confidence in his acting skills and the improvised script. From the brief contact with Xing just now, Lin Yu could be convinced. The other party didn't realize at all that he was not a genius. The Predator side is probably fine. Let's see if we can see any clues from the Order side. Lin Yu murmured and rushed towards the crime scene, and Jixiu in community again. Although Tiangong did have a few brushes, under Lin Yu's careful calculation, the actual time of Tiangong's death, it was a minute after the two met. Lin Yu didn't even use a pistol, either intentionally or not. With the physical fitness of a soldier, he beat Tiangong with 2 sticks until he was numb and unable to hold the hammer steady. But the real killer is the third attack. Lin Yu calculated correctly that Tiangong thought he was holding a short stick and deliberately let the torch of fear be caught by Tiangong. He turned on the torch. The blazing flame instantly burned Tiangong's hands and face. Because Tiangong let go quickly enough, the burn could only be considered minor, but then Lin Yu activated his advanced ability as a doctor. He activated the prop effect of syringe, which instantly made Tiangong's burns worse. Tiangong felt the severe pain and panicked for a moment, and his respiratory tract was also burned, which affected his mobility. In moments like this, it was enough for Lin Yu to use syringe and terror torch to kill Tiangong directly. As for why Fu Luo below still heard the crash for so long, it was Lin Yu's intention. He kept hitting the surroundings with hammers and torches, making seemingly violent movements. At the same time, he was looking at Tiangong's mobile phone and using mask to transform himself into Tiangong's appearance. Through Tiangong's mobile phone, Lin Yu was preparing to have a deep understanding of Tiangong's personality on the one hand, and on the other hand, he was also learning about the predators and was preparing to send a distress message. Afterwards, after briefly checking his phone, Lin Yu sent a message asking for help, then piled up combustibles in the room, recorded a piece of his own roar, and placed it at the entrance of the corridor at the maximum volume. Then, he took off Tiangong's clothes and put away the props he had exploded. Then he used the fear torch to light Tiangong's body, piled it on combustibles, and set the volume. Lin Yu put on Tiangong's clothes and shot himself in the shoulder. He jumped from the 3rd floor. After using his doctor ability to treat gunshot wounds and minor falls, Lin Yu began a series of performances. Facts have proved that this performance indeed deceived Fullo and the Predator's member Almond, who came later. Now that my identity as Tiangong is firmly established, I should be able to act as a Tiangong in the future. Thinking about this, Lin Yu returned to the boundary of Jiushi Garden. The burning caused by the terror torch has been extinguished, and the entire building has been burnt to black, leaving no trace behind. Lin Yu wandered downstairs and found Fu Luo, who was still unconscious. Lin Yu's punch just now had just the right effect, making him stunned and not nerve-wracking. Lin Yu squatted down and then shook Fu Luo. "Hey, wake up!" Fu Luo was shaken by Lin Yu and woke up. Looking at Lin Yu, who was looking at him with concern, Fu Luo apologized. "Sorry, Mei." Lin Yu spoke quickly, with an expression on his face that was 1/3 concern and 7-point remorse. "It's okay. It was my mistake. I was careless and let him go. I didn't catch up just now. And you almost died. As Lin Yu said this, Fu Luo rubbed his slightly sore head. Did I almost die? Faced with Fu Luo's question, Lin Yu nodded sincerely, with a guilty expression. Just now I found that you had symptoms of intracranial hematoma and severe concussion, and I was busy chasing Tiangong who couldn't catch up at all, so I didn't notice it at first. Fortunately, he ran too fast. As soon as he left the community, he got into a taxi and disappeared. I came back to find him in time. I used my ability to give you first aid. If it was a little later, it would be very dangerous. Lin Yu was emotional, clenched his fists, and his eyes were slightly red. I'm sorry. Four below, I'm too arrogant. It's all my fault. Fu Luo looked at Lin Yu and was a little stunned, then waved his hands repeatedly. It's okay, brother, you saved me in the end, didn't you? And this matter is thanks to Tiangong. Lin Yu shook his head, a little frustrated. But I let him run away. It can be said that I got nothing. You got that blow in vain. Fu Luo looked at Lin Yu, who was still blaming himself, and couldn't help laughing. It's okay. It's not in vain. At least I have gained a trustworthy friend. To be honest, I thought you were the kind of cold-blooded guy who only knew how to use and threaten others, Fu Luo said with emotion. But your true feelings just now made me confirm. You are a good person, a friend worthy of deep friendship and trust. What you did before was just your protective color. This gain is much more valuable than a few thousand points reward, Fu Luo said, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. What's more, we may not have no gain. If Order catches that guy, maybe we will have points for providing clues. As soon as Fu Luo finished speaking, a full-bodied voice sounded behind the two people. Yes, we are already chasing Tiangong, and the information you two have is very valuable. Looking back, a tall man in a police uniform walked over. Lin Yu glanced at the police rank on his shoulder and understood. A third-level police inspector, judging by his temperament, he should be a veteran police officer on the front line, and he got his title purely based on his qualifications and abilities. Lin Yu suddenly became a little more serious without a sound, and his originally relaxed acting skills became even more seamless. And Fu Luo also greeted him warmly. Brother Sean, Order must arrest that guy. It's really too rampant. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is my friend and temporary partner. Occupation is Dr. Brother Sean, let me tell you, this brother of mine is strong, loyal, and smart. Without him in the last dungeon, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get the extra rewards. It's the same this time, but it's a pity that I was the one holding back. Otherwise, I would definitely have beaten that Tiangong guy. He beat Tiangong all by himself until he was running around and bruised. I just suffered a brain hemorrhage from Tiangong. Thanks to my good friend Yu, who gave up chasing Tiangong to heal me, I was able to survive. He really has a righteous outlook on things, just as righteous as you people from Order. The last dungeon was a waste of time to kill the NPC. He couldn't help but meddle in his own business. It seemed that people who were worried about Order thought it was Lin Yu who had frightened the snake and scared Tiangong away. When Fu Luo introduced Lin Yu, he kept saying good things to Lin Yu. This made the policeman named Brother Sean nodded repeatedly and looked at Lin Yu with eyes full of goodwill. After introducing Lin Yu to the police from Order, Fu Luo also introduced Lin Yu to him. After Fu Luo's introduction, Lin Yu also had a general understanding of the policeman. This policeman nicknamed Brother Sean, his forum ID is Gao Shan. Gao Shan is not only from Order, he is also the captain of the first detachment of Order stationed in Junction. The organizational structure of Order is very simple. They have their own members in various cities. The organization in each city is called XX, city name, Core, and there are numerically numbered squads below. Each team has a full complement of 5 people, and some may only have 2 or 3 people. As the captain of the Order squad, Gao Shan also has considerable strength. His occupation is also related to the uniform he wears. He is a policeman. The ability of the police is to select a player or NPC and significantly reduce the opponent's ability. This is a very powerful profession in one-on-one combat, and it also goes well with the organizational style of Order. As the team leader of Order, Gao Shan must have completed his upgrade. Therefore, Lin Yu couldn't help but guess. The mountain in front of you. Which advancement direction of police did you choose? Handcuffs or siren? And with Fu Luo as a guarantee, Gao Shan also had a good impression of Lin Yu. Doctor, according to Fu Luo, you can not only fight back and forth with Tiangong, but you can even beat him to the point of escaping. Right? It's really incredible. Tiangong is not a simple character. Gao Shan praised Lin Yu a few words. You're welcome, Brother Shan. Lin Yu shook his head and said, I only managed to win by using all my cards. Moreover, I feel that his strength is not quite right. I have done some research on Tiangong through some channels before. For some unknown reason, his hammer seems to be missing a handle. Lin Yu said modestly. He watched Lin Yin admit to him that he had stolen Tiangong's hammer. After getting the phone, he looked through Tiangong's chat history and found out that the hammer Tiangong lost was the bone-crushing hammer he used to hit people. Moreover, Tiangong also asked several guys within the Predator who had connections with the Freedom Alliance to redeem his bone-crushing hammer. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Gao Shan nodded unexpectedly. There was news before that he seemed to have a hammer stolen from him by a god. However, even without the hammer, you can force him away, which is amazing. Gao Shan said approvingly. Lin Yu still waved his hand very humbly. No, I'm just well prepared. But Lin Yu could also judge one thing through the attitudes of these guys. I seem to be really strong now. Although he had just completed the level up, Lin Yu was very sure that he should be considered to be very powerful in frontal combat at the first level. After all, if used properly, he can almost possess the abilities of two professions at the same time. The existence of fake goods has greatly increased his upper limit. Tiangong has 8,000 bounty points and is so valued among both Order and Predators that even Lin Yin is somewhat interested in him. It was not difficult for Lin Yu to guess that this guy was a master. At least among people with the same number of copies and the same first level, his strength is pretty good. Gao Shan's attitude can also illustrate this point. Anyway, no matter how well prepared he is, if he could defeat him one-on-one, he will definitely not be weak. Gao Shan's attitude toward Lin Yu is not only friendly, but even enthusiastic. Speaking of which, your forum ID shouldn't be Mei, right? Because our Order also has a Mei, who is a squad leader in Haichin. Gao Shan's words have a bit of a relationship-building flavor. Lin Yu also smiled and nodded. Yes, Brother Shan, my ID is Mei. This is also the forum ID he actually registered. He smiled and took out a business card from his arms with a QR code printed on it. I don't know if you have joined the organization. If you haven't, you can consider the ordered. Although there is still an assessment, I can help you make a recommendation, which will save you a round of background checks. Gao Shan said seriously. Lin Yu also looked flattered and took the business card. Although this was what he expected, it went smoother than he imagined. Getting a chance to join the Order is, of course, part of Lin Yu's performance this time. Killing Tiangong as Wu Yu, Lin Yu did not just intend to steal Tiangong's identity and join the Predators. He also wanted to get a chance to join the Order. Gaining the trust of Fu Luo, using Fu Luo to influence the judgment of the Order people, and then adding his record of being able to tie with Tiangong. Lin Yu did not expect to be able to enter the Order all at once, but it would be good to get some convenience. After putting away the business card, Gao Shan also showed a very satisfied expression on his face. Order does need such a capable and righteous person. I don't know which city you are from. When you enter the local assessment stage, you can tell me. I can tell you about the precautions at that time. Hearing Gao Shan's words, Lin Yu smiled and spoke. I am from Jiangsheng, and I came to Zhengshang to find Tiangong. I appreciate your kindness, and I am very grateful for exempting one round of background assessment. If I really join Order, I will pass the remaining assessments by myself. Order is the most fair and reliable organization in the hearts of all players. I don't want to play tricks in the assessment to join. Lin Yu said seriously. Gao Shan was also shocked after hearing Lin Yu's words. He patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Okay, you're really suitable for our Order. Have you considered settling in our Zhengchang? Gao Shan's eyes clearly revealed a passionate look of love for talents. Lin Yu declined the other party. Thank you for your invitation, but I have family in Jiangxing. Gao Shan nodded. Okay, you can also find me if you need anything in the future, just contact me through the forum. If we find Tiangong later, we will also allocate you the points you deserve based on his injuries and decline in combat power. Gao Shan briefly chatted with Lin Yu and left quickly. The order, who was dispatched to hunt down Tiangong, has already begun to deal with and fight with the predator people. As the captain of the order unit, Gao Shan naturally had to be busy providing support. I came here just to confirm that Fu Luo was not injured. This also made Lin Yu's perception of the organization order improve again. Sure enough, an organization that can be recognized by most players does have its reliability. After Gao Shan left, Lin Yu and Fu Luo temporarily parted ways. Go to the hospital and check your head again to make sure it's okay. After the points from Gao Shan arrive, I will transfer them to you, Lin Yu said, and sent Fu Luo away. After seeing off Fu Luo, Lin Yu was not in a hurry to leave. He took out his mobile phone again and opened the app belonging to Predator. Although it lacks technical support from the forum, it seems that in order to compete with the Order and other organizations supported by the forum, the Predators also developed an app of their own. After all, this thing actually doesn't have a particularly high technical threshold. But compared to the forum, the Predator app is much less secure, and there might be some Order undercover agents in it. After clicking on the app with the simple wolf head icon, Lin Yu also looked through the chat groups inside. Now everyone is chatting animatedly. The center of the topic is, of course, no surprise. It's Zhengcheng. Order is at war with the brothers from the Yu province branch. This kid Tiangong can really cause trouble. Haha, but I like people who can cause trouble. Can the brothers in Zhengcheng hold on? Are you going to rush for help? The Xing, whom I had met before, was also speaking in the group chat. It's okay, Tiangong has returned to his base. Now our minister and several team leaders are fighting at the old flour mill in Zhengcheng. If you want to run, you can definitely run, but the opportunity is rare, so we just treat it as a training exercise. Looking at Xing's words, Lin Yu also nodded slightly. The old flour mill is not far from Jixiyuan. It turns out that the Predator and the Order people met there. Lin Yu originally planned to go see the high-end players of these organizations compete. So after confirming the address, he naturally covered his face and went there. It was 10 minutes away. Hurrying slowly, Lin Yu arrived at the scene in less than 5 minutes. In the abandoned factory, the battle was obviously heating up. There was a circle of black metal rods inserted around the factory. Lin Yu knew that this was a well-known prop of the Order organization and that almost every city core had it, the cognitive disturbance generator. By plugging this thing into the ground, ordinary people can ignore the abnormality inside. As a player, Lin Yu would certainly not be affected. He heard the sound of table tennis inside. After sneaking in quietly, Lin Yu climbed to the top of an abandoned factory along the somewhat abandoned fire escape. Later, Lin Yu saw two men fighting in the middle of the empty space. One person was holding a long-handled heavy hammer, and the other was holding a pair of swords. The two people fought at an extremely fast speed, and the sound of the weapons clashing was endless. A few meters around the two of them, there was a restricted area that no one could approach. After all, every time their weapons collided, strong wind pressure would erupt. This is not a duel that other players can interfere with. Lin Yu also recognized the identities of the two people. The person holding the heavy hammer is the commander-in-chief of Order in Zhengcheng, and his occupation is soldier. And the one with the two swords is the boss of the Predator in Zhengcheng, and his occupation is the thug. According to Lin Yu's information, these two people are at least at the 3rd level. And outside of these two people, Zhengcheng's administrator, the postman, was a strong man who restrained the two Predators. The three people were jumping up and down around an abandoned factory building whose roof had been ripped off, throwing knives and darts at each other, and occasionally taking out a blunderbuss and firing a shot. Lin Yu made an assessment. Although he could win against Tiangong in a battle at the core cadre level of such a large organization, well, if you get involved yourself, you will definitely die. In a factory further away, there was still a battle between the leaders of the order team and the team leader of the predator. Lin Yu took a look. The strength over there is a little weaker, but I guess I can barely protect myself if I go in there. Sure enough, after the number of props for high-end players increases, coupled with the ability to upgrade multiple times, they're already qualitatively different from ordinary people. Lin Yu muttered. After joining Jiang and Tang, Lin Yu naturally understood that First Order is not the focus of players. After a player passes the first upgrade trial, there will be a second and third time. The highest player currently known can reach level 5. Each time you upgrade, the difficulty will increase exponentially, and you will also gain more powerful professional abilities. For example, if a third-level player obtains abilities related to frontal combat, Lin Yu took another look and saw that the heavy hammer of Commander Zheng Cheng of Order erupted with red light and sent the leader of the Predator flying with one hammer. The leader holding the two knives hit a metal can hard, causing it to deform violently, but he jumped down as if nothing had happened and continued to rush towards the captain. Well, he is no different from a superhuman. Lin Yu silently climbed down the roof. Sure enough, although his current strength is enough, it is not completely enough. At least if he faces the two level 3 below now, Lin Yu can't think of how to win. If you want to take revenge on the psychological society, you still have to become stronger. It feels like that woman is not an ordinary character. Lin Yu muttered, then left the flour mill and went to the more prosperous downtown area of Zhengcheng. When the 1-hour cooling time of Mask was over, he changed his clothes again and became Tiangong, came to a billiard hall on the street, pushed the door, and walked in. There were several guests playing billiards in the billiard hall, and the decoration looked a bit old. Lin Yu walked straight to the front desk, looked at the yellow-haired man who was watching short videos on his phone, cleared his throat, and spoke. Young man, open the table for 3 hours and 50 minutes, take 2 bottles of ice Fanta, and order half a pack of Lotus cigarettes. The yellow-haired young man raised his head when he heard it, and laughed when he saw Lin Yu's appearance at the moment. Oh my god, brother Tiangong, what code are you talking about? It's like I don't know you, he said, and took out a bunch of keys from under the table and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu really didn't know who this yellow-haired man was, so he could only nod coldly. In special times, it's better to be rigorous, he said seriously. Special period? Oh, brother Tiangong, I understand what you mean. I heard Sister Xingren said that you're being targeted by Order. Our boss in Zhengcheng is no longer in the stronghold, so we really need to be careful, Huang Mao said with a smile. Yes, so you come with me too. I have something to tell you, Lin Yu said calmly. Should I go too? What if I'm on duty? Find someone to take care of you first. If anything happens, I'll take care of it, Lin Yu said firmly. Huang Mao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, wait a minute, brother. With that said, Huang Mao took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey Xiaoma, come and help me. I have something else to do here. Lin Yu waited for about 10 minutes, and another young man with green hair came riding an electric bicycle. This is the pony that Huang Mao rocked. Xiaoma didn't seem to be that familiar with Tiangong. After arriving, he took over Huang Mao's shift and greeted Lin Yu very cautiously. Deputy team leader, I'll take over for Lazy. Lin Yu nodded with a serious smile and knew that the yellow hair in front of him was called Lazy. He knew very well about Tiangong being the deputy team leader. Although he had just joined the Predators, Tiangong was already at the first level, and he was still a ruthless person who passed the first upgrade trial, so naturally his treatment and status were extraordinary. In addition to the Predator Zhengcheng branch paying special attention to him, it also gave Tiangong, a newcomer who had just joined, the position of deputy team leader. The Huang Maolizi in front of him seemed to be a team member of Tiangong. Therefore, Lin Yu didn't know how Tiangong usually called Lazy. The two of them are close, so Tiangong might call him Xiaolei or something else. So Lin Yu didn't call him Lazy. He looked directly at Huang Mao and said, Let's go. With that said, Lin Yu handed the key back to Huang Mao and then fiddled with his cell phone, pretending to have something important to do. Huang Mao didn't dare to neglect or ask Tiangong what he was busy with, so he could only take the key and walk in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu followed suit. In fact, He was just scrolling through Tiangong's private chat in the Predator app. The reason why Lin Yu went to such great lengths to let Huang Mao lead the way is simple. Although Huang Mao naturally gave the key to Tiangong, but Lin Yu didn't know how to use this key. Although Lin Yu estimated that he could detect clues by observing the billiard hall, that was definitely abnormal. In order to successfully enter the Predator's stronghold without making anyone suspicious, Lin Yu could only go around a circle. Fortunately, it is worth it. Huang Mao led Lin Yu into a box in the corner of the pool hall. After the two entered, Huang Mao closed the door, and then he walked to the distribution box in the corner of the room and opened it with the key. Then Huang Mao turned down one of the electric switches that looked no different from an ordinary electric switch, and then there was a sudden mechanical sound under the pool table in the room. Click! The pool table moved slightly, revealing a metal trapdoor in the floor. Huang Maoyong took out another key from a bunch and opened the trapdoor. A downward fire escape appeared in front of Lin Yu and Huang Mao. "Brother, let's go." Huang Mao smiled and then climbed down the fire escape with Lin Yu. The trapdoor overhead quickly closed automatically. Lin Yu and Huang Mao climbed to the bottom, looked at the strong and old cement walls and dim lights, and sighed. "No matter how many times I come here, it still feels like it's really troublesome." Huang Mao listened and agreed. "Yes, even though Order doesn't dare openly start a war with us, I don't know why, but the headquarters must require that every stronghold be built underground. Our city in Zhengsheng was even renovated from an abandoned air defense facility. It doesn't even have a mobile phone signal, and we don't know who it is guarding against. Does Order still have missiles?" Huang Mao complained quickly. Lin Yu nodded. No wonder the passage here looked quite decent after we came down. It turned out to be a former civil defense project. Soon, the two people reached the end of the air defense tunnel. There was a metal door there. Huang Mao went up and kicked it. "Open the door." Boom! The sound echoed in the passage, and soon, the metal door slowly opened. What is exposed behind the door is a very spacious and bright space. Although there is still a rough ceiling with all the wires and water pipes exposed, the floor and walls are no longer made of rough cement. The floor is paved with water-polished marble tiles, and the walls are putty-painted and wallpapered. The space, which is spacious enough to accommodate about 100 people for refuge, is covered with two different floor tiles, gray and black, and is clearly divided into two functional areas. There is a ring, fitness equipment, and shooting targets on one side, like a training area. On the other side are sofas, a bar, a TV, and a refrigerator, which is obviously a seating area. There are 4 people practicing boxing in the training area at the moment, and there are more people in the rest area. There are about a dozen people eating, drinking, and chatting around the TV screen. What was shown on TV was a passionate Japanese animation with a nautical theme. This place is actually quite well maintained. It's almost like a welfare floor built specifically for employees by some major internet company. Lin Yu was very surprised by this. It turns out that the Predator organization is quite humane. Huang Mao looked at Lin Yu and asked in a low voice, "Brother Tiangong, what exactly do you want me to do?" "Of course you are recruiting people with me." Lin Yu walked to the water bar in the rest area and snapped his fingers. "Dear friends, please excuse me." As Lin Yu said this, several players who were drinking and watching animation, and who were impassioned about the animation protagonist's outburst, all looked sideways. "Hey Tiangong, what's going on? I heard that you were beaten by the people of Order until you were running away with your head in your arms. It seems that losing the hammer has a great impact on you." It was unclear whether the joke was intended to offend or was unintentional. Lin Yu looked at the micro-expressions of the Predator member and felt that he was leaning towards the former. Sure enough, in this organization, the members may not have a good relationship with each other, especially if someone like Tiangong comes in and becomes the deputy team leader. It is inevitable that he will be resented. The fact that Tiangong's hammer was stolen by a Nian because he sought help from the Minister of Predator Zheng Cheng has spread throughout the organization. If Tiangong himself comes and hears these words, it is not impossible to secretly hold grudges or even have a fight on the spot. The Predator prohibits members from killing each other, but intense sparring is still allowed. But the one standing here today is Lin Yu. Therefore, although Lin Yu made an unhappy face, he finally seemed to restrain and looked at these people calmly. Yes, I admit that losing the hammer had a great impact on me. Today, I caused my eldest brother to have to fight against the masters of order. I feel guilty. So I decided that I can no longer slowly quarrel with the Freedom Alliance. I'm issuing a commission to you in my own name. I would personally get back the props that belong to me. And I want revenge on the guy who attacked me today. The entrusted amount is 100,000 yuan. If any of you first-level masters are willing to come, I'm willing to pay 500,000 yuan. Chevron_left. Lin Yu, sitting in the passenger seat of the chartered commercial vehicle, looked at the other 5 carefully selected members of the Zhongqing branch of the Predator and nodded with satisfaction. Although renting a commercial vehicle is expensive, it is not his own money, so Lin Yu does not feel bad. It must be said that a single man who bought an unfinished building alone will indeed have a small amount of savings. After Lin Yu successfully impersonated Tiangong, he took his inheritance directly. It was about 100,000 yuan in deposits. The face recognition program bound to the mobile bank obviously could not recognize the changes in the mask. Lin Yu felt that this was what he deserved. Of course, compared to the 100,000 yuan in deposits, the more valuable inheritance was the props that Tiangong exploded. The death game is a game in which players will explode equipment after they die in reality. According to the total number of equipment held by the deceased, about 20% of his total props may be dropped. Consumable props, but they are not counted when counting. This is why the Predators encourage members to kill other players in reality, while the Order explicitly prohibits this. Because killing other players in reality is really profitable. Just like Lin Yu, who has received the legacy of 3 props from Tiangong at this moment. Multi-function screwdriver. As you can see, it has the functions of a screwdriver. At the same time, it can also be a tickler, an ear pick, a nail clipper, and a microphone. BB 300, produced by the creator, a self-destructing robot with a follow-up effect, which can be reused. Safety helmet. White protect your head, greatly reduce the damage of the blow, and greatly reduce the failure rate of the machine used during wearing. Except for the multi-function screwdriver, which is a bit difficult to describe, the BB 300 and safety helmet white of these 3 props are very powerful. Lin Yu had to sigh that it was fortunate that he was a sneak attack and a quick decision, and he was calculating without intention. Having joined a large organization and experienced more than 10 copies, Tiangong has a deep foundation. If the two really fight fairly, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Lin Yu to gain an advantage. Just taking out the self-destructing robot is enough to make him drink a pot. And these are only about 1/5 of Tiangong's prop reserves. In fact, Tiangong should have about 10 kinds of props. It is estimated that this is the number after he eliminated some and sold them. Of course, when Lin Yu plays Tiangong, he can actually use more props than these 3. He can also use Tiangong's professional props tools. And there's also Tiangong's most important frontal combat prop, Bone Crusher. Lin Yu is very sure that the hammer should still be in Lin Yan's hands. This is also the purpose of his trip. He looked at the other 6 Predators, cleared his throat, and spoke. Although you are all paid for your work, I am grateful that you are willing to take my money. After all, this trip may cause a quarrel with that thief. And it's not just the thief from the Freedom Alliance. The guy who found my hiding place, injured me, and called order, I found out that he is also from Jiangsheng. I will never let him go. Lin Yu said with a clenched teeth. That guy's ID is Mei Mei. His profession is doctor, and he is also first level. When Lin Yu assigned the task before, he had already told them what to do. Go to Jiangsheng and kill the doctor who attacked him and called order as much as possible. And put pressure on Anian, who is also in Jiangsheng. At this moment, Lin Yu emphasized it again with emotion, which undoubtedly deepened everyone's impression again. Xingren, who was driving, spoke. Well, if the doctor is only at the first level, I won't worry. After all, there are already 3 first-level players on this trip, including me, Red Fuji, and you. Red Fuji is a man with a short haircut sitting behind Xingren. His dressing style is very flamboyant, with many metal decorations on his clothes and very heavy boots. This is another first-level expert from Predator besides Xingren. He happened to be in the underground rest area at the time. The other party seemed to know Tiangong, and he directly agreed to Tiangong's invitation without even introducing himself too much. Lin Yu secretly used the Predator's app and forum to cross-check and find some of his basic information. Red Fuji's profession is musician, a typical skill type, and his ability is to play a 30-second audio prepared in advance. The cooling time is very short, only 1 hour in the dungeon, and it is extended to 2 hours in reality. And Red Fuji himself was offered a bounty of 7,500 points by order on the forum, slightly less than Tiangong. After Xingren finished speaking, Hongfushi also spoke proudly. According to what you said, that guy should be a lone bounty hunter without any organizational background. The people from Order were called by Falpolo from our junction. 2 against 1. I will definitely help you take him down this time. I won't want any money at that time. I will just pick 2 items from the props that guy exploded. Lin Yu listened to Hongfushi's words, nodded and said, "Yes, with you Hongfushi here, I feel a lot more at ease. Hey, you 2 didn't count me in, right? Am I the first level?" Am I the first level?" Xingren yelled in dissatisfaction. The remaining 3 people sitting in the back row had not upgraded, but it seemed that those who came to make this money were all people who had interactions with Tiangong on a daily basis, probably from the same circle, and they spoke very casually. One of the young women smiled and teased, "Sister Xingren, without you, we can't go to Jiangsheng. You are actually very important." Xingren muttered, "Okay, you all look down on me, right?" Among ordinary professions, there are not many that can directly improve combat effectiveness. Soldier, killer, thug, etc. However, after most professions reach the first level, the 2 advanced directions can cooperate with the original ability and provide some positive abilities. The original ability of Driver is information-based, which can obtain a roadmap that exists in the brain in real time and mark the dangers that may be encountered on the path. The 2 directions of advancement are accelerator and brake. The former is a component that can be installed on any object or prop to turn that thing into a temporary vehicle that can be driven. For example, if you press on a stone pillar on the side of the road, 2 wheels will appear on that thing. The function of brake is to stop the forward trend of a moving object. Both abilities can also play a certain role in combat. So, the reason why Xingren is not good at frontal combat is very simple. How about I and Red Fuji assist you, and you fight the doctor this time? Lin Yu looked at Xingren and said with a smile. Xingren shrunk his shoulders. Forget it, I still hate seeing blood. Although he joined the Predator. But Xingren is an absolute coward. Even more cowardly than Forboluo. Jiangsheng, early morning. Lin Yin sat in the living room and looked at the message on his phone, frowning. The Predators actually came to our door? This Tiangong is more courageous than I thought. Is it true? Although the Free Alliance was removed from the forum, as the most well-known organization in the player community, they naturally have their own news channels. On the Predator's side, Lin Yu and the other 5 members had just arrived in Jiangsheng after an all-night stay, and Lin Yin had already received internal news from the Free Alliance. Cooking God. Anyway, I heard that it's not all for you. The Predators in Hunan province suffered a great loss, and the reason seems to be that Tiangong was targeted. Cooking God, and the guy who attacked Tiangong happened to be from Jiangsheng. Thief Anian, TSK, then I really got into trouble. Magician, no matter what the reason is, please be careful. According to the information, in addition to Tiangong, there are 2 first-level ones, Red Fuji and Almond. Magician, I have uploaded the information to the group. Lin Yin opened the file uploaded by the magician on his mobile phone. While watching, a slight sound suddenly came from the yard. Hey, dash. Looking up, as expected, he saw the figure he had met before. Hearing that the dog at home didn't bark, Lin Yin guessed who was coming. Hey, Zhu Ming, is it? She got up from the sofa and put her hands on her chest. Although I said I was quite interested in you, my house is not a public toilet. You can come and go as you like. Veterinarian Zhu Ming, also known as Lin Yu, smiled gently. Don't be angry. Onion, I came here for a reason. I got some news. A group of predators sneaked into Jiangsheng, which may be harmful to you. The members of the Free Alliance should be scattered, so I want to ask, do you need help? Lin Yin was a little surprised. You also know about this, and you are well informed. But don't worry, there are only 3 first-level personnel in the other party's configuration. I can still deal with them completely. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Oh, could it be? Of course, I am second-level. Lin Yin answered directly, with a little pride in his tone. Lin Yu was secretly surprised. I really underestimated this thief lady. Then my worry is unnecessary, Lin Yu said, touching his chin, but Miss Anian, since there are 3 first-level opponents this time, it means that there should be people among them who have a bounty of more than 3,000 points or 500,000, right? Do you want to try to treat this as an assessment for me? See if I can help you solve this problem? Lin Yin raised his eyebrows. You haven't upgraded yet. The opponent has 3 first-level ones. Do you mean you want to try to kill them and solve this problem? Of course, not a head-on confrontation. Lin Yu chuckled. Anyway, if you believe me, please do me a favor. What? Lin Yin looked at Lin Yu with interest. Lend me Tiangong's bone crusher for a while. Lin Yu said calmly. Lin Yin was stunned for a moment, then narrowed her eyes. Oh, it seems that you know more about the feud between me and the plunderer than I thought. I am beginning to doubt whether you are an undercover agent of the plunderer. As she said, Lin Yu nodded. Yes, so, do you want to choose to trust me and try? What answered Lin Yu was a black hammer thrown over. Lin Yu caught it, and then a prompt appeared in front of him. Bone Crusher enhances the destructive power against living organisms, can reveal the strike weakness of living organisms, and hitting the weakness can cause a lot of damage. Lin Yu put it into his sleeve, then looked at Lin Yin. Thank you for your trust, Miss Anian. Then, next, around 2 o'clock this afternoon, if you don't want to get into trouble, please let the people of the plunderer confirm that you are not present. It's best to find someone from the plunderer in Jiangsheng to have a cup of tea or something. Lin Yu said with a smile. Lin Yin was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't know why Lin Yu said that, he nodded slowly in the end. It sounds like you should do a big job that will never disappoint me. Although I'm not familiar with the predators here, it's not a problem to meet them. I look forward to your good news. Lin Yin said, and Lin Yu smiled brightly and bowed slightly. I will never let you down. Then, he turned around and left here with Tiangong's hammer. After leaving, Lin Yu counted the time of 1 hour and turned into a newly opened shopping mall. After coming out again, he had changed from the gentle girl, veterinarian Zhu Ming, to a dark, thin, and sneaky young man. Lin Yu soon came to the base of Jiang'an Hall, the abandoned restaurant of the tycoon. After entering the abandoned restaurant, Lin Yu took out the mobile phone belonging to the identity of Lao Yao, opened the app, and sent a message. Boss, I got some very important news. The thief from the Freedom Alliance and a group of foreign plunderers are planning to negotiate. Should we take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune? At Tycoon, soon, the comm group chat exploded. Freedom Alliance and Predator? Such a powerful combination. What are these 2 organizations planning? Old Yao is talking about negotiations. Shouldn't we do bad things together, right? Boss, what do you think? There were constant messages in the group, and everyone was surprised by the news that Lin Yu broke. Looking at the reaction of the Jiang'an internal app, Lin Yu in front of his mobile phone was not surprised. As expected, organizations like Jiang'an are not as well informed as the Freedom Alliance. Top organizations still have top principles. A few minutes after the group chat went viral, Tycoon also bubbled up. He replied to Lin Yu. Tycoon, if you have time, come to my office and talk to me face-to-face at. Old Yao got it. After Lin Yu finished his reply, he walked straight up the stairs and knocked on the Tycoon's door. The Tycoon opened the door very unexpectedly, looked at Lin Yu at the door, and unexpectedly said, So fast. Lin Yu scratched his head, and a hint of cunning appeared on his sneaky face. I have been waiting at the door of your office early in the morning. After all, I accidentally heard such a big news, and I was afraid that someone would get ahead of me. I want to make progress so much, Brother Tycoon. The Tycoon laughed. I also heard that a group of plunderers from Zhengshan came to our Jiangsheng. The people from Order told me last night, but I haven't investigated the reason yet. I didn't expect that your boy has already found out clearly that he is here for the master thief. I accidentally overheard it at a breakfast stall in the morning, Lin Yu reiterated, and not only was it stolen for God, I heard. It was to kill a person, a doctor who is also a first-order person. It's us Jiangxing people who have suffered a big loss from the plunderers in Zhengsheng. Lin Yu said seriously. The tycoon was even more surprised after hearing this. Then, he looked at Lin Yu and said in a deep voice, "You came here in a hurry to report this to me. Do you have any ideas?" Lin Yu nodded. "Of course, I have a rough plan, but I may need some support from you, tycoon." At dusk, the river flowing across the city was quiet, and a small sightseeing cruise ship slowly docked at the abandoned ferry. Xing Xing parked the rented business car on the riverside road, looked at the cruise ship in the distance, and looked at Tiangong in the co-pilot. "Did you choose the water to negotiate with the thief? You are really a genius." In the co-pilot, Lin Yu, who had transformed into a Tiangong-like figure, nodded. "Of course, I don't want to be disturbed by people from Order during the negotiation process, and choosing the location in such a relatively closed place can also prevent that girl from playing tricks and escaping." Red Fuji nodded in approval. Indeed, what the thief is best at is escaping. Xing Xing pondered for a moment. "That's fine, but can you trust the cruise ship staff?" "Trust me, they're just ordinary people," Lin Yu said firmly. He seemed to see that Xingren was still a little worried, so he patted the other party. "It's okay. Xingren, just wait on the shore to pick us up. Don't worry, Red Fuji and I are enough to handle most situations." Red Fuji also nodded. "When it comes to fighting between players, we predators won't take advantage of anyone." "Are you right?" Infected by the Red Fuji, the other three people sitting in the car also spoke one after another. "That's right. What's there to worry about? Even if Order comes, it's not like we can't give it a try." Lin Yu was very satisfied with the momentum of this group of people. Very good, very energetic. Afterwards, he took Red Fuji and the other three members of the Predators who had not yet been promoted onto the cruise ship. Looking at the staff on the deck, Lin Yu waved his hand. "Sail!" The cruise ship started slowly and soon reached the center of the river. Because it is a sightseeing cruise ship, the cabin of the cruise ship is very comfortable. After the members of the Predators arrived, they all lay down on the sofa very comfortably and took out sodas from the drink freezer. "Hey, there's also poker. This kind of cruise ship that sails on the river has the function of gambling cards. This is also my first time seeing you." The three unranked members of the Predators were discussing in a flurry of words. Red Fuji was opening a can of beer when Lin Yu stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, let's go to the deck to enjoy the breeze. The river view in Jiangsheng is quite beautiful." Red Fuji thought for a moment, nodded and said, "That's fine." The two men left the cabin. After opening the cabin door and getting on the deck, Lin Yu took out a pack of liqueur he found in Tiangong's pocket, lit one, and gave it to Red Fuji. Red Fuji took it and lit it near his mouth. The two leaned on the railing and watched the wind blowing over the river. The night view of Jiangsheng is indeed beautiful. It is indeed a famous big city in the country. Red Fuji sighed. The tall office buildings and economic and trade centers along the river are lit up with colorful night lights. The lights are reflected on the sparkling water, which is very beautiful. As for the CBD, you could just walk to the suburbs. Lin Yu said casually, and then asked, "Speaking of which, have I never asked you how you joined the Predators?" Hong Fuji was stunned for a moment when he heard Lin Yu's question, and then said, "Who in our organization would ask this casually?" "I'm seeking revenge," Lin Yu said to himself. He spoke in a deep voice with Tiangong's old uncle's face and voice. "Half of my life savings have been lost to my most trusted colleagues and partners. It was deceived and turned into an unfinished building. I can't accept it, so I'm going to kill them. I don't have the courage to kill ordinary people yet, but fortunately, some of them have become players." Lin Yu said calmly. "So, I didn't kill them just for props. It's just that someone has to pay the price for all this." Red Fuji was a little touched after hearing this. He took a puff of the cigarette and smoked it directly to his butt. Then he reached out and flicked it into the river. Brother Tiangong, why are you suddenly telling me this? I'm embarrassed not to say what you did, but I don't have anything to say. I just thought I might not be able to pass before I upgraded, so I planned to kill 2 fat sheep that I had formed a team with before. I didn't expect to be discovered by order. Red Fuji said with a wry smile. There is a lack of trust among the members of our organization, Tiangong whispered. Even among themselves, they are full of wariness. To be honest, I don't like that. So, taking this mission as an opportunity, I want to develop a few guys who I can absolutely trust. This time I was attacked, it made me realize you can't go far alone. He said seriously, and Red Fuji thought for a moment before speaking. Okay, Brother Tiangong, I am willing to believe you. Then Red Fuji laughed. However, this does not mean that the reward this time can be omitted. Lin Yu also laughed. Ahaha, that's true, but let me be more honest. Lin Yu took out the bone-crushing hammer from his arms. Surprise appeared on Kurenai Fuji's face, and he came closer. This is your hammer? Wasn't it stolen away by God? Lin Yu smiled and nodded. I got it back. Then, when Red Fuji was about to sigh, bang! Lin Yu swung the hammer and knocked Red Fuji to the ground. The bone crusher, from top to bottom, hit the man's lower jaw, smashing his facial bones and his teeth falling out with blood. Then, before Red Fuji screamed in pain, Lin Yu hit him with another hammer. Bang! This time, 2 hammers hit Red Fuji's temple at the same time. Tool, hammer, and bone crusher, one on the left and one on the right. Bone crusher even hit a critical hit. Red Fuji's eyes were bloodshot. He groaned and fell to the ground. He had blood foam coming out of his mouth and nose, and he was no longer alive. Lin Yu shook his hands and then exhaled. Ooh! He took out a mobile phone from his pocket, the one belonging to Zhu Ming. Then, he turned on the camera function to take a picture of the miserable state of Red Fuji, and then saved and uploaded it to the Hunting Club app. Hunting Club, like Forum, is more like a platform than an organization. It is an open platform open to all players and only has a bounty function. And there are no points, only cash and gold transactions are supported. Similarly, the functions of Hunting Club are very powerful and the developers are very mysterious. Some people say that this was created by the team that once developed the forum and left because he was dissatisfied with the forum. Others say that this was the work of the Psychological Society. In short, there are many different opinions. But Hunting Club is really easy to use. Just like at this moment, after Lin Yu uploaded the photo, he found a post for the bounty of Red Fuji. Soon the Hunting Club app successfully recognized it. Congratulations, you have completed the bounty task C 1805, merge D 0907 and D 2315 and received a total bounty of 1,040,000 yuan. Please select a payment method. After killing Red Fuji, Lin Yu chose the reward method of the Hunting Club and edited a timed message on his mobile phone. After the timed message was sent, he breathed some fresh air on the deck. He didn't smoke and just smoked Tiangong's Lacoon, which almost choked him to death. After a while, Lin Yu took some blood from Red Fuji's body and smeared it on his face, stripped off his clothes, counted the props that the other party had exploded, and then threw the body into the water. Plop! The sound of falling into the water sounded, and then Lin Yu turned into Red Fuji and changed into his clothes. He adjusted his mood and rushed back to the cabin with a panicked look. Inside the cabin, 3 members of the Predator were already playing landlord. Seeing the bloody Red Fuji pushing the door in, several people were shocked. What's wrong, Brother Hong? The leading young man asked. Someone attacked outside. Tiangong was injured and fell into the water, Lin Yu said with a heavy breath. All 3 of them were shocked. Who did it? It was a thief, Lin Yu said in a low voice, panting. He was very fast. I couldn't see clearly. Could it be a thief? One of the young men said in horror. Damn, that guy didn't come to negotiate at all. Another young man from the Predator also gritted his teeth and said. The female member of the Predator was very calm. It doesn't matter. The next step is to maintain collective action and then let the ship dock. Whether the attacker is a thief or not, the other party chose to sneak attack, which means that they are not confident in defeating all of us head-on. She whispered, and the other two members also calmed down. But Tiangong's whereabouts are unknown. How can we contact the person who drove a boat? Lin Yu said with sweat all over his head. Try to endure the pain. We all forgot to ask for contact information, and there are only two captains and crew members responsible for driving the boat, both of whom are on the top floor of this sightseeing cruise ship. This means it's not feasible to hold together. Someone must go to the top floor. The two male members of the Predator looked at each other and finally made up their minds. Red Fuji, you, and Xiao Bing are here. Let's go and tell the captain to dock. No matter how bold the thief is, he should not dare to kill in front of ordinary people. In reality, killing players will not attract the attention of the authorities as long as there are no obvious traces. It seems that there is some kind of power in the dark that makes ordinary people ignore the death of players and naturally regard it as an accident. This is why killing players in reality requires order to punish. Because the laws in reality really don't care about the life and death of players. After all, players are people who deserve to die. It is for this reason that in battles between players, they will pay special attention to avoiding ordinary people. Hearing the two young men say this, Lin Yu still hesitated. A young man said, "There's no time to hesitate, Brother Hong. If we continue like this, we will all die. We can't stay in this closed environment anymore. We must reunite with Sister Xingren as soon as possible." Another young man nodded and said, "That's right. Xiaobing's profession is a doctor, so let her heal you. We are a thug, and we can protect ourselves if we work together." Hearing this, Lin Yu had to nod heavily. "Okay, you guys go and come back quickly." After he said that, the two turned and left. Afterwards, the woman nicknamed Xiaobing also stepped forward and began to treat Lin Yu. "Brother Hong, were you injured?" Because Lin Yu was covered in blood, she couldn't see where the specific wound was. And just when Xiaobing stepped forward to heal Lin Yu took out a light utility knife. The pink shell was a little cute. Xiaobing saw the knife in Lin Yu's hand and was a little surprised. It's a first-level professional item for the thief. Lin Yu said, Brother Red Fuji, aren't you a musician?" At this time, Xiaobing's phone rang. Buzz buzz. She took out her phone and took a look. It was a text message. The sender was Tiangong. The content was very simple. "Be careful. Red Fuji is a thief in disguise." Xiaobing's pupils shrank, and she looked at Lin Yu in front of her, and her heart was alarmed. "You?" Lin Yu grinned. "Oh, I've been discovered." A brisk voice sounded, and then, swish. Lin Yu felt the item in his hand that had gained the power of professional item quick knife, and he sighed in his heart. Being a member of a big organization is good. You know what the items have and what the effects are. You don't need additional explanations to get the effects you believe in. A line of blood exploded on Xiaobing's throat. She desperately covered her throat and spoke in panic while activating the ability of Doctor. "Help, help!" She ran to the cabin door, but it was no use. Lin Yu continued to hold the utility knife and caught up with Xiaobing. Then, puff! This time the knife entered from the side of the neck and cut the opponent's artery. The first knife was not fatal, but just to trick the opponent's healing ability. This knife was the real fatal injury. After seeing the other person fall to the ground and confirming his death, Lin Yu immediately walked out of the cabin. He walked up the stairs quickly and met two members of the Predators who were coming down the stairs. They were all a little surprised when they saw Lin Yu rushing over. "Brother Red Fuji, why are you here?" Lin Yu pretended to be relaxed and said, "Xiaobing saw that you hadn't come back yet and was worried that something might go wrong, so she cured my injuries and asked me to pick you up quickly." "How is it?" "The captain has agreed to dock," one of the young men said. At this moment, a sound rang in the ears of the three people at the same time. "Help! Help!" It was faintly visible, as if it came from the direction of the cabin. "No, it's Xiaobing's voice." The thug's face changed slightly, and he rushed to the direction of the cabin. "Damn, it's just a short while. How did she run to the deck?" Lin Yu said regretfully, and hurried to catch up. The three rushed to the cabin, and then saw Xiaobing lying in a pool of blood. The face of the thug was full of shock and sadness. This was within Lin Yu's expectations. He could see from the beginning that this thug seemed to have a good impression of Xiao Bing. No, no. The thug trembled as he helped Xiao Bing up, and then found the phone that Xiao Bing was holding tightly in her hand. Of course, to be more precise, it was Lin Yu who put it in. But that was not important. What was important was that the thug also saw the content of the text message. Then he suddenly raised his head, met Lin Yu's smile, and saw the utility knife in his hand flashing with cold light. The belief that had just disappeared appeared again, and this time at the moment when the thug opened his mouth. Be careful. The throat of the thug was pierced by Lin Yu, who was standing behind him. Sitting in the cabin, Lin Yu gathered their bodies for a while, took photos, and uploaded them to the hunting club, this time as Old Yao. The remaining 3 members of the Predator don't have as much bounty as the Red Fuji alone, but the sum total of 0 and 0 is still 200,000. Lin Yu sat in the cabin with the appearance of Red Fuji and felt an unreal feeling. I became a millionaire. He rubbed his chin and muttered. I have to say that killing people and selling goods really makes money fast enough. Of course, the money has not arrived yet and has not yet been settled. But after Lin Yu killed these people, he not only got the reward from the hunting club, but he also got 5 props directly. 2 for Red Fuji and 1 for each of the remaining 3 people. Lin Yu took a look and saw that there was nothing he could use, so he put it up and sold it to get another income. After waiting quietly in the cabin for an hour, Mask's cooling improved. Lin Yu changed into Old Yao again. He left the cabin and came to the cockpit. The captain and first mate nodded when they saw Lin Yu, who looked like Lao Yao, appeared. Done. Certainly, Lin Yu said with a smile. These 2 people are peripheral members of the Jiang and Tang, and he got them from the tycoon. Because the tycoon did not fully trust Lin Yu as Old Yao, he did not send the core members of Jiang and Tang to gamble with him. After all, what Lin Yu told the tycoon was that as long as he gave him a boat, he has a way to destroy all the Predator people. This leaves no room for the tycoon to become suspicious. But fortunately, Lin Yu didn't want the tycoon to send experts to assist. It would be much inconvenient for Lin Yu to carry out the plan. Should we dock now? The peripheral member responsible for driving the boat asked, and Lin Yu shook his head. No, I'll report it to the boss first. With that said, Lin Yu turned on his mobile phone and made a voice call to the tycoon using the internal app. Hello, Lao Yao, is it done now? Came the tycoon's lazy voice. Well, except for Tiangong, who jumped into the river and escaped. The rest are confirmed to have been wiped out. There were 3 corpses in the cabin. The First Order Red Fuji died and fell into the water. If it is salvaged, his body should be found. Lin Yu said in a deliberately frivolous tone, as if he was asking for credit. After all, he is now playing Old Yao. The tycoon laughed. You really have 2 skills. I didn't ask you beforehand, but how did you do it? On your own. It should be enough, right? Lin Yu smiled sheepishly. I did find a helper. Based on your information, boss, I should know by now that Tiangong suffered a loss in Zhengcheng, so he came after us in Jiangcheng. The tycoon nodded. Yes, I heard that he was injured by a doctor from Jiangcheng, so I gathered people here. The negotiation with the thief is only one side. I happen to know that Dr. Lin Yu said without changing his expression, plus a veterinarian we found. After the 3 of us watched them board the ship, we quietly boarded the ship and defeated them one by one. When they were done, they left. The tycoon was very surprised. I can actually meet a guy who is better than Tiangong. Where did that doctor come from? Is it possible to join the Jiang'an Hall? If you can get him to join, I will reward you with the highest points. The tycoon said in an eager tone. It is clearly stipulated within the Jiang'an Tong that players with strength and potential will be rewarded with points. Lin Yu gave a bitter smile. Boss, I would like to, but if he succeeds in promotion without joining the organization, he will be a little high-spirited. So, his goal seems to be order, and I have only participated in a copy with him once. Lin Yu said. The tycoon felt a little pity. Hey, forget it. What about the vet you mentioned? Now that you're talking about it alone, I'm afraid your strength is pretty good, right? After hearing the tycoon's words, Lin Yu's tone showed some fear that fit his character. That guy, I don't have the confidence to convince her either. To be honest, Although she looks very weak, she is quite evil. Lin Yu said seriously, then lowered his voice. Although there is no evidence, I suspect she may want to join the Freedom Alliance. Freedom Alliance? The tycoon was startled and then warned cautiously. Then you should stop associating with her. The people in the Freedom Alliance are all mentally abnormal, even more so than the Psychological Society. The tycoon said seriously. Lin Yu looked solemn. I understand. Then, he changed the topic and then obviously flattered him. But I'm not afraid either. It's just a small organization with a few people. There's only one master thief in Jiangcheng. How can they compare to our Jiang and Tang? What's more, the leader of our Jiang and Hall is ranked 27th on the forum's top 100 list. With you protecting me, why don't you ask that guy if he's afraid of me? Lin Yu said seriously, feeling a little embarrassed to tell the tycoon. You kid, hey, that's true, but still be careful of the Freedom Alliance. Although it seems that there are no members from them on the list, it is said that most of the anonymous people in the top 50 are from them. It is rumored that 3 of the 5 anonymous users in the top 10 are from the Freedom Alliance. The tycoon said again. Hearing the tycoon's words, Lin Yu secretly took note in his heart. The strength of the Freedom Alliance is so strong, but it makes sense. If an organization has few members and is so famous, it must be a high-tech route, and each member must have unique skills. In short, if you really join it, you have to prove it. Lin Yu pondered in his heart, and then spoke to the tycoon. Boss, in short, except for Tiangong who ran away, the other 4 people I saw on the boat are confirmed dead. The bounty of the first-level dead hunter was taken away by the veterinarian I found, and the remaining 3 were given to me, and the props belong to the doctor. Is this okay? The tycoon was generous. No problem, just keep the little money. Since I'm called a tycoon, I still have quite a bit of property, so I don't need your little bit. What's more, you killed 4 predators who came from other cities, and this achievement will certainly be recorded in our Jiang'an Hall. This benefit is much more important to me than money. After the ship docks, you can go and collect the reward from the hunting club with peace of mind. I will take care of the follow-up work. With the tycoon's permission, after the ship docked, Lin Yu disappeared into the night before the members of the Jiang and Tang arrived. It's not like the tycoon said he was in a hurry to collect the reward from the hunting club. But for Lin Yu, the aftermath is not over yet. In the darkness, the ability of mask was ready again, and Lin Yu changed his face again. Wearing a white coat and carrying a backpack, Lin Yu arrived at the business car by the river. Knocking on the glass of the cab, the window dropped at a constant speed, revealing the face of Almond. This woman was obviously very wary, but she still pretended to be relaxed and casual. Sister, what's wrong? Do you want to ride? Xing Xing, holding a toothpick in his mouth, asked with a smile. Lin Yu, who transformed into a weak girl, smiled. No ride, Marauder's Almond's sister. He called out the name Xing Xing briskly, and at the moment when the opponent's face changed drastically and he was about to take out the weapon from his arms, he struck preemptively. The pistol was pointed at Xing Xing's eyebrows. Although there was no bullet, Xing Xing obviously didn't know this. She instantly raised her hands and said, "Oh, calm down. Lin Yu has used this trick too many times. To deal with a coward like Xingren, it doesn't matter whether there are bullets in the gun. She didn't dare to gamble or fight. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhu Ming, and my occupation is veterinarian. Well, I haven't joined any organization yet, but I should be considered a reserve member of the Freedom Alliance now." Hearing Lin Yu's speech, Xing Xing was a little confused, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Although to ordinary people, people from the Freedom Alliance should be avoided. But if the members of the Predator are allowed to choose, as long as it's not order, then, Zhu Ming, what's the matter with you? Did you steal it on behalf of God? Xing Xing asked aloud. Lin Yu shook his head. Miss Anian does know about this, but it doesn't matter much, mainly because she was entrusted by her friends to make some extra money and to complete the assessment of the Freedom Alliance. I'm sorry to inform you that all your teammates are dead except for the craftsman uncle. Of course, I can't guarantee that the craftsman is still alive. I hope he has better water quality. Lin Yu said, Xing Xing's face showing undisguised panic. What do you mean? She understood. Lin Yu killed all her companions and forced Tiangong to remain missing. But Xingren doesn't understand. Why did the other party leave him alone? I hate boring things. Lin Yu smiled gently. Negotiations are so boring. If you're here to plan how to kill Lin Yin, I might help you. But it's a pity. The idiot you are leading is a boring guy who can only think of safe solutions. This is why I don't join you predators. To put it bluntly, there is no difference between you and order to me. Lin Yushu spoke in a gentle tone, which made Xingren clearly aware of his abnormality. Xing Xing swallowed. What exactly do you want to express? It's nothing. It doesn't matter what I want to say. The point is, you want to live, right? Lin Yu looked at Xing Xing and put away his gun. Then go back to the place where you should go back, and go back in a panic. Well, I think this idea is still interesting. Or, let's try to get revenge. Lin Yu stared at Xingren eagerly and gently licked his upper lip. Xing Xing barely hesitated at all. The moment Lin Yu completely retracted his gun, he immediately kicked the accelerator to the bottom and rolled up the car window. Finally, the commercial vehicle disappeared on Binjiang Street. Lin Yu slowly let out a breath after watching the car's taillights disappear. Very well, there's one last step to take. He sent a message to Yin using Zhu Ming's mobile phone, then changed into bloody clothes, threw his shoulder bag and mobile phone into the flower bed, turned around, and jumped into the river. The river surface inside Jiangsheng is wide, and the flow rate is stable. As long as you know a little bit about water, you will basically not be drowned if you fall. Lin Yu naturally knows a little bit about swimming. This is a good aerobic exercise that can keep you in shape and increase your lung capacity, which is very helpful for becoming a qualified actor. After soaking in the river for a while, Lin Yu landed on the gentle tidal flats he had chosen in advance. The mask, at this moment, has changed again, becoming the miserable appearance of Tiangong. He sat slumped on a rock on the shore. Soon, an ordinary Nissan car stopped on the road above the tidal flat. Lin Yin, who definitely didn't have a driver's license and didn't drive a Nissan at home, opened the driver's door and walked to the beach. Looking at the depressed Tiangong, Lin Yin put his hands in his pockets and spoke with a smile. Hey, I heard that you came to Jiangsheng. Are you planning to talk to me? Lin Yu put on a frightened look. After standing up, he saw clearly that it was Lin Yin, but he still looked like he had not let down his guard. He took the initiative to take out the bone-crushing hammer and placed it by the river. I don't want a hammer anymore. Can you let me go? Lin Yin was obviously a little surprised when he saw Lin Yu's actions. Then she spat in displeasure. Bang! Lost. Seeing Lin Yin's reaction, Lin Yu became even more nervous. Why? Are you going to kill me here? As Lin Yu said this, Lin Yin tilted his head. Huh? I'm not going to kill you. Then how did you find this place? Lin Yu said excitedly. Lin Yin grinned and said in a brisk tone, Well, it's intuition. Hearing Lin Yin's words, even though all the scripts were arranged by himself, Lin Yu, an old actor, almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Lin Yin found this place, of course. He sent the location as Zhu Ming. Tiangong will appear here. Now is the best time to negotiate with him. Why not make a bet that he will hand over the props voluntarily? This is why Lin Yin couldn't help spitting when she heard Lin Yu's first sentence just now. Although she didn't reply to Zhu Ming, she agreed to the bet in her heart. What intuition or not, Lin Yu still played the role of Tiangong, who was on the verge of mental collapse. I didn't offend your Freedom Alliance. Why don't you and that veterinarian let me go? I came to Jiangsheng just to negotiate with you, and my main target is not you. Why do you treat me like this? Lin Yu said in a breakdown, and Lin Yin was embarrassed. The thief girl scratched her head and explained in a pale tone. Well, actually, the veterinarian is not one of us. Reserve, right? She also called herself that. This is not funny at all. Lin Yu said angrily in the appearance of Tiangong. I have never heard that your Freedom Alliance has peripheral members and reserve forces. Chevron_left.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.